its father, this is, says he backs the UK government's decision to revoke her citizenship. I don't know why she's not living with him. He lives in Bangladesh. I mean, surely, as she's his daughter, she's got the right to go and live there. The Bangladeshi government say no. How does that work out? In other words, the children of people who live in Bangladesh can't go and stay with their families. They must be kicking them out left, right and centre. Also, Colleen. Colleen's come back from holiday, still wearing her ring, because she's forgiven him. Of course she has. She'll forgive him for the rest of his life. But she comes back from her latest holiday with 11 suitcases. This was a £40,000 Disney cruise. You know, it's great when you've got so much money and so little class that you can still go there. Plus, why is Barbie still top of your charts? And do you remember that bloke about a year ago? He was another one. He's a peculiar. We have to call him a peculiar because he thinks that he looks like David Beckham. He doesn't. He looks about as much like David Beckham as I look like E.T. He doesn't look like David. He's just a silly, silly little person with... in fact, didn't his flat burnt down because he left something in the oven or something? Anyway, whatever it is, he's not right. Anyway, he's now given up with the David Beckham thing, and just to really wind people up, because he's a silly little show-off, he says he wants to be like Victoria Beckham. So he wants a sex change paid for on the NHS. Well, you can't just go along to the NHS and go, I think I'll have a sex change. It doesn't work like that. You have to live as a woman for 2 years. He's struggling living as a bloke, let alone living as a woman. Plus, what are we at? Fenella Fielding left 800,000 quid. That sounds like the price of a property to me. And scandal of the morgue blunders. Apparently people were given the wrong body 75 times last year. 75 times. You think Great Aunt Winifred's coming back to you, and in comes some bloke with a beard, which of course could be Great Aunt Winifred. What was the other one that we had? The silencing of songs of praise. How much longer before they just axe it completely? They don't need it. There's whole departments at the BBC. I would miss it. If it wasn't there, I would definitely miss it. Definitely would. And if you've got a grumpy moggy, it's your fault. You're the one that turns the moggy grumpy. I don't know why, actually. They were doing a thing the other day. What was I watching? Where it was very interesting. What was it to do with? It was to do with animals or something. And this... Oh, that's right. It was the killer whale. Do you remember the killer whale at SeaWorld, which attacked the trainer and killed her? It dragged her down and drowned her. It turned out that some years previous to that, a relative of that particular orca killed another trainer there. They knew about the danger of having a killer whale in a short space. And what she did, she went in the water, the last one. She shouldn't have been anywhere near it. You know, I'm afraid it's an animal, and after a while, I should imagine they must get pretty fed up, you know, with sort of the way they're actually treated. And I was looking at it, and it just dragged her in and dragged her under. She was in the water. She shouldn't have been in the water. Didn't help. You're arguing with something that weighs God knows how many tons. Dreadful. Cara Delevingne wants to be a singer as well now, so she's actress, model, and now singer. Lovely. And what was the other one? Oh, Meghan and Harry's baby. She wants it to be a boy who'll be raised genderless. So, I mean, you know, the more you see of her, the more barking mad you think she is, and he is as well. I mean, I'm sorry, what do you mean genderless? Do you mean hermaphrodite? Or do you mean genderless? What's the difference? What's the difference? I mean, we don't know, do we? We don't know what the difference is. I'm sorry. Oh, right, you refer to them as they. Well, that's outrageous. You are either male or female. There isn't anything else. You're either a boy or you're a girl. You're not a they. That's just outrageous. So, in other words, so we can now refer to Harry as a they, can we? Because he's supposedly a boy, but he might not be. We're never too sure. Also, what have we got here? We did the, the fakes slamming cruel Steve Irwin. You know, the animal man, and they were saying that he was cruel to... Honestly, I tell you, not even in death. Even in death, you're never left alone by these people. It's awful. Jude Law's going to get married to his lover, who's 14 years his junior. What's the matter with that? He looks great for his age. He does. He looks seriously fantastic. I mean, I look good for my age, but I mean, he looks better. Enjoyed your interview with Kelsey Grammer yesterday. Seemed very down to earth. He was. I'll tell you what was interesting, though. The crowd outside waiting to see him as he got... I mean, admittedly, we had about half a dozen photographers out there, and all the crowd were there, and I thought it was for me. So I went out there, ta-da! Nothing at all. Did you see all the crowd outside and the photographers? Amazing, wasn't it? seriously thought it was for me. See, now you've entered the world of showbiz. Now you know what it's like. Now you know how I live my life. You, of course, can't. But I come in this morning. Well, I mean, I was already here. And the Scottish boy comes in and goes, how was your weekend? I mean, have you ever heard on the programme, I said the one thing I absolutely loathe is people going, oh, how was your weekend? What did you get up to? Mind your own blooming business. Yes, I mean, exactly. It's sort of, mind your own business. I mean, the trouble is what he's done is, you see, he's fallen into that abyss where he thinks we're friends, you know, and of course we're not. He's just a work colleague. He's a servant. Like Paul Burrell was for Princess Diana, only with marginally less authority. And but people come in on the Monday, oh, what did you do for the weekend? Yeah. My brother fell down the stairs. He's in hospital at the moment. And I put petrol in the car, and I had a very nice time, and I bought some Satsumas and some Nardicots. Anything else you want to know? Well, you're not, unfortunately. So in the same way, I don't care about your weekend. I couldn't care less whether you got yourself completely stonked out in some sort of cheap, tacky dive bar and ended up, you know, on a boat bound for Brazil. I couldn't care less. I don't care what happens to your weekend. It drives me insane. I said, you've never heard my programme. I don't care. Oh, yeah, you did. Oh, of course, he went up to see the non-existent parents. You know why? Because they don't exist. They don't exist. So he goes up there to see them. Hello? And they're going, hello? And you are? And he goes, I'm your son. And they go, no, don't think so. always entertaining, always entertaining. What else? Frozen fruit can apparently be better than fresh fruit. Do you know, I like frozen fruit. I prefer fresh fruit. I brought in Satsumas today because I thought we're going on a health kick. We're going on a health kit. We're going to start eating Satsumas every day. Perhaps go for a little bit of a jog. Well, perhaps we'll just eat Satsumas. And then we've got some hot cross buns, little hot cross buns. And then we've got that Minnie Mouse, which is a giant sponge cake. So, I don't know what it looked... He's confused by Minnie Mouse. It's a sponge cake. Don't you have sponge cakes in Aberdeen? You must have. Well, that's an art. She's made a sponge cake look like Minnie Mouse. Very impressive, he says. Very impressive. If you went to cake baking classes, you could learn how to do that as well. There you go. You could be in touch with your feminine side. Go and start making cakes. I think it's very clever. You're going to take a picture of it, aren't you? I can tell. Oh, God, honestly. And he'll be going, oh, I just made this morning in my cake baking class. That's what I'll be doing. So we will do Oscar fever. We'll tell you who's won. As you know, Olivia Colman's got the Best Actress. Richard E. Grant didn't get, but it doesn't matter. We still love him. Crooks will be spared jail in a shake-up. So in other words, I mean, basically, they don't want any more people in prison. Which is a shame, really, because we've got people, you know, all over the place in prison. They're in for all sorts of things. And why not? Perhaps we should build separate prisons. Perhaps we should have separate prisons for sort of people who've only been convicted of minor offences. That would be better, wouldn't it? We've got rid of Melody Thornton. I know. I didn't know who she was either. She was in Dancing on Ice. I mean, seriously, she could have been the person who sweeps the ice. I've got no idea. Turns out she's another member of the Pussycat Dolls, most of whom seem to be not working until they come over here. Why do we employ all these Americans who we don't know who they are? If they were big enough, then I could quite understand it. But most of them we've never heard of. Very interesting. We've got the new Celebrity Bake Off, but they couldn't find any. So you've now got actor John Lithgow. Anybody with John Lithgow? I wasn't okay with that one. A para-Olympian, Hannah Cockcroft. John Richardson, because we like John Richardson. And Russell Brand, who's the biggest bore under the sun. He's just about as funny as nothing, I'm afraid. About as funny as nothing. But they're on there. No, I've noticed we're sort of a little bit short of ethnic people. Obviously, they can't find any at all for Channel 4. Would have thought Channel 4 would have been the sort of place you can find a load of ethnic people. And I think the other one's going into Bake Off is Jeremy Paxman. God, times they've fallen on. That's very sad, isn't it? Busy day, says Ian. 1 drop in North Wales and 3 in Manchesterford, then back down to the Midlands. It's very foggy. Saturday was very foggy. Very foggy. I took the car out, and then I said, I should have told him. I took the car out on Saturday, but it was foggy, so I turned around and came back home again. And Betty Davis once said, familiarity breeds contempt. Once they think you're a friend, they don't respect you anymore. A.k.a. staff. I know. That's what I don't get friendly with them. I don't get, especially the Scottish one. You know, he's always doing it. Oh, you know. I mean, yesterday, he said, I mean, it's funny, actually, because I don't know why he's asking me how my weekend was and what I did, because he sent me a text the other day saying, how's your weekend going? I mean, you know, what does that mean? Was that sort of done under the influence of alcohol? Because I was quite surprised, actually. I thought he would have known. And so, I mean, the message was, first of all, it started on Friday. I was a bit bored by that time. Just doing the ICWs now. You know, and, I'm sorry, that's your job. If you'd said you were cleaning out the parakeet's cage, I could have understood it. I'd have questioned it. Nothing tomorrow, is there? I said, this day. He went, afternoon. As I say, completely off kilter on this one. No, there's not. Working on something for Tuesday or Wednesday. Good weekend, ? So I wrote back, very nice, my brother's just fallen down the stairs, and the person managed to take us off air this morning and yesterday morning. Good news, we get paid. Nothing to that. Nothing at all. Until he arrived in this morning, he went, that's what you do at the weekend. Small wonder I'm on medication. God, blimey. Well, the Oscars is just winding up. They're all rushing for the toilet. There'll be a queue a mile long where they're... Oh, I'm standing behind Meryl Streep. Oh, it's so exciting. Oh, look, there's Richard E. Grant. I'll stand next to him. And so we will cross to Los Angeles very shortly just to run through exactly how we've done and how everybody else... Because it runs for hours. About 4 hours, I think. Anyway, nice to be company. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. Somebody said to me the other day, you know, people are jealous of you, Steve. Why would somebody be jealous of me? Why would somebody be jealous? What, permanently happy? Permanently happy? What else can I say about it? I can't think of anything else. I was asked that by Matt Stadlen this week. The opening question, in fact, I took a bet with the producer. He was talking about happiness because a woman of 129 died, and she said she'd never had a happy day in her entire life. And so I said to Nick, I bet you anything, the question is, are you happy? And of course the answer is, of course. Why would I not be happy? I can't think of any logical reason under God's earth. And so he came and he said, actually, Steve, I thought, here we go. And he asked me the question. He said, are you happy? I said, well, yes. I've never known sort of unhappy. I can't think of anything that would make me unhappy. You know, I do a job, I work 6 days a week, and that's somebody always said to me, the more days you work, the more your life is occupied. So that's good as far as I'm concerned. And so I said, no, I'm very happy indeed. I said, I've never not been happy, because I think he has days where he's not very happy, whereas I don't. I do a job that I absolutely love doing, and I get paid for it. What could be better? Mind you, talking of getting paid for it, Ian Beale over in EastEnders, eagle-eyed viewers, because eagle-eyed they are, had noticed that on his pay slip it had £10,000 for the month as an income. And they were all going, wow, he's earning that much money. And I thought, what, 120,000 a year, 110,000 a year? I said, you think that's a lot for a man with that many businesses? I'm surprised he's keeping his head above water. And then it turned out that he had £77,000 in savings. They were going, where's he got that from? I thought, well, he's obviously saving it, isn't he? He doesn't spend it on clothes or anything else. It was all very peculiar, actually. I thought, you've got that many... I would expect the fish and chip shop to provide 10 grand a month alone. Otherwise, he's not really trying. I have so much respect for the royal family, but Meghan, she's odd. How on earth is she going to raise child genderless? What's Harry doing about it? I don't know. I mean, they spend their time holding hands like they're sort of lovesick teenagers. I mean, not members of the royal family, but the whole thing's supposed to be a bit classy, isn't it? And Jill says, does she realise that this is the royal family, not some crazy A-list Hollywood? Well, she was never A-list. Have you seen her acting in Suits? Average, to say the least. I've heard it's normal to let kids decide their gender when they're old enough. This is the royal family. Do you think the Queen understands this? And somebody said, oh, they're actually going to raise the child as genderless. Sorry? Genderless. What was that? She'll have to explain to her what it is. It's a pile of old rubbish. It's ridiculous. It's either a boy or it's a girl. I mean, you know, are they saying if it's a boy, he can wear dresses if he wants to. Because that's the kind of the way it's going at the moment. I think you have to wait till they grow up a little bit. Mind you, we all started off with those little christening gowns and all the other bits and pieces, the paraphernalia that goes along with it. I love the takeaway driver 4 times over the limit. He was so drunk that he said to the policeman, could you deliver the last order? It might get cold. Obviously the police said, I don't think so. Steve, good job you exposed him. That'll teach him to stop asking about your weekend. Well, let's see, why do people want to know what you do for the weekend? It's just unnecessary. Unnecessary. We don't want people to know what you do for the weekend. I might have sort of been out and sort of, I don't know, invested £1 million in sort of a trek to Kilimanjaro, or sort of bought a Chinese junk and sailing it into Twickenham on the Thames. I can't think of it. You feel as though you have to sort of explain your life to people, you know, because I'm in show business. People want to know everything, you know. So, did you go out with show business people this week? No, I had a weekend doing nothing. It was lovely. I said, well, apart from my brother falling downstairs. I think he's doing it to get out of painting his girlfriend's house. Soon-to-be wife. She said he'll do anything. She said, the worst thing is, he actually gets a trip to the hospital in an ambulance. She had to take the car and has to pay for the parking. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Really. But never mind. What else we got? Oh, yes, so Kim Marsh has quit Coronation Street. Is it? I mean, does she need the money? Is that what it comes down to? So now there'll be an interview in the paper this week. Kim Marsh talks about why she's left Coronation Street. Apparently, the only thing is that she wants to try other things. What? I've got no unemployment, I should imagine. But bosses begged her to stay. No, they wouldn't. They're not remotely bothered. You want to leave Coronation. Nobody's bigger than the programme. That's what they'll always tell you. Nobody is bigger than the programme. So she can leave, and she'll go off and do something else. The programme survives. It doesn't make any difference whether she's there. Jerry Horner has claimed Sir Winston Churchill is the original Spice Girl. She hailed the cigar-chomping war leader when asked if current PM Theresa May would have been worth a place in the band. She said, anybody who is standing up, no matter what they're rooting for, you've got to give them credit. Even Winston Churchill got fired. He won a war for us, and he got fired. For me, Winston Churchill is the original Spice Girl. I don't think he would have understood it or seen it like that at all, but there you go. But she's got 2 pairs of canaries. The first named Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump do not mate, while the second, Adele and Ed Sheeran, won't stop reproducing. Canaries. I quite like her. I like those little Chinese robins. They're quite sweet. There's a garden centre down the road from me, and they sell them. I've often thought perhaps I should get one. You know that the Chinese keep them in little tiny cages. They take them out and they hang them in trees so they can talk to each other for the day. I think that's quite cute. I quite fancy that, but, you know, would it be right? Probably not. And Kevin says, I missed the beginning of the show as I just finished watching the Oscars. It was okay. Would have been better with a presenter. Yes, I don't know. Did it work with the presenter? Duncan says there's a docufilm about the whales at SeaWorld and how they're supposedly treated, called Blackfish. It's the trouble is, no matter how big an aquarium you've got, no matter how big the arena is, they're orcas. They're used to swimming the oceans, not something that's, even if it was 1,000 foot by 1,000 foot and 50 foot deep, it wouldn't make any difference. It must still drive them mad. Absolutely drive them mad. And eventually, we saw it, didn't we, years and years ago with zoos, where elephants walk backwards and forwards, cats walk backwards and forwards, and you knew that it was a sign that they were going absolutely mad. A restaurant boss has banned a customer who left a bad review online. Not easy, is it? Anyway, Gary Usher hit back at Andy Reid, who blasted his Sticky Walnut bistro in Chester on TripAdvisor. Mr. Reid wrote, you ruined our wedding anniversary, booked in for set menu at 7, got there at 7, manager has said, we had 2 minutes to decide, poor. In reply, Gary accused Mr. Reid of threatening staff after demanding the cheaper set menu and then ordering a la carte and leaving without paying. He said, you've got a year to find somewhere else for your next anniversary meal, you're banned. Can't walk out without not paying. You can't do that at all. You have to leave your name and address so that they can challenge you. Good Lord above, honestly. But you get a lot of that nowadays. I've heard of people just walking out of restaurants and they walk out, and of course, who's left to pick up the bill? Most of the time, it's the poor waiter or waitress. They have to pick up the bill if people sort of do a runner, and people do. People do runners. So Colleen's back from holiday because she doesn't do anything else. Not like it's a difficult life, is it really? So she took her parents and 4 sons, and that accounted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 15 pieces of luggage. Guests said she looked happy and well after forgiving him for boozing with a barmaid. She hasn't got any choice. I love the way they go, she's forgiven him. She doesn't have any choice. You want to stay with me, Colleen, or you're out on your neck? You know, it doesn't make any difference. It's their life, their business, their marriage. It's got nothing to do with us. Nothing. Kids as young as 4 are going to be taught about relationships. At 4? Well, I don't think... We didn't even have sex education at my school. We didn't have anything like that at all. It was all to do with flowers and stuff and sticky stigmas and everything. We didn't have anything to do with sexual reproduction. I mean, just as well, because we probably knew more than the teacher. Well, we used to pretend we did. So pupils in England would get lessons on the risks posed by sexting, trolling, and on the pressures of social media at 4 years old. Is that a bit young? Sounds a bit young to me. I don't think they're supposed to know about... Is Nick going to talk about that this morning? Good grief. I don't think they know about that, do they? That's what I think Nick will say. He would say, you know, we just don't know about stuff like that. Emma Bunton's going to release a solo album. She's collaborated with Robbie Williams on a cover of the Spice Girls hit Two Becomes One, which will feature on the collection titled My Happy Place. My Happy Place. It's a nice title, actually. I can go for that one. Also, Holly Valance says she struggled with motherhood. Everybody's struggling, have you noticed? You can't go through life now without struggling, or something like that, or sort of people say, you know, oh, I can't cope, I'm not happy, I'm not this, I'm not that. So when Matt said to me, you know, you're happy, of course I'm happy. Why would you not be happy? Sometimes you don't sound as happy. You don't bounce around like Tigger, do you? Ooh, like that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm relatively happy all the time, unless people ask me stupid questions, in which case then I'm not happy all the time. But there again, you know, so you always want to say back, you know, what did you do for the weekend? But I pointed out to him, I couldn't care less. Really couldn't. Oh, what's happened on my machine here? Why is that not doing it? Oh, something on my machine isn't... There's nothing important. It's just I'm normally used to watching a little something whizzing around on the left-hand side, like a little bar when I speak, but it's not doing anything at all today. Oh, it's a bit odd, isn't it? Doesn't matter. It's a little thing on my little one here, and it's a little thing at the left, which has got 0.00. Is it recording something, or obviously not recording something? I don't know what it's doing. No. Do you know what it is? Oh, right, you're just sort of agreeing with me. Yeah, Well, I thought it normally moved up and down, you know, like it was listening to my voice, but I could be wrong. I'm obviously wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? So it isn't doing... It just says 0.00. So I'm not sure if that's... I'm not sure if I've pushed the right button or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change the day. We are on the air, which we weren't yesterday morning when it went off the air. And so you missed some vital words from me. You know, but it doesn't matter. It all came back on again, and we sorted that one out. Stan and Ollie, will that movie go into next year's Academy Awards because it came out too late, says Shane. I don't know how it works. I don't know whether they will consider putting it in. I don't think so. Somebody says, why do American and Australian soap stars go on to success worldwide, yet the British counterparts hit the proverbial brick wall? Re Kim Marsh. Yes, I mean, she's not known at all. I mean, I don't know what she wants to do. She's probably seen other people. But they've always left it young. They've always left all these programmes when they were young. Kim Marsh is sort of getting on a little bit. Perhaps she thinks that there is some other work out there. Somebody said, oh, you can earn loads more money. They never. I mean, she's done 13 years. Goodness sake. You know, it's ridiculous. But never mind. Still to come, what on earth has Harry done to raise the child genderless? I don't know. I really don't understand what it is. It's either a boy or a girl, unless they've got some new idea. As I say, barking mad as far as I'm concerned. After the news, we're off to California to get some reaction to this morning's Oscar ceremony. Did it work without a host? And how did the Brits get on? With the details on the main award and one of our big stars, the LBC News at 4:30 with Andy Ivey.
Olivia Colman has won the Oscar for Best Actress for her role as Queen Anne in The Favourite. Bohemian Rhapsody's Rami Malek was named Best Actor, while Green Book has won the Academy Award for Best Picture. Labour is accusing the Prime Minister of recklessly running down the clock on Brexit. Theresa May has postponed another so-called meaningful vote in the Commons for as long as a fortnight. Adverts for junk food are to be banned from today on Transport for London's network to help tackle childhood obesity. Restaurants will be allowed to promote healthier products. LBC weather, any fog patches will clear through the morning with hazy sunshine for many. Some patchy rain in the far northwest, a high of 15 degrees.
Your time this morning. Always nice to talk to an enthusiast, being executive editor of the entertainment magazine Variety. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Stephen Gaydos, executive editor of Variety. Variety is like the Bible. Variety is the Bible. Incidentally, I have to tell you about the Oscar nominee gift bag this year. This year's haul, the stars can... This is in a gift bag, okay? A week's stay... Down. Other way. Thank you. I can't remember things that quickly. At California's Golden Door Retreat, worth £7,500. A trip to Greece to be put up in Avaton's luxury villas, and an international expedition to Iceland, the Galapagos, the Amazon, or Costa Rica. For a bit of self-care, they'll be offered, wait for this, £23,000 worth of beauty treatments by Dr. Konstantin Vasiljevic. Private therapy sessions with phobia relief specialist Calliope Barlis, and 10 personal training sessions with celebrity trainer Alexis Sarutsky. The ultimate narcissist can get a stained glass portrait of themselves by John Thomas, or they could get another icon to hang on their walls with a gift of an artwork from Rain Williams Fine Art. There's also a weed-heavy trend, many of the items, meaning it'll be high times for guests, from Coda signature chocolates. There's chocolate truffles laced with THC and CBD through to High Five Cannabis Face Moisturiser. Whee! Oscars, who cares whether you won? Exactly. And if there's not enough booze on the tables at the night at the Dolby Theatre, there's some handcrafted French absinthe from a company called Southern Wicked Lemonade, which is, I like the sound of that as well. And what do we give the celebrity who owes everything their hearts desire? Yes, the highly coveted Mr. Poop emoji plunger that's glow in the dark, and an LV silent wearable breast pump. That'll be coming in handy. Other things in your goodie bag: T-shirts, treats from Good Girl Chocolates, farm-to-table meal for two at Flora Farms in Mexico. There's also specialty mouth rinse and toothpaste, chocolates handcrafted, Cocoa Jewels, limited edition Blush and Whimsy colour-changing lipstick. There's also some infused anti-aging treatment. They've got a set of 15 La Celine luxury eyelashes, Love is Stronger Than Hate tote bags, a Malibu weekend getaway, Skin Liquid Gold antioxidant serum, celebrity chef prepared dinner at Nest Seekers International ultra luxury listings, some high protein salted toffee pretzel crisp bars. This thing is about, I mean, there's not even enough suitcases to take this away. Seoul Shropshire candles. I mean, seriously, the list goes on and on and on. They've got some lapis lazuli bracelets from the Taps for Hope Afghan collection. There's a couture bow tie, 3-month subscription card to WSJ magazine, Vida hair growth products. And, I mean, to be honest with you, win the Oscar, I'd give it back and get another goodie bag. There's tons of it. Seriously, it just goes on. There's a visit to the Centarium and custom fragrances, the beauty book for brain cancer by Darren Tiest. They're shoving it in there, aren't they? I mean, it really is. Oh, and there's also a grip-free safety dog leash for those happy evenings in just with you and the old man, which sounds lovely, doesn't it? And that's only just tipping the edge of the rainbow. The rest of it has fallen off the end there. There's just so much of it. It's just amazing. But I think they're worth this year about £70,000 for a goodie bag. £70,000. I mean, they must go out with suitcases, mustn't they? Don't you think that's great? I mean, I always love that. I think that's the funniest thing ever. It always makes me laugh. Every year, you know, whenever we talk about the Oscars and we talk about those goodie bags, I always think to myself, they must go, oh, God, not more gold jewellery. Throw it away, get something else in. I'd have a field day with it. I'd have a field day. Have you ever considered keeping chickens? No, I don't think so, no. James O'Brien did, but then the fox got them. So we don't want to go through that one again. So definitely not. Did Meghan and Harry tell the papers this? I think not, says Angela. Ever heard of fake news? It all sounds so childish. Well, no, I'm just merely repeating it. I mean, I can't help it. I mean, I'm just going with what's been said. She said she wants a boy. She's made that quite clear on numerous occasions. And I always thought the genderless thing came up ages ago. So, might be right. Steve, hope your brother's well. Did I see you in Lidl? I don't think so. Julian says primary school children being taught about gay and trans relationships. The lunatics are taking over the asylum. Never heard of anything so ridiculous. Apparently it's going to start with a book about gay penguins. Well, there are a set of gay penguins, aren't there? There was a pair of gay penguins in a zoo somewhere, I remember. And why shouldn't they be? They seem fairly happy together. Difficult to tell, really, with penguins. We had sex education, Steve. At the age of 9, there was an alternative class for those whose parents didn't want their treasures to learn about the facts of life. Unfortunately, in our case, it only served to stigmatise the poor one boy who missed out on the sex education and felt utterly humiliated. Probably never forgave his parents for that, and I'm pretty sure we updated him with everything we'd learned over the lunch break. You see, I don't remember us having sex education. I'd have been too embarrassed talking about things that go on. I mean, all we did was, it was to do with flowers reproducing. I couldn't walk past a florist without a stirring. Seriously, I mean, it was just really bizarre. In the window, there'd be roses, and I mean, they're calling to me. They're calling to me. No, don't look at them, Stephen. Perverts. Mustn't look at them. You know, gerberas and things like that. Ooh, do you need to wire up my stem to make me more erect? No, absolutely not. Thank you very much indeed. So we didn't do anything about the decent stuff, and we didn't have the internet either. So what was the point of that? There was no point. You learnt it from a book. Although, actually, you learnt it from all your peers, didn't you? People told you about it. Sounded dreadful. Mick the mechanic's leaving Whitstable for London. 1 degree in frost. Pretty nippy out there this morning. Pretty nippy out there. Photosynthesis. I think that's what Megan Barton Hanson gets up to. If you'd seen her by the lift... Did I do it on Friday or did it over the weekend? She was by the lift. Little tiny thing there with really bad makeup. Looked a bit rough. Seriously, looked a bit rough. I mean, I thought you'd have to do it on the internet, dear. I mean, it's the best place to do it for. Because seriously, it's when they sort of tart her up, she has to go out to a premiere. Not for much longer, dear. There'll be another programme out and we'll manage to get rid of people like you. Heads up for drivers this morning, says Kev the Milkman. Baker Street and Gloucester Place are now two-way, not one-way anymore, and a lot of the side street one-way systems have been changed as well. Take care and do not get caught out. Steve the Milkman. A lot of milkmen on this programme. Says, how long before the Oscar goodie bags end up on eBay? Well, there's certain things which would only go for that particular person. So you could probably get rid of the bag, but I don't think you could go with some of the goodies which are designed for a particular person. You don't want to sort of wander off to a spa. They're going to, who are you? I'm Joe Bloggs. Well, where did you get this from? It was on eBay. Well, you're not coming in. It's not for you. They want celebrities to go there and then talk about it, don't they? £23,000 worth of goodies on one place alone. How exciting. I bet they get nobody. There's somebody going, oh, I don't want to go there, £23,000. All sounds a bit bizarre, doesn't it? Gordon in Auckland, New Zealand says, one should rinse teeth after eating satsuma or brush teeth within 30 minutes, otherwise tooth enamel erodes. Also, Winston Churchill said that without a certain amount of familiarity, it's difficult to breed anything. I bought a new toothbrush this weekend. It's not an Oral-B, it's a Sonic toothbrush. Okay, black and gold, really good. 20 quid, charge it up on the internet, and it goes, ooh, it's really frightening. I think it makes your mouth go all funny. But it's got different speeds. Somebody goes like that for 20 quid. For 20 quid, and it's rechargeable. And once you've charged it up for 4 hours, it'll go for about 30 days. What a bargain. 20 quid, best value I had. I bought an easy listening CD as well. Well, it's 4 easy listening CDs, yeah. Yeah, so I can listen to it in the car and be all... Good morning, 25th of February. There's only 3 more days left to go. Only 3 more days left and then we're into March. What does that mean? Only 3 more days left and it's into March, that's it. John says, where can I pick up a gay penguin? And the answer is, there was only the 2 I'd ever heard of. I only ever heard of the 2. That's all I heard. Kevin the Milkman got the same sex education at school that everybody else did, trying to put a condom on a cucumber. I mean, God knows why. He says, I've been feeling very inadequate ever since. Wish Andrew the very best. And Brenda says, it's not really Brenda, it'll be a bloke. Will you be going on the motorway this week? If so, stay at the middle lane, you go too fast. I do 70, Brenda, it's the legal limit. Okay, get your facts right. Nothing worse than nosy old people, are there? Mind you, I heard somebody the other day, I can't remember which day I heard it. It was somebody who started off sobbing to the presenter who's one of the MPs about that poor girl in that refugee camp. Excuse me. Now we know that her father lives in Bangladesh. I mean, surely, if that's her father in Bangladesh, what, is she forbidden from going to see him? Why can't you... She's his daughter. How does that work? I thought, I mean, that's just ridiculous. The Bangladeshi government go, no. But her father lives over there. He's Bangladeshi. Surely she's entitled to exactly the same thing. I don't know how they've worked this one out. Nobody seems to want to. You can understand it, can't you, really? But he also says she should have been excluded from the United Kingdom. Don't think he wants her either, to be honest with you. She's obviously a bit of trouble. But she's got a new pair of trainers, and she's been given a tent in keeping with her status of giving interviews to the press without her face being covered. That's the next thing that they're starting on. Because if you notice, all the women around there, their faces are fully covered. She isn't. She takes her sort of scarf off so she can be seen, which actually is wrong. Very, very wrong. But they've given her a tent. Now she's being threatened with it being burnt down. Because, quite clearly, she's lived... That's why she wants to come home. That's why she wants to come home. No other reason. I lived in London, Steve, in the early 80s, by the Tower. One of our favourite pubs was the Prospect of Whitby. Have you been? Oh, God, I lived in the Prospect of Whitby. It's the oldest pub in London, Mel. It's the oldest pub. You see it better from the river, strangely enough. It's nice. It's nice. I like old pubs. It's still got the noose out the back. Is it the same noose? Can't be the same noose, can it? Because what they used to do, they used to sort of hang people out and then wait till the tide came in and they'd drown. And that was apparently an afternoon's entertainment. Some pork scratchings. Oh, he might drown on this one, you know, as the tide comes in. And the tide comes in fairly quick on the Thames. We were a bit like that, weren't we? There was another one that they used to do, but I don't know if it was... I've just seen it in films. It's like a metal cage, where they put people in a metal cage and then dangle them over water. I don't quite get that one. I don't know. It might. I just remember seeing something like that. It's just I remember years ago where they used to, some of the London's underworld, the criminals, they used to kill people by tying them to a block of salt and then throwing them in the river or the ocean or wherever it happened to be. And then, of course, they would drown, but then the salt would all melt away, so they'd just float to the surface. So there was no indication of how they died, apart from a piece of rope round their feet, I think. So, Oscar fever, it's all gone on, but they definitely need a presenter. They really, really need a presenter. Al Murray, very famous comedian, calling time on the pub landlord, he said he's sad. Many people see comedy as a poor relative of the arts. I quite like comedy, I really do. I mean, I like all the game shows on the television. Sometimes people are not... I mean, they actually put Naga Manchetti on a show the other day. She wasn't even contributing to the programme. It was always like, can we get her on a show? Because every time they put her with somebody who's tall, it looks ridiculous. Couldn't they bolster her up with a couple of cushions or something like that? And then there's going to be Celebrity Apprentice. Did you see Celebrity Apprentice? Have you seen the people who are in Celebrity Apprentice? Put it up on the you'll find it on the screen. Oh, you'll find it on the screen. You'll find it on the computer, because it said, "Oh, these are some of the top names in television." Celebrity Apprentice. Well, I couldn't stop laughing. So, first one is Amanda Holden. That I can understand. Ada Williams. I'm sorry, Robbie Williams' wife. What's the point of that? Kelly Hoppen, she's a designer. Rachel Johnson, she's a columnist. Tamika Empson is an actress. Omid Jalili is a comedian. He's appeared in loads of things. Richard Arnold, well, I fell apart laughing. Excuse me, the entertainment editor for The Breakfast Show. There is nobody else there. Ryland Clark Neal can't get a gig for love nor money. It's really scraping the barrel. Russell Kane, we've really scraped the barrel. Sam Allardyce, well-known football manager. And that's it. But they were sort of saying, and all these people are famous. Sam Allardyce, Richard Arnold, and Ryland Clark, what's his face? I mean, I couldn't believe it. I thought it must be some joke or something. Richard Arnold. I mean, he's just the bloke who goes, and at the Oscars it'll be so and that's it. That's it. He recently competed on Strictly Come Dancing back in 2012. Such was the impact of his television presence that they've dragged him back 7 years later. What an embarrassment, honestly. Steve, the problem with your car is at 70 it feels like 40 because it's so powerful. Oh, it's very powerful. The metal cage is outside the Clink prison in Clink Street, says Darryl. Is it? I don't know what was it there for? Was it just to put people in and then they sort of starved or something? I don't know. I didn't. Or perhaps they just sort of hung people up there and then set fire to them. We were quite vile when it came to things like that. Not so good, was it? But people went along to public executions. They went along to watch the hangings. You know, they booed and cheered and clapped and whooped and drank their drinks. It was a day out. It just culminated, as opposed to a firework display, with a hanging, or a disemboweling, or a burning. I mean, floggings were quite tedious. Nobody did floggings at all, and if they sort of did your execution, then you should be considered grateful, because you got a crowd. One man they tried to execute, I think about 3 or 4 times, and each time it failed, the crowd cheered, and in the end they let him go. I think there's a rule about so many times you can keep doing it, but they weren't particularly bothered about people's well-being in those days. They didn't really care. They just found, incidentally, somewhere, a whole village with a pit of heads, all decapitated by ISIS members. I mean, seriously. Why can't we make them suffer? Why can't we make them suffer? Well, we did. We sent various people over there. Also, the beer bosses offering a free drink to boost the knowledge of the Great British Pint. Did you know there's no such thing? Go on, challenge me on this one. I quite like it, actually. British wine. No such thing as British wine. Do you know why there's no such thing as British wine? I bet you don't know. I only learnt this the other day, actually. I learnt it from QI. We have English wine, but British wine is made from stuff sent over from France. And we add stuff to it. So the only proper stuff is English wine. English wine. British wine is basically some sort of goo that you add to wine, and then they go, oh, British wine. But English wine's really quite nice. Really quite nice. Ian in Somerset says that Greggs share prices have risen by 7% due to vegan sausage rolls. I've never seen one. Never seen one. Never interested me, actually. Have you been to Ian McKellen's pub in Limehouse, Steve? The one Charles Dickens used to drink in. I forget the name. The Grapes, it's called, Mike. It's called the Grapes. There's actually, it's like the coaching inns. There's only a few coaching inns still around, aren't there? But they're mainly that side of London, I think. I like the idea of a coaching inn. You pull in there. Always reminds me of Tom Brown's School Days, where, you know, Tom sort of stopped... I love Tom Brown's School Days. It's such a good film, it really is. All of them. Did you hear the story over the weekend about the granddad who mistook a pot of yoghurt for a pot of paint and ended up drinking the paint? Well, that's just stupidity, isn't it? I mean, surely. I mean, you would know, wouldn't you, when you open a tin of paint, it's paint. It's got paint written on the side. If you're stupid enough to drink it, whether it would do you any harm, I suppose it would do, actually, wouldn't it? Yoghurt. I've run out of water at home. I know it's in the taps, but I don't drink water from taps. I only drink bottled water. Don't look like that. I just drink bottled water because I can. Because it's cheap. It's cheap. I buy bottled water and I only drink bottled water. And I put bottled water in my water machine as well. That's how rich I am. That's all stupid. I can't work out what it is. People say, oh, you can turn on the tap. I go, no, thank you. No, I don't do the turning on the tap. I know you can. The Clink prison. Oh, yes, look, there's that metal cage with a skeleton in it. Is that funny? Is this actually on the site of the Clink prison near London Bridge? Wow. And there's a pub, isn't there, in London somewhere, which has got cells from somewhere else. And you can go down into their cellars and see all these different cells. Oh, God. Sounds so dreadful, doesn't it? We were such a dreadful nation. I don't think we've improved much. Have you ever had a tea from McDonald's? Always hot and you get a sachet of milk. I wonder what our milk person friends think about sachets of milk. Is it actually milk? You see, I use milk here all the time. In fact, milk. You have to hunt it on a Monday morning. But, music. The orchestra has swung. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Monday, 25th of February. Welcome along to another cold start, but it might liven up a little bit later on. We've had Oscar fever. Olivia got it. Richard E. Grant didn't. But it doesn't matter. Listen, he was nominated. There'll be loads more work. And he'll always be loved, actually. I just like the story that he took his daughter. I thought she should be 7 or 8. She's 30. She's 30. 4 new ingredients for the Celebrity Bake Off team, including Mr. Paxman. They want to do it, don't they, now? It sort of becomes the thing to do. And then, hotter than Mexico, they said the other day. So a lot of the papers printed a picture of people sitting on a beach. Could be Brighton, could be Southend. Actually, it didn't look like Southend. It was probably more Brighton or Bournemouth. And everybody's sitting with their clothes on, so it obviously wasn't that warm. It was nice. I had a bit of a clear out yesterday. Started getting stuff ready for the patio, for the planting up. So I'm going to be a bit more adventurous this year. Every year I try and think of something which is sort of good, and then it never quite works out the same, and so I end up doing other things. I keep seeing adverts on the television, on QVC and on Ideal Word, and I think, oh, should I get that? They had sweet peas the other day, And I thought, I quite fancy sweet pea, but I think they attract ants. I know fuchsias attract ants, so I decided not to have fuchsias ever again, and they drop. And that's a bit of a nuisance. But I thought sweet pea in baskets could be quite nice and attractive. And in fact, the good news is for sweet peas, the more you pick them, the more they will grow. So that's a good... Don't just leave them and think, oh, I shan't do anything like that. Also, the jihadi bride does an interview to reveal she regrets giving interviews. So obviously she's become addicted to it. And strangely enough, you know, I was thinking about this the other day for about the umpteenth time. I'm none the wiser on it, the same as everybody else. And her father is pictured in the paper today. He lives in Bangladesh. Who the bloke is over here who's writing to the Prime Minister, I've got no idea. Must be the latest incarnation. But he's talking about, we want her back. Well, it's not your daughter. So it's the bloke in Bangladesh. And he said it's quite right that she's been excluded from the country. I mean, you can't trust her. She's quite clearly a compulsive liar. But we had a lady on the phone the other day who phoned one of our MPs who came in last week sitting in for James O'Brien. And this woman starts off by crying. Oh, God, she's going to talk about some dreadful bereavement. No. She was sobbing about, you know, the way we were treating this poor girl and all the rest of it. I thought, what? A woman who's been over there for 4 years. She tried to make it sound as though, you know, she'd been forced to go over there. She wasn't forced to go anywhere at all. She was devious. But this poor woman failed to grasp the idea of exactly what these people do. She's been over there 4 years. She's lost 2 children, she says. Now she's got the new baby. And she's coming back because she's frightened for her safety. Yeah, like the people who were murdered by the people that you were married to. You know, she bought into it, so I didn't give any sympathy at all for this woman who appeared to give loads of sympathy to this girl over there. But we don't want her back. We really don't want her back. It's as simple as that. And now we've worked out that her father is living in Bangladesh. It is her father. She's obviously related to him because he's her father. Well, then she can go to Bangladesh. Simple as that. Also, you know, she's incurring the wrath of a lot of people at the moment. Read the pub with the cells. Is it the old jail in Biggin Hill? No, it's the Morpeth Arms in Pimlico. Sorry, the old jail in Biggin... No, the Morpeth Arms. In their cellars, they've got jail cells. But then there's a load of stuff underneath sort of London that you've never seen before. Like the little railway that ran from... King's Cross, what was that? Mount Pleasant, the little tiny post road, which went under Buckingham Palace and everything else, and it's all automatic. I went to go on it, and on the day we went, the bloody thing broke down. We trekked all the way up there and waited, and the first one went out, and then the second one, they went, it's broken, so we couldn't go again, so I've not been. Steve, the cages, as seen at the Clink, were called gibbets. They used to leave the criminal in there to starve to death, says Carl. That's awful, isn't it? I mean, we really were. So, isn't it funny? We knew about beheading, but nobody ever thought about strangulation. About, you know, hanging people, which can be, you know, quicker, I thought. Lydia Dim's Celebrity Mastermind episode is being shown again this Friday. Oh, fantastic. Now you'll know what the word terminally stupid is. I mean, seriously, somebody who's been through the education system out the other side. Celebrity Apprentice, Steve, appears to be serving us up with equal measures of the bright, the Botoxed and the balmy. I know, Ryland Clark Neal. What's that? I mean, sorry. Even jumping on the bandwagon of the word celebrity. Russ Kane. Not funny. Not funny. Been hanging around the peripheries of show business for years. Catherine says you'd love Ridgeview Wine UK, and as you're a Prosecco fan, you'd adore the sparkling hashtag English wine, hashtag Ridgeview, hashtag Sussex. Ooh, actually, English wine, you see, it's funny, it's good. You call it English wines because British is mainly made with, I couldn't think of the word before, French concentrate. They send it over, so it's not really. So you need to go for something called English. Very fresh. Very sort of, mind you, I mean, come the revolution, we'll all be drinking it, won't we? There won't be anything else getting in. I'm stockpiling Prosecco. I'm pouring it all into the bath at the moment. I don't want to run out of Prosecco. Especially not the bottles I'm drinking at the moment. It's quite nice. I'm trying to be healthy. Trying to be very, very... Oh, that's hard. Do you know what, I'm dead now. I like to know what's going on. I see people who walk past the door and I say, who is that? There was somebody who walked past the door earlier on and I thought, I've never seen that person. It's like I'm the nosy person having a cup of coffee at the cafe table, looking out there going, who's that? who's that? Sometimes I'll be in this building and I'll just say to them, who's that? And they go, who? I thought, that person. And we look, we go, I don't know. Oh, well, why don't we know? Ron says, unfortunately for us, Bangladesh, they don't want her in their country either because she can't be trusted. Yes. And then somebody says, will you be falling off air again today? No, the person who made us fall off air isn't here today. Probably come back next weekend. And but we didn't know what to do. It happened on a Sunday morning when we were all at our lowest ebb. And then all of a sudden it just went off. We couldn't get back on again, and the emergency tape... Because for some reason, has the emergency changed for Sheila Fogarty? Or it's not just me anymore. I'm quite hurt by that. For years, I've had the monopoly on I'm the emergency tape. Something goes wrong, all of a sudden it's, here's Steve Allen. Because I've got the In Conversation programmes. But, so there's other people as well now. Should be having words about that one. Ben will be trying to eat food liquidised, I should imagine, by the time I'm blooming finished. Anyway, what was the other thing that I was going to talk about today? Oh, yes, this... Why do the newspapers, bother printing stupid stories about people who are so stupid? They'd sort of run after themselves backwards, I should imagine. This is some stupid boy who doesn't seem to do any work, but he's decided that, first of all, he wanted to be a David Beckham lookalike. And so he didn't. He's just too fat. He's too ridiculous. And so he claims he spent £33,000. Looks like 20 quid. That's all he's done. It's ridiculous. His name's Jack Johnson, and he's changed his name to Jack Beckham. He's just a stupid little attention seeker. I don't know why they even bothered with this one. And so over the past few years, he spent a fortune trying to look like Victoria's... Well, he doesn't look at all like him. He just looks like some fat old tart with a load of makeup on. Doesn't look at all like David Beckham. But now, he's decided that he says, I want the world to know who I really am. And that's Victoria. So he sent pictures out of himself. Are you looking at a picture of him? I mean, if you look at a picture of him, even with a wig on, it just looks stupid. Stupid. He said, I will be... This is the arrogance of this nobody. I will be having a sex change on the NHS and taxpayers will be paying. I've been in denial for many years, very confused and didn't know who I really was. You can't just have a sex change. I mean, either you really are as thick as you look, and God knows you look thick, because you can't just go in there and go, I think I'll have a sex change today. It just doesn't work. You have to live as a woman for 2 years. Aren't you? Any of your sort of... It's just ridiculous, isn't it? And, oh, good. Charlie Girling has said she's up for anything. We want to have a little chat. Should we have a little chat after sort of 6? Just Charlie give us the British spin. Are we all right after 6, Charlie? He says, talking to the microphone like she's going to shout back into my ear. Yeah, that's fine. Scottish mum says, can you tell my boy next time he comes home not to bring his washing? I don't think he's got any washing. You haven't got any. Did you take your washing home? You did take your washing home? Don't you have a washing machine? You took your washing home to your mother? Well, this is genuinely your mother writing into us. Yeah. You took washing home to your mother? Shame on you. Shame on you. That's outrageous. What did you take home? You didn't take underwear home. Can't you wash that at home? Your poor mother. As she enters her final years of life, she's now got to start doing your washing and your ironing and everything. I mean, that is outrageous. Even when I was living in London, I went home to see my parents. I would not even think about taking washing home. I'm seriously shocked by the fact that you at your age, and he's over 20, Mrs. Woman, he's over 20, and he brings washing home, socks and pants, and you're expected to... That is awful. Do you have a washing machine at home? And you still take it home. What? Oh, dear, honestly, small wonder they want to move. Small wonder they're desperate to move. That is awful. Don't you think so? The producer must... Elizabeth... Yes, but his mother's in Aberdeen. Your sister does the washing. Your sister does it, and then you still take things home. I mean, do you not think your mother's got enough to do? There'll be people listening at the moment, including your poor mother, going, we're up here in Aberdeen and he brings all his washing home. When are you going up there next to go and collect your washing and ironing of socks and pants? Don't tell me she irons socks. Don't tell me she irons socks, please. I couldn't bear it. That is outrageous, honestly. And the funny thing is, Mrs. Woman, he thinks it's funny. He thinks it's funny. Me, not so. So at least your mother's learnt how to text them. Listen, we need a long chat, actually. We need to go out for maybe lunch or something like that. We need to fill in a few gaps. Do you know what I'm saying? Just a few gaps. Like gap years, I think. My God, well, I tell you. We'll have him yet if, by the time we've all been regressed, we can sort something out. I think that's terrible, taking stuff. You go home to visit... Did you... Actually, just a matter of interest. Did you take her a present home? Did you... Please tell me you took flowers or chocolates or something like that. What did you take home? What did he take home? What did he take home? The washing. Nada. Nothing at all. Nothing. So, in other words, your mother is expected to do... Every time I went home to see my parents, I took flowers for my mother. Always, without fail. Without fail. If I go to see the parents of my godchildren, which I am in a couple of weeks' time, I always take 6 bunches of flowers down there, tulips, so they can just put them in. And you didn't take flowers, you didn't take chocolates, a bottle of wine, a bottle of whiskey. No, instead you present her with a bag of naff washing that needs doing. Small wonder your mother is writing to me, probably at the end of her tether, I should imagine, probably going, yeah... I'm not surprised they love the dog more than they love you. At least the dog doesn't sort of, say, could you do my washing for me? That is so terrible. Really is. What have you told her about me? I can't wait to hear this bit. This'll be interesting. This'll be very interesting, won't it? What have you told her about me? Be very careful. You've said that you're my second favourite. He's lying. He's lying through his teeth, honestly. Honestly, your poor mother is up at this time of the morning. She's probably there down by the stream with the washboard, doing the pants and socks and everything else. Her fingers frozen white, tinged with blue, thinking, if only we'd had 2 daughters. But there you go. You can imagine what we put up with down here. I feed him every day. Every day I feed him, apart from Saturday and Sunday. And it's only because I don't see him Saturday and Sunday, although merely time before he turns up on the blooming doorstep. Anyway, there are 2 cells at the Crown Pub in Chiswick, the site of the old Chiswick police station, says Steve. Oh, right, I didn't know that one. Steve, the pub in Only Fools and Horses, was it a real pub or a studio one? It was a studio one. It was all studio. The Viaduct Tavern in Holborn, opposite the Old Bailey, has cells in the cellar. It's an old gin palace, says Glenn. I love a gin palace. A gin palace. That's fantastic. Dear Mrs. Woman, the next time Scottish boy brings home his washing, have a bonfire. Tough love, dear. Tough love. That's from Holly. Yeah, burn it. Oh, I'm sorry we don't have your pants anymore. We've burnt them. Donny says, my grandma Sandy is stockpiling kitchen rolls and oil in case of a no-deal Brexit. Down in Eastbourne, I'm stocking up on toilet rolls. Always Regina 3-ply for me. I like that one. That's quite nice, actually. 3-ply. I used to use Marks & Spencer's. But as in the case of most of Marks & Spencer's stuff, they've cut corners. I nearly bought some shirts the other day, and the material is so bad, I didn't even bother with it. Too thin. Too thin. It's going to look ridiculous on me. 5:15 and a bit, I'm afraid. Let's have a check on the road and rail. This morning, the LBC travels with Joanne Webb. Buddy, welcome to Monday morning. Steve, does Scottish boy's mum give him breakfast in bed when he goes home? I'm hoping not, Shane. I'm hoping not. Bad enough that the poor woman has to write to me to say, don't bring his washing home. I mean, I'm sure she loves him, as every mother does, but in this particular case, I can't believe he even treks it up there on an aeroplane. He flies, so rich. He flies up there. He doesn't buy her anything. Not even, if you go, when was the last time you went home? A bit of interest. I mean, if it was November, December, January, 3 months, and she gets nothing. Nothing at all. You were down... Oh, right. Did you buy her anything then? Did you give her flowers to take home or something? You took her out for dinner. Oh, riveting. She's a housewife. I think she's quite used to eating food before. She can probably cook better than anybody else can, I should imagine, if she's the sort of woman I suspect she is. Down at the stream and, washing things out, a couple of rocks and that kind of stuff. I love it. I took her out for dinner. Where'd you take her to? Not another McDonald's Happy Meal, surely, so she could get the free toy. Was it? Or was it a discount? Yeah, that was the gift. Did you get a free sort of something? Do you go for those food vouchers that you find, the all-you-can-eat chicken wings? You know, something like, where did you take it? You took her to a Greek restaurant? Yeah, but that's really cheap. That's like, I shouldn't imagine you paid any more than 30 quid for that, did you? Much more. Oh yeah, how much more? 32. 31. Oh, that is awful. And no flowers. God dear, that dining room table must be looking quite empty, mustn't it? And nothing there. She doesn't like flowers. No. Or chocolates then. Chocolates are quite nice. You get some very nice, quality chocolates. And you didn't think to take her those anyway. Or perhaps wasn't room because of the washing, of course. Oh, dear. On Saturday evening after the 6pm news, LBC played 6 minutes of You're In Conversation instead of Clive. You might want to add that to this month's invoice, says Phil. If only. And, Steve, where is that person stockpiling toilet rolls? We make them in Belvedere in Kent. Andrex toilet rolls, says Ian with the twins. Wow. And Russ says, I've just checked out that Beckham's wannabe numpty. I'm crying. He looks absolutely nothing like Beckham. I know. And the worst thing was, they actually put this poor, deluded nobody on television to talk about it. I mean, it's like saying, I look like E.T., why have you not put me on television? The producer looks like somebody who takes washing home to his mother. Perhaps you could have him standing there looking like Paddington Bear at the station with a suitcase saying, washing, ready for cleaning. I can't believe you took something as easy as pants and socks. Surely you could rinse pants and socks out. Good Lord above, honestly. Do you just think your mother hasn't got enough to do up there? This poor woman, honestly, I feel so sorry for her. She's going to be getting a special message from me. Get rid of your son. Right. What have we got? Papers. There's a nice picture of Meghan. Although, actually, this is not a nice picture of Meghan on the front of the Daily Express. It's a very old-looking Meghan. Very old-looking. And, as I say, I'm not keen on them holding hands. This is supposed to be members of the royalty. Have you ever seen the Queen and Prince Philip holding hands walking along? Of course not. Have you ever seen William and Kate? No. What are they doing it for? Because Harry's a bit simple. He's a bit simple. He can deal with people, but they hold hands. Very strange. Hope she's not going to change the royal family. I really hope not. The silencing of Songs of Praise. Big fan of Songs of Praise. Love singing along to it because we all did when we were at school. Geoffrey Wheeler was the show's first presenter. He went on to do a schools quiz, I seem to remember. Harry Seacombe was a presenter, and Sir Cliff Richard also appeared as a guest. Ali Jones leads the current presenters who have been shifted to Sunday lunchtime. It's not the same. It deserves to go at 6 o'clock, Evensong. It's as simple as that. It's, that's the way it goes. I don't hold any particular beliefs that I particularly want to share with people. I just like singing hymns and carols, as well, carols you know about. And but many people have complained that they will miss the programme as they won't be back from church in time. They won't. Those people are in church by, 11 o'clock on the Sunday morning. If this thing's been running lunchtime, you'll miss it. I suppose the answer is you can watch it on catch-up. But it's not the same, is it? It should be on at 6 in the evening. I tell you, this is the thin end of the wedge. This is they will gradually phase it out and they'll get rid of it. Because they could save a small fortune. You can get another naff reality show out the budget for Songs of Praise, because they've got vicars on staff, they've got the presenters on staff, they've got all the outside broadcast stuff. Oh, goodness sake. Really. Another one here. This is a man thought to have tried to storm the cockpit of a flight from Bangladesh to Dubai was killed by security forces. He was in his 20s, appeared to have a gun and had explosives around his body, so they shot him dead. Don't mess around in other countries, do they? They really don't. And little and large, but giant Ned knows who's in charge. This is a big Shire horse. They are big. If ever you've seen them in the City of London, Young's Brewery have got some Shire horses. They're big. Really big and impressive. Look lovely. Really do. It's nice to see things like that. Also, rare colour photos brought to life the key role that air power played in the Second World War. Plus. It was somebody's birthday we were celebrating today, and I can't remember, actually. I can't remember whose birthday. I think we've got a couple of nice, famous people. When depression left author Emma Mitchell suicidal, fresh hope arrived in an unexpected form. And it's a dog. It's a dog. which is lovely. They had one on the television the other day. Obviously, loads of dogs on the television, but this was one that they put up on 8 out of 10 cats, I think, or was it Countdown? Could have been anything like that. I loved the greatest giveaway. The TV dance contest winner, she's 14. She's going to hand over, out of her £50,000 prize, she's going to hand over £25,000 to her dance teacher. Isn't that nice? That's good. Very good. In his time as well, hosting Newsnight, he might have sneered at the prospect, but Jeremy Paxman is about to don his apron and enter the Bake-Off tent. He joins an eclectic lineup, including Russell Brand, Michelle Keegan... Oh, God, honestly, was there not enough work on the thing? Mind you, I suppose they're now going to be talking about, can we get Michelle Keegan's husband any work in this country? That'll be a little bit more difficult. But they've got all sorts of people. Brand says his wife, Laura, has been teaching him to cook. Also Johnny Vegas, love Johnny Vegas, Christian Gurumurthy, Greg Wise, and MP Jess Phillips. Good heavens above, honestly. They all want to do other things, have you noticed? They all don't want to be an MP. They want to, I'll be a celebrity as well. I'll be a celebrity MP. Nadine Dorries writes books. Who reads them? I've got no idea. And Jess was here on Friday because I saw her. Because we were having a little bit of eye contact. Don't make a big deal about it. What are they going to replace Songs of Praise with? Another singing competition? It'll be something cheap, I'll tell you that. Started my morning with you at 0400, the witching hour, up making turkey sage sausage rolls for work. Vegetarian version, spicy 3-bean. And so keeping me company now. That's Chef Liana at Messiah's Kitchen. How lovely. Honestly, people who can make things, I'm very jealous. I can't do anything like that. I have no talent in that department. I wish I had. I bet actually, over in the Scottish boys' household, mother is probably up baking early this morning. Well, it's probably not, as the case may be. Excuse me. I just love the idea. It's a Monday. I don't know why people always say to me, why do you like Monday? I said, well, actually, I don't dislike any day. I love Monday because it's the start of the week and it's been a nice weekend. But some people say, but I was so enjoying the weekend off. And you go, yeah, but then you can finish. I mean, today people will be getting ready now to get themselves down onto the trains and then to arrive in because the children are back at school today. Yeah! Love the kids back at school. That'll be a nightmare, won't it? Parents, of course, breathing a sigh of relief and going, shut up, Steve. Shut up. We need the rest. Geoffrey Wheeler was also the voice used to ask the questions on Jimmy Tarbuck's Winner Takes All. Lovely voice, Geoffrey Wheeler. But he also devised Winner Takes All, presented by Jimmy Tarbuck. Oh, right. That was Winner Takes All. I'm trying to think, actually. That was the one that Tarby... I think they did a whole series in 2 days. You could do 6 shows a day, so there's 12. So that ran for 12 weeks. And James says, although I like Country File on the BBC, I looked at the credits at the end of the show and couldn't believe how many producers and researchers there were. Oh, no! There's a cast of about 60. Seriously, what do they all do? They waste money. Because each little crew of a producer, an assistant producer, an AP, a cameraman, clapperboard, put all the rest of it, that they'll just do one item a week. They've never heard of doing work at the BBC. It's always fiddling it left, right and centre, so they can do as little work as possible. I've never understood it. Oh, my Apple went off AOL went off last night. When you go in and you think, something's different. Wait a minute, the little box there which has green flashing lights on it has now got a red light at the end. So it was very annoying. So I turned it off, then I turned it back on again, and then it came on, and it was fine for a little bit, then it went off again. So I left it overnight, then I turned it off this morning, came back on again, and it's working perfectly now. Do you think they just do a bit of maintenance overnight or something? I don't know how it works. Did you see on the television the other... You probably didn't, so I'll tell you. And they were looking at the cables under the sea. There are cables laid by these chips. If they break, if all of a sudden the tectonic plates move and the cable drops, there's all sorts of problems, which I'll tell you about in a moment. It's news time, 5:30-ish. Dave says, top of the form was what Geoffrey... Was that the one? I thought that was the top... well, I think that was, if I've got it wrong. Ran on the Light programme from 1948 to 1962, and then went on to television, ending in 1986. Dennis in Banbridge says, I used to watch that when I were a lad. Geoffrey, he was just... Do you know Bob Holness? It was that kind of presentation. Bob was very, very slick, very, very slick. But I always remember him telling us that when he got Blockbusters, they said, we're offering so much per day. and he thought, this is good. This is good. Because Bob Holness was the first James Bond on radio in Australia. He played him in the radio version. But anyway, and so he went on. He didn't realise they were doing 5 shows a day. 5 blockbusters. I think I forget how many there were in a series, but it was certainly an awful lot. Steve, thank you for making me laugh so early in the morning. I like the Mrs. Woman reference to Scottish Boy's mum. What had me howling was your suggestion that next time he takes home his washing, Mrs. Woman should have a bonfire. I know. When he goes back there, oh, Mum, have you got my socks and pants? She goes, the smouldering embers out there at the end of the garden are your socks and pants. I go up there and help myself, actually. I'm allergic to caffeine, says Jenna, but I found the perfect slurping drink. Decaf cappuccino sachet, a heaped spoon of good quality decaf coffee, and 2 of instant hot chocolate. Et voila, calorific but gorgeous homemade decaf mocha. See, I don't know anything about mocha or something like, anything like that. Kevin reckons it's Renoir's birthday today. He was born in 1841. So many happy returns of the day to Renoir. He'll be sitting on a cloud listening. People generally are. In an airport lounge in Mauritius, waiting to come home, listening to you. It's been been able to spike at 8 a.m. here, says Cindy in Chingford. All I can say is you look like a shoe. Read the latest... it's an insult read from Skynet. A shoe. What's that mean? What's that mean? I don't even understand what it means, actually. She says, not really, you're gorgeous. Oh, I'm not gorgeous. Definitely not gorgeous. I take that as a dreadful insult. I'm what's commonly known as passable. Or as my mother used to say, stupid yet savable. Other birthdays we celebrate. Whose birthday we celebrate? We're celebrating somebody's birthday today, and I can't remember why. So why is Kim Marsh leaving Coronation Street after 13 years? Bored. Bored. So she's going to look for something else. She originally signed up for a cameo role, and she's been there 13 years. She found fame on Pop Stars. She's had West End roles. A TV Insider explained, Kim has loved her time on Corrie and has lifelong friends on set, but she's ready for a new challenge. She loves the role of Michelle, and she told bosses she hoped they would agree to keep the door open in the future. Of course, that's called hedging your bets. The writers want the character to go out with a bang. Oh, yeah, kill her off. Oh, yeah. I mean, she'd always come back. We could have a shower scene, couldn't we, or something like that. They've done that before. We shall have a look at the Oscars just after the news at 6 with our showbiz editor, Charlie Girling, this morning. Plus, the trapped Prime Minister can still blow foes out of the water. We get ever nearer, don't we? We get ever nearer. And... they're still talking about Michael Jackson and allegation. Well, you can't even call them allegations now. He's dead, so he can't fight back or anything like that. Corbyn and Deputy at war. We thought so. Mr. Watson didn't turn up to something that Jeremy Corbyn did the other day. So obviously they're falling out big time. James says, I love your Scottish accent. Do it more. And from Jill, who says, for family tree reasons, I visited Borough High Street in the oldest galleried pub, the George. And I'm fascinated by the story of John Harvard of university fame, whose mother had a pub in the High Street, an area steeped in history, not least because of the Marshalsea prison. I know you know all about that. Yes, there's still a wall left from the Marshalsea prison. Gosh, all those years with Diane Burstein. I don't forget it. It's Stuart Woody Wood's birthday today. 62, says Julietta. He was in the Bay City Rollers. And 62, honestly, doesn't seem possible, does it? Does not seem possible. No, I can't do that one. The Pope's vow to sort out the child's sex. He says it's the worst thing. This is nothing new. This has been going on for ages and ages, but he's made them all say that they will go back and do something about it. Let's hope. We can only wait and see. He can only ask them. If they choose not to do something, well, then it's up to him. And as Barbie celebrates her 60th birthday, they managed to find 5 women who are her biggest fans. And unfortunately, Barbie is like this thin, and a couple of these people are like that thin. So it doesn't quite work. As a child, I couldn't relate to her. Now I do, says Brigitte, who's 40, who looks nothing like Barbie. Olga could look a bit like Barbie. Lauren could look a bit like Barbie. Lou doesn't look like Barbie. And Anna Smith from Stratford doesn't look like Barbie either. So the nearest one to Barbie is Olga. That's right. You'll probably think the same. It's just unfortunate that Bridget, who's 40, is on the plus size. And it just doesn't... It's not Barbie. I mean, they might be her biggest fans, but you can't say they look like Barbie, can you, really? Also, the rumours about Wes Nelson and his skate partner Vanessa hotted up last night as they appeared to kiss mid-routine. They're dancing. They're just dancing. It's not, it doesn't mean anything. It's like when actors and actresses kiss each other in movies. They're doing kissy-kissy. It doesn't mean they're having affair, does it? Edward says, I often get my mum to make my coffee when I visit. Well, I can understand that. Not your washing. I've never in my life, this is because we discovered that the assistant producer, I call him the assistant producer, when he went up to visit Mater and Pater in Scotland the other day, took his socks and pants up there. Can you imagine? Mother goes, hello, darling, and no chocolates again. And you expect, this is my socks and pants, Mum, if you can sort of just do that. And you think, just so unnecessary. I think what he should do is sort of say, I tell you what, for a year, I'm going to get somebody in to do all the washing and ironing. Because that's the reason, isn't it? It's a reason that it's too much, really. Kevin says, the reason why Kim Marsh is leaving Corrie is because her character slept with most of the fellas on the street, and there's only Ken and Roy left. So she said, I'm leaving. I do watch it, actually, but only on occasions. I couldn't tell you. I just know she runs the pub. That's all I know. Today, says Linda, is George Harrison's birthday. Would have been 76. Wow. Good Lord. Steve, brilliant chat with Philip Glenister, but you didn't mention the mini drama he did about the IRA bombing in Manchester. No, because it was Robert Glenister. That's why, dear. That makes it a bit more complicated for you, Mike, doesn't it, really? Dear God in heaven, honestly, I tell you, sometimes you begin to wonder whether or not medication is working in this world. Simon Conway has the best newsreader voice in the business, says Dan. Do you agree? Well, you can't ask presenters to start agreeing on who's got the best voice. Goodness sake. But, yes, I see him every day. Well, I see the back of him most days, actually, as he's coming out or going into a booth. You mentioned Diane Burstein. What a knowledgeable lady, says John the Cabbie. She's a Blue Badge Guide. I remember her Secret London slot on your lunchtime show many moons ago. Yes, she was very, very good. And I learnt more, and everybody else learnt more about her, because she had an interest. And I tell you what else she liked. She liked film sites. So wherever there was a film made in London, she would go and visit the site, and so she could talk about it. But she was very famous for doing, still is around, Jack the Ripper walks and stuff like that. She does Jewish London. She does loads of things. She's very, very good. Steve, it seems to me you like going to restaurants a lot. No more than anybody else, I don't think. And next time in Kingston, go to the restaurant inside John Lewis. I can recommend it. I've been there, actually, quite a few times, as you can well imagine, because the view is of the river. And tell your assistant producer he can bring his washing to my place, says Connie. Slightly strange on that one. He's not wild about the idea of bringing his socks and pants. But, no. I mean, the rest of it, there is somebody in the office who doesn't iron anything at all. Seriously, I've never seen anybody with such creased clothing. It's almost like deliberately sort of not... And I saw him the other day, actually. And I remember thinking, why is that not ironed? I don't know why. You know who it is? You know who it is. Is it? Yeah. I mean, seriously, I've never seen such creased clothes. I'm serious. I didn't think creased clothes like that. It's almost like they've come out the washing machine and then he's creased them or rolled them into a ball and throw them in the corner. I just want to say something or buy him an iron or something like that, because I'm not sure he's got an iron. I'm so nosy. I don't care. Seriously, I don't care. What does it matter? Goodness sake. Got a grumpy Moggy. It's your fault. You affect the way that cats are. So if your cat is having one of those mare of a days, it's your fault. It's your fault. Also, what was the other... Oh, I must find the Steve Irwin story about him being called cruel. I thought he would have loved it. His son, who looks about 15, 16, appears on American television programmes with animals and things like that. But it would have been Steve's birthday, his 57th birthday, and PETA has sparked a huge backlash. The animal rights group condemned the decision by Google to create a doodle celebrating the life of the Australian, known for the Crocodile Hunter series. PETA said Irwin spent his career harassing animals that should be left alone in their natural habitats. And he was killed while harassing a ray. He dangled his baby whilst feeding a crocodile and wrestled wild animals who were minding their own business. So, obviously not Not fans at all. They say his actions were not on target with his supposed message of protecting wildlife. It's harassment to drag exotic animals, including babies, taken from their mothers, around from TV talk shows to conferences and force them to perform, as Steve Irwin did. Animals deserve to live as they want to, not as humans demand. The Google dandy doodle should represent that. So PETA have said they stand by their words despite criticism from across the world. Many branded the organisation insensitive and disrespectful. The American author Maureen Johnson responded, Steve Irwin and his family reclaim land for animals and run a massive wildlife rescue. His life mission was to save animals and educate people. I'm one of the many vegetarians who rip their hair out when PETA weighs in. Shame on you. Yes. People for the ethical treatment of animals. It's funny that they've only said it now, isn't it, really? They haven't said anything before about him and his conservation at the Australia Zoo, which the family have kept on. Bindi, his wife. I used to love that programme. I think it was good. They brought him over here to do an awards ceremony some years ago, and he came up with the same clothes. Jill says, does your assistant producer not know what a laundrette is? No, he's got a washing machine. He's got a washing machine. He just doesn't know how to push the on button, which is a little bit of an embarrassment. Howard says his mum should charge him for washing his clothes. Yeah, I think so as well. I think he should literally sort of buy her a very, very nice present. I'm not surprised he's getting angry. Imagine his mother's quite angry as well. You know, here is my son who can't even wash, vest and pants. It's not difficult to do, is it? You're not going to be much use when you finally get into a relationship with somebody. Whatever. Right, what have we got? We got 5:45. Lucky enough, yes, I am, says Mike. He's on a beach in Goa for 8 weeks. 5.5 hours ahead of the UK. Best part of my day as I laze around. I've never been to Goa. I don't know anything about Goa at all, but if you can happily lounge about on the beach at this time, then it's fantastic. In Southwark, says David, is a museum to the Clink on the same site as London's most notorious medieval prison that dates from 1151 and was burnt down by rioters in 1780 and never rebuilt. Aha. And Steve, I'm glad that Rami Malek won the Oscar. Did you see the film? What did you think? Says Nicola. I didn't see it. We'll have a chat just after the news at 6 to Charlie Girling, who's been up since God created heaven and earth, and she'll bring us up to date. I was reading about the goodie bags. And they're worth about $70,000 this year. Absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? How many they give away? I've got no idea. It seems they shove anything in there. Sorry, I make the chocolate bar. I'll shove some of those in there as well. Helen McCrory, who stars Peaky Blinders, says she didn't expect to be paid the same as Richard Gere for appearing alongside him in a new BBC drama. You know what they showed the other day? Wolf something on the toe. It's one of these period drama things. It was quite good, but the language was a bit fruity. In fact, that's an understatement. The language was very, very fruity. Also, a lot of jackets being shown because it was Fashion Week as well. And Jackson's music tainted by his abuse. So they say. Michael Jackson's estate is suing HBO over a filmmaker's claims. Yes, I mean, basically, they think you can say anything about somebody, but you can't. And also the thwack of leather on willow, the splash of warm beer and a thirsty spectator's throat, the dapple of the old oak on the boundary, all could be coming to an end after village cricket teams said they were increasingly unable to find a field. A lack of recruits as well means that dozens of traditional village clubs are at risk of closing, with figures showing that the sight of white-flannelled players on a tree-lined pitch was vanishing from the sporting landscape. I love things like that. Don't you love that when you go past a village green and they're all out there playing? They do it on Twickenham Green as well. I love that, actually. I think that's fantastic. I love it. I don't want to sit there and watch it because I'm not really that interested. But I don't mind, actually sort of driving past and go, oh, that's nice. I think it's something, it's like Morris dancing. It's very traditional. Very traditional. Steve, I remember when Steve Irwin died, my son, who was 15 at the time, sobbed his heart out, says Mark. He was, yes, I mean, I didn't realise that those spikes at the back were actually quite lethal. In fact, that's an understatement. An understatement. I used to work with a man whose trousers were creased every day. He said they were stay-pressed and didn't believe that you needed an iron. Or you do get trousers, and you can get shirts as well that don't need ironing. This particular person doesn't have those ones. And so you would wash it and iron it, and it's supposed to look like that. Andy in Thatcham says, I went to McDonald's the other day with the kids and was charged 5p for a paper bag. Really? I've never heard of being charged. They don't charge for paper bags. I've never been charged for a paper bag. I would get charged if I go to M&S or something like that. I get charged for that, either 10p or 15p. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Never been charged from McDonald's. And I have a bag if I go to, I was going to say every day, but I don't go to McDonald's every day. And then they put sort of one of those panini thing type it's in there. Just a bit of pita bread with some gooey cheese, which isn't very nice, and a couple of bits of naff bacon. I had actually the other day, I did go to a garden centre and I was in there buying a few little bits and pieces, mainly garden liners to put in so I can plant stuff out. And I thought I'll have a breakfast while I was here, and they said, you can have, 4, 6 or 9 items. So I thought I'd go for 9. Well, there's no chance you can ever eat 9 items. Absolutely ridiculous. I couldn't manage it at all. Does the AP use handkerchiefs? No. I do. I use handkerchiefs, and I use them, and I take them out of the packet, and they're already ironed and everything else, and I normally, although I've forgotten today, normally bring a handkerchief in per day, and then throw them away. Because they're so cheap, you can get like 36 hankies for like £5 or something. Just go to Amazon. But I was very pleased. But I bought this new toothbrush without realising that it wasn't a revolving toothbrush. It was a zzz sonic, and they're very odd. Very odd, but I was quite pleased with it, actually. Julietta said also would have been my dad's 92nd birthday today. Well, there you go. Wherever he is, he's probably on a cloud somewhere. I think you can always wish people a happy birthday. Why not? For goodness sake, 92. There's an innings and a half. Daily Star this morning, done up like Kepa. Chelsea's goalie refuses to be subbed in cup final. This is somebody called Kepa. Aretha Balaga. Aretha Balaga. Yeah. Sorry? Kepa. Refused to be substituted in a bizarre turn of events as the Blues crashed to a penalty shootout defeat to Man City in the Carabao Cup. That was close. It was close. Some energy drink. Is it? Oh, right. Anyway. And what was the other one here? Harry Kane says his fiancée brings him back down to earth by getting him to make her a cuppa. That's their idea of being down to earth, being made to make a cuppa. And Jack P. Shepherd from Coronation Street has revealed he suffers such severe migraines they make him go blind. That must be... I don't get headaches or migraines or anything like that at all. I'm very lucky, I realise. And here he is, the jihadi bride's father. This is Ahmed Ali. This is Shamima Begum's father, has backed the government's decision to keep her out of Britain. He lives over there. I mean, how often she's seen him, I've got no idea. He says she was normal when I left. Saw no sign of her being radicalised. Well, we never believed that she was radicalised in the first place. We always assumed she was just sort of one of those ignorant people who thought she would sort of go off. But then when you see the SAS troops who found the severed heads of 50 sex slaves murdered by Islamic State fighters, and this was near Bakus, jihadis had beheaded dozens of women and dumped the heads in bins. Girls as young as 10 have been raped by up to 100 fighters. They're murdering paedophiles. They should have been blown up years ago. And that, the one that we're stuck with, wants to come back. The other one, Jihadi Jack, wants to come back as well. The reason, he misses pasties and his mother. Well, we're definitely not having you back. And Doctor Who, yes. Well, we don't want you back either, thank you very much. In fact, we don't actually want anybody back, we've decided. We're far too busy, we're closed. The shutters have gone up, we don't want to talk to anybody. Animal rights extremists have caused fury. This is the story, it's now running in all the paper. Fury at cruel jibe. So they're not, they've accused him of harassing the stingray that killed him. I mean, the trouble is, I've been to Monterey Bay and they've got stingrays there. And you can touch them. I'm always very wary of the end bit, though. Very wary. And EastEnders Danny Dyer, he's been treading the boards, the cast of The Dumb Waiter. I don't think he does very much apart from sit in bed. And he went off to the Wolsey restaurant in London's Mayfair. Is it in the Mayfair, the Wolsey? Oh, next to the Ritz, isn't it? It's not Mayfair. Anyway, if they let Danny Dyer in, got to be okay. Who's going to argue with him? Nobody's going to argue with him, are they, at all? Also here, Oscars Eve was ever so special for supermodel Emily Ratajkowski. The night before the big event, Emily was in high spirits as she celebrated her first wedding anniversary with Sebastian Bear McLeod. She flaunted a huge diamond ring as they stepped out for a glamorous date night at the Pink Party 3. Wise M opted for comfort in what looked like pyjamas. It's funny, actually, she's Emily Ratajkowski. She's an underwear model. You know, she's one of those people. I think can't remember if she's Victoria's Secret or not. But anyway, she just models underwear. It's very good. Sue says, you're getting very good at those impressions. Well, one tries. Steve, I bet you don't know how old Jesus would have been today. No, never crossed my mind, actually. I don't sort of worry about that too much. I just think ageless. I agree with the veggie author. PETA is balmy. They've been spouting their tosh for ages, and I've been wincing. I've been vegan 48 years, says Jan in North London. And Winnie says, my mum's 93 and it's not her birthday today. But at some point she will be having a birthday. And Tim says, when the new bag charge came out, a McDonald's in Wales tried charging for a bag, so I asked for a tray instead and carried that to my truck. Oh, in Wales, when you go to McDonald's, says Johnny, they ask if you want a bag or not. It's 5p. If you have a bag, it's odd when you don't have a bag, and they hand it all to you separately. They always put it in a bag. I've never had it not in a bag. It's odd, isn't it? Perhaps it's different rules for different folks, ladies and gentlemen. Don't make me say it. It's, so she's easing herself into it. Because all of a sudden, there's like last week, there were loads of people, weren't there? Every time I'd open the door, and then when we had Kelsey Grammer in, the crowds outside, he had a really good crowd out there with photographers and everything else. And he was a good lad. He was a nice boy.
Yes.
He was very good. And this week, we've got Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott, coming in.
Oh, wonderful.
We're going to talk to him because she was in the papers over the weekend talking about she'd like to find a cure for dementia and things like that. I mean, it's not likely to happen, because, she's sort of quite ill. But on how he's coping with it. Because everybody says who's been round there, all of the EastEnders crew, and they're raising money for charity as well by doing you do running.
I do.
If ever I go to a screening with Charlie Girling, she sets off at a pace like there is no tomorrow. Seriously, I have to go, slow down, I can't go that fast, and she's striding away into the distance.
Does you good, Steve?
It doesn't do me any good at all. I've got something the matter with my feet at the moment. I can't find a comfy pair of shoes.
Oh, Lord.
What are your shoes like this morning? Oh, boots. You've got little feet. Thank you, anyway. You can go now. You can go. Thank you.
Pleasure to see you as well.
Love you. And you as well. I'll see you later in the week. See you later. Bless your heart. There's Charlie Girling, LBC Showbiz editor. And, Steve, I've been to the Wolsey. It's definitely not in Mayfair, says Chris. No, I mean, I didn't think it was in Mayfair. It's next to the Ritz. I have to be honest. I've been there quite a few times, actually. My boss took me there for breakfast one time. Janice says, my husband Gary loved your Joe Swash impression. Couldn't stop laughing. Thank you. Mayfair comes from the annual May Fair held in Shepherd's Market in the 18th century. And I always thought refers to the area bounded by Park Lane, Oxford Street, Regent Street, Piccadilly. So the Wolsey on Piccadilly is on the edge, if not technically in Mayfair. Not being OCD or anything, says Chris and Chelsea. And the daffodils are up, says Dallas. I'm driving past the Mile End. Mine are up at home. Mine are up like you can't imagine. Can't imagine. Brian says, you said years ago you only wear your socks once. Could you not give them to no, I don't rinse out. So no, socks go and pants. And pants as well. That's just the way it goes, actually, I'm afraid. Some people are different. And one here that says, I must protest about animals not talking. I watch programmes like Johnny Morris. I can confirm they all speak to the legendary Johnny. Brought back so many memories. Yes, he was a very clever man. I sold him a Chinese rug once. That's my only claim. 6:minutes. Why don't you use your star power and get Danny Dyer to an interview? We've done it. Where have you been? Goodness sake, Danny Dyer, we've already done. He does the pathos of an East London working class boy who he finds it very difficult not to swear. Seriously, no, we've already done Danny Dyer. Goodness sake, honestly. I also visited the utterly amazing aquarium in Monterey Bay, says Holly. We were allowed to touch the bat rays that were swimming gracefully around the low-wall tank. Yep. I remember asking for a compact rental car to be delivered to the hotel before going off touring. Turned out to be a red Mustang, the only way to travel around the fabulous West Coast. Yeah, we did Route 66. And we stopped off, because I think Clint Eastwood was the mayor of Monterey Bay. I'm pretty certain anyway, but you're right. Well, we went there, and then we went over the road from the aquarium and had hot chocolate. I've got this thing about hot chocolate. I only have it about once every 3 months, but when I have it, I enjoy it. But I don't have it with little marshmallows. You can get little marshmallows which you drop in the top. Steve, get yourself a pair of Skechers men's shoes, says Cindy from Chingford in Mauritius Airport. I've got Skechers. I was the first one round here to be wearing them. I've got quite a few pairs at home, actually. Quite a few pairs, which is very nice. And John in Nottingham says, it's my day off and I'm still up to listen to the show. And don't think I don't appreciate it. Don't think I don't appreciate it. That's why we've got the figures we've got. Thank you very much indeed. On the travel news, it just said a railway line into Aberdeen is closed. Is that the fallout from Scottish Boys' smouldering pants? I mean, seriously. What has your mother started? You know, fame, adoration, probably your own fan club. You know, the next meeting of which will be in the phone box at Aberdeen Station. And if both of them can turn up, it'll be the miracle of all miracles. Doctors and GP must be different areas, Steve. I didn't think they did house calls anymore. Well, do you know, to be honest with you, Christine, I didn't think they did, but I just went along with it. I mean, can you get a doctor out to come and see you? If you, I mean, I know it seems a bit pre-war, doesn't it? I don't know whether or not they do make an effort to come out and see you. I would like to think that they did. Oh, before I forget, because I kept doing it, and we're almost running out of time on this one, which, as you know, we have a charity here at Global called Make Some Noise, and it does a lot of very, very good work with young people. Some of the stories that we've had over the years have been quite heartbreaking. The idea is that we can make some noise to help change young lives. And so they came up with this one a few weeks ago. And they said, how do you fancy offering a cruise across the Atlantic with Cunard for 2 people on the Queen Mary 2? So you'll be going either from New York to Southampton or from Southampton to New York with a flyback. Either way, there'll be a flight involved. And so if you fancy doing it, I'll give you a deluxe balcony stateroom. You will treat yourself to something that it's really quite iconic. You probably wouldn't ever pay for it. But this way, you get to go into the draw just for making a small donation, which I'll tell you about in a second. So you get 7 unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery. It really is. It's the only way to travel, as they say. This prize includes all meals, entertainment and flights, either to or from New York, depending on which way you prefer to sail across the ocean. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity, Make Some Noise, which is helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March, so it's only 4 days. Standard network rate supply. I can't read this morning at all, I tell you. I used to be so good at this. Rate supply, standard, and you need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So if your chance to win this transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2 for 2 people, including meals, entertainment, flights, everything. I mean, you could just sit on deck every day. Wonderful. You text CRUISE, CRUISE, capital letters, and send it to 84850. 84850. My Janice is back from Flake. She's corrected me. Clint was the mayor of Carmel, not too far from Monterey. Yes, that was it. Thank you. I did actually remember that. I'd just forgotten. You know, and I tell you for why, because I was with a friend of mine, and we had an argument on the trip. If you remember, I so wanted to go to a very famous tourist attraction, and we weren't talking, so we sailed straight past it. I was so cross. Couldn't have been crosser, actually. Deborah in Cheshire says, it's my day off, and I can't resist you. Lovely. And Jake says, on my way to a job interview for a very senior position. Your show is calming my nerves. Any interview tips? Keep calm. Just relax. Just remember, they don't hate you. They don't hate you. You're just selling yourself to somebody. You know, so we always start off with clean shoes. Hello, how do you do? I'm Jake. Hello, I'm Steve. Hello, I'm Andy, whoever it happens to be. Because my brother actually has just fallen down the stairs at his girlfriend's house. Not obviously just now, but he did it the other day. So he actually gets a free trip to hospital in the ambulance. She has to drive and pay to park. But he says the ambulance paramedics were brilliant, but I can't move much without horrendous sharp pain. So I'm in Stubbington, what that is, at Marion's house for the next few days until it starts to get better. Prognosis is I'll be laid up for a couple of weeks. What fun! Yes. Do you know, it's funny, I nearly popped down the other day. I was going to drop something off for Marion, which I shall do, because Marion and her daughter went off to see Swan Lake, and they loved it. They loved it. It always gets, huge round of applause. It's stunning. So Marion's got to put up with this. So don't throw yourself down her stairs ever again, okay? If you want to get out of the decorating, just say, I don't want to do the decorating. Sheikh Asif says, enjoying your programme. I always listen to you and I like it. Thank you. Thank you, LBC. I agree with you. Thank you. I always say thank you, LBC, and on a regular basis. Jane says, red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Red sky in the morning, Scottish boy's pants on fire. He's never going to live this down, isn't he, with his pants, poor soul. So it's red sky. I can't do it now. You see, if you say do it in an accent, I can't do it. I can't really do a Scottish accent. I'm not very good, I do many accents. I'm the man of 1,000 voices, unfortunately. As Widdy. No, I can't do it as Widdy either, because she only ever says, no, I won't. Done in a sort of fairly butch, nasally kind of way. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Red sky in the morning, Scottish boy's pants on fire. Can't imagine, actually. Actually, every time I look at Anne Widdecombe, all I keep thinking about is when that poor bloke turned up and said, can I have a look round your bedroom? No, you can't. Louis Theroux went there to look in the bed. He said, well, why not? You can't. She wasn't having anything to do with it. I thought it was hilarious. Stacey says, I work in a doctor's surgery and GPs will always visit the elderly if unwell or in pain. There you go. I'll tell my brother, he'll be thrilled. Or anybody else. A doctor comes out to my husband. You have to be registered as housebound, says Alice at the surgery. Ah, right. I knew there'd be a trick. So, cruise, C-R-U-I-S-E, and send it to 84850. 7 nights cruising across all that food. Oh, dear, all that food. You can actually, I don't know if you've ever been on a cruise before, but you can, I promise you, eat your way across just about anything. You could come back about 3 stone heavier. I was horrified to hear that Kelsey Grammer's a Trump voter and thinks that Trump is doing a great job. Not on my interview, you didn't. Oh, do you want me to do those again? Oh, right. Okay, so. Text cruise to 84850, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March, standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. I can't get used to the fact that it's dark, isn't it, outside at the moment? And yet, just getting a little bit light. By the time we walk out the front door, it's practically daylight. I might have to start putting on some ombre solaire. If the weather... it might be nice today. I've got no idea. I love the Anne impersonation, says Kim, currently walking the retired racing greyhound Malcolm. You can do it in your Lorraine Kelly voice. Oh, you're gorgeous. You're marvellous. Actually, somebody watched it the other day, and she was like that, which is good. Try the medical equipment shop in Teddington. They do... got good, wide, easy shoes that might do the trick, says Sue. Do you know the problem I've got? I do have a pair of wide shoes, but it's very difficult. My car is automatic. And so in the middle, it's got the big brake pedal, and on the right-hand side, it's got the accelerator. Because my shoes are quite wide, when I've got my foot on the accelerator, sometimes it pushes the brake. I have to remember to sort of angle it's a bit complicated, so I've changed shoes now. It's always something, isn't there? Something to worry about, honestly. Other people worry about different things, but if you get paid monthly, you get paid today, you should just about by now have been paying off your bills which you had over Christmas. Because we all ended up with them, didn't we? You look at the credit card and you go, oh, for goodness sake, I don't remember buying that. And sometimes you look on the list, I always check it, and go, did I buy that? Did I not? I ordered some stuff from America the other day, because I find that quite easy. And I look forward to the parcels arriving. Apparently, 7 to 10 days. 7 to 10 days. Sunjay says, I'm on day off today, but I still had to wake up for the Steve Allen Show. Currently in Brighton, after doing the half marathon yesterday. Well done, you. I'm so jealous. Charlie Girling does, races and stuff. There's quite a few people in this building. I think you'll find that Simon Conway has done a lot of that. So I can't do it. I'm too old for that now, I've discovered. It's great. Also, I look ridiculous when I run. I told you, if ever the bus appears at the bottom of this thing here, and we've got to run... No, sod it, I'll get another bus. Simon, is he semi-retired? It's because he got married. He's probably exhausted, I should imagine. 25 minutes to 7 if you're catching a train or you're catching a bus or you've got to drive into town. I only discovered the other day, and I must be the last person, only because I probably didn't take too much notice of it, that when they bring in this emissions for cars, so you pay... How much is it to drive in for the congestion charge at the moment? How much do you pay for the congestion charge? £11.50. Now there's going to be a £12.50 charge on top of the £11.50. And I thought it would be, they're just increasing it to £12.50. So basically what the mayor is saying is if you've got a car that pumps out things, you've got to pay £12.50 for the privilege of bringing it into town, which of course might actually preclude a lot of people from bringing it into town. So if you're rich, they're saying you can bring your car in, pollute as many people as you want. Now the worst thing is that this unlike the congestion charge, this pollutant charge of £12.50 is going to run 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. So I mean, if you bring the car in, if you collect your pit, it's £12.50. If you're there, you can go to the website and you put your car number in, and it will tell you if you have to pay that charge. Luckily, thank the Lord, I don't. But there must be loads of people out there. I see vans and, I mean, people, you're going to get nicked left, right and centre. Because what they will see is the cameras, which are up there at the moment to stop people coming in who haven't paid, they're going to be getting you for the same thing. They will know whether your car number plate has paid for this charge, this £12.50. And if you haven't, you're going to be, I wouldn't risk it. I think it's far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. I got caught once before, and then I told you somebody had cloned my number plate. Not this one, but one some time ago. And that's when the police turned up at the door and said, do you own this particular car? I thought, absolutely not. But the number plate was mine, because people will actually... no, left... No, that's better. People will actually clone them. Listen, to be honest with you, I've seen more than just the standing up bit. Steve, I bought a new budgie, says Richard. He's very noisy in the mornings. They always are. So I've called him Steve, which is quite nice. Hollywood must love a good impersonator. I'm referring to Rami Malek. Bohemian Rhapsody is one film I'm in no hurry to watch, says David. I always found Queen dreary and way overrated. Did you? Oh, you didn't like them either? Oh, the producer didn't like them either. I thought they were great. Do you not like... Really? We will rock you. You not stand Bohemian Rhapsody? Oh dear. Heathen. Go on, talk about dissent in the ranks. Good. Not you as well. You love Queen. Yeah. How do you not liking them? Because you like Steps, don't you, really? You're a bit of a Steps fan. There was a Steps fan through the other side of the building a short while ago, so I found an old picture of Steps, put it on his desk. He seemed quite happy. He's sort of like, tragedy... The feeling comes and it can't go wrong. He is a bit, really. Chris says, I've been listening to you for a few years. You seem to be on fire at the moment, which is really fun. So I wake up every day at 4 a.m, which I don't need to. That's the trick. That is the trick, Chris. To actually make people get up. And gradually, after about 3 weeks, you'll start waking up automatically at 4. You won't need the alarm clock at all. You will not need to actually... Your body will automatically go 4 o'clock, LBC... Steve Allen. That's how it works. It works very well like that. So if you've got a grumpy cat, I don't know what a grumpy cat is. Is that a cat you go, come on, and it sits there going, I'm not doing it. I'm not right. That's a grumpy cat. They found that felines really are copycats and develop personalities that mirror their owners. Pets that were neurotic, overweight or cheerful had owners who had similar traits, researchers found. While dogs are often said to be like their owners, cats have long been considered to be more independent. Yeah, if they don't want to do it, they don't do it. So they actually did personality tests on 3,300 cats who were thought to be a little bit overweight. And they found all sorts of things. There was, they had a higher chance of being overweight if their owners were a little bit neurotic. And also, cat experts have backed the findings of how parenting can affect a child's personality. I always thought it very difficult. If you've got children and you've got, say, a cat, you have to make sure that the cat's going to be sort of, in the right frame of mind, because they might get jealous. And that would be a nightmare, wouldn't it? The emissions charge isn't only to drive into London. If you live in the area where this applies, you have to pay that amount daily for the privilege of living in London. Well, I don't, you see. So there's no worries there, Marcia. There's no concessions for residents, unlike with the congestion charge. Yeah, no, you'll have to pay it, but of course, my card doesn't emit anything. And Brian says, as your birthday's coming up in early March, will you be retiring from LBC? Oh, dear. I'm hating to break your day, Brian, but not for a long while yet. They'll be carrying me out in a box, I suspect, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I like the spelling of Brian that way. That's the Chav way, isn't it? Brian. So they've got a lovely picture. Summer in February. Southport, somebody riding a horse on a beach. Punters on the River Cam in Cambridge, and very hardy swimmers at Boscombe. Very overweight swimmers at Boscombe. And then they've got loads of people sitting on the South Coast beach, but everybody's got their clothes on. I thought if it was hot, you take your top off if you're... I don't. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. I mean, that would just be offensive to people. They go, you'd have to call the police out. He's got his shirt off. What does his body look like that? Burnt. Burnt? Yeah. Fell on a halogen oven. What? And so there's no way I'm going to be taking my clothes off. And in fact, nobody on this beach has got their clothes off at all. It's an entire beach full of people with their clothes on. Actually, it's on the south coast. It's very stony wherever it is. So it could be Brighton, or it could be Southend or something like that. The King of Cringe, he's back. Aha. I'm revelling in the return of the King of Cringe. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves him. And who would say this? I want to come home and inspire British girls not to make the same mistakes. You're a liar. Okay, simple as that. Yes, it's the teen jihadi bride. 4 years. 4 years. No, thank you very much indeed. She's got a nice new pair of trainers. That's lovely, isn't it? Well done, you. And they've given her a tent. But you're a little bit delusional. We don't want you inspiring any British girls, thank you very much indeed. Most of them have got common sense, the one thing that you were sadly lacking. Why is frozen food healthier? Fruit. Frozen fruit. I've been into Iceland, and so what they did, scientists have examined vitamin C levels. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. And another one. I do beg your pardon. It's not contagious, don't worry. And they did vitamin C levels in raspberries, pineapple, sweet corn, carrots and peas, and found little difference between fresh or frozen. In some cases, frozen varieties actually contained higher levels of the vitamins. Of all the samples, it was frozen raspberries and peas which had the highest levels, while fresh raspberries had the least. I still maintain that you can't beat fresh fruit. I bought some strawberries over the weekend, which came from Spain. The week before they were Egyptian, and then we had Spanish strawberries. They were quite nice. Sweet corn I like, but I only buy tins of sweet corn. Makes me odd, I should imagine. The other story is Jude Law appears to be about to get married for a second time to his girlfriend Philippa, who's 14 years his junior. The British actor who's been dating the British psychologist since 2015 reportedly plans a wedding in France this May with his son Rafferty as best man. We like Jude Law. He's nice. Seriously. They make such a big deal about 14 years. Well, who cares about that? I don't never bother about things like that. It's who you fall in love with, isn't it? Big mention, please, to Angela, who helps maintain the Freddie Mercury Memorial in Feltham. Looking lovely with the flowers, says Jude. I didn't know there was a Freddie Mercury Memorial in Feltham. Or did I? Should I know that? Probably. Veterans diagnosed with mental health problems can wait up to a year for treatment. They're hoping to speed it through. A new open Defence and National Rehabilitation Centre near Loughborough in Nottinghamshire, which has taken on the work of Headley Court, once a world-leading facility treating injured soldiers. Why don't we look after them better? There's one man, he's having to go to a food bank. He's having to go to a food bank, and there's a picture of him sitting there surrounded by tins of food. You think this can't be right? Absolutely can't be right. Birthdays today. Lee Evans celebrates his birthday today. He retired on a television show. I can't remember if it was Graham Norton where he said, no, I'm stopping. 55. He wants to spend more time with his wife. They got engaged when they were 19. He's 55 now, and it was a 15-quid ring. They celebrate their 35th anniversary this year. Good for him. That's a rarity in this business. And that's why I think he says he wants to retire, because he said, I want to spend more time with my wife. My friend Chris over in Spain says loads of strawberries here at the moment, large ones. Yeah, I brought some large ones in. Do you know, I tell you, I brought in a big pack of M&Ms. They were like vultures out there over the weekend. Vultures. They really were. Tom Courtney is 82, Happy birthday. And born on this day in 1930 was Sister Wendy Beckett. And the picture here, and this is Christ. I thought she was an amazing character. I love every so often this country throws up what we loosely call an eccentric. And the picture, and she'd stand there looking for all the world like sort of a fully working nun, which in fact she was. And also the birthday today, born in 1943. Come on, we've already mentioned it once this morning. His family still live down in Henley, in this fantastic place. It's George Harrison's birthday, 1943. He died in 2001. Can you seriously believe it was 18 years ago? Can you seriously believe it was 18 years ago? 14 minutes to 7, the LBC. In 9 minutes' time for breakfast on LBC. And this morning, MPs now won't get to vote on Theresa May's Brexit deal until just 17 days before we're due to leave the EU. But do you think Brexit is actually going to happen when it's supposed to? Nick will also get some more reaction from the red carpet following this year's Oscar ceremony. Plus, with Sadiq Khan introducing a ban on adverts for junk food across London's public transport network, do ideas like this actually do anything to combat the childhood obesity epidemic? I just think it's mamby-pamby. I don't know why. Oh, you can't have junk food advertised on there. Well, it's been good enough up until now, hasn't it? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. I mean, surely people make up their own mind, don't they? Probably I'm wrong. The Daily Telegraph, front pages. May draws up plans to delay Brexit for 2 months. Me, you and the tattoo. It's Harry on another jolly. And he gets paid for this one, I suspect. In Morocco, during a visit to a girls' secondary school, the Duchess was given a henna tattoo. Lovely. Very nice. Front page of the Eye this morning. Partridge is back tonight. Which should be fantastic. Also, why more and more adults are wearing braces on their teeth. It's so you can have your teeth straightened and everything else. It's like that bloke in the Bond film, Jaws, where he opens his mouth and it's all metal. The Guardian this morning, Dolly Parton. I wouldn't call myself a feminist. I mean, she's over 70. You can't ask Dolly Parton questions like that. It's not right. Plus the alert over bullying culture in the NHS. Data shows that reports of bullying and harassment in England rose from 420 cases in 2013-14 to 585 in 2017-18. The Daily Mirror this morning, EastEnders Lacey, my baby joy after agony of miscarriages, and they'll have their first child mid-July. That's Lacey and Matt. Scandal of the morgue blunders. They get it wrong. You know, some of the time they've delivered the wrong person to funeral home, and sometimes they've actually sent the family to view the wrong person. Very embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, honestly, you'd think they could get things right. Every time I go into hospital, not obviously for something like that, they check so many times. You go in, can I have your date of birth, and you put the thing on, 17, whatever, and then they ask everybody else, and then even when you go into the surgery, they say, can I just check again your date of birth is, and your name is, and they ask you once more after that. How they can still make mistakes, I've got no idea. The dairy has to get me a new van in the next month for my round, says Kevin the milkman, even though there's nothing wrong with the van I have now, except it's not ultra-low emission zone compliant. ULEZ. The dairy have prepared for this, but it could drive a lot of small companies out of business. Well, they certainly won't be able to afford to deliver. Ridiculous. Yes, says little Julie, we do have a Freddie Mercury memorial in Feltham, and we have the blue plaque on Freddie's house. The memorial is across the road from Superdrug. Have a look the next time you're over for a curry. Oh, don't. I could eat a curry right now. Tanker driver Phil says, I'm glad the producer said he didn't like Queen much, because neither did I, and I'll go a step further. I didn't like or get David Bowie. Couldn't understand why everybody loved him. I know, you didn't like Bowie either? Oh, right, well, you're wrong about that, Phil, he says. He likes David Bowie. Oh, you pretty things. I thought he was great. I went to the exhibition at the V&A, where I suddenly realised he was a lot thinner than I was. But Phil's off for the ferry today and off to Marseille. Today I'll start off on a cold, foggy morning, and on Wednesday I'll be in warm sunshine. I shall be in warm sunshine this afternoon. He says, I've packed extra jelly babies for the 2,000-mile round trip. I shall keep up with you on the internet. Oh, yes, we don't like to lose people when they go on holiday. That's why you need to download the LBC app, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Steve, it's my birthday, says Kate. There's one large slice of lemon drizzle cake left in the tin, and himself is still snoring. Do I share it, or go for broken, scoff the lot? Scoff the lot. Well, listen, he doesn't know. Blame it on the cat. the dog or mice or something. No, just eat it. Goodness, is any one piece? Yes. Transport for London. The London Mayor need to put their own house in order. Their private hire licensees block up my road 7 nights a week for 6 hours plus, with 8 to 16 private hire cars, so residents and visitors get no space. Mayor can't do visit. You've been invited already. They won't go. They won't go. They don't do what they want to do when they want to do it. I mean, when when have we ever not learnt this lesson? We've known this for ages, haven't we? Times this morning, why lefties make a better fist of fighting. If you're left-handed, apparently you're a better fighter. Fat lot of use that is to me. The Daily Express, May goes to the wire on the Brexit vote. Crooks will be spared jail in a shake-up. Crime wave fears over absurd plan to scrap shorter prison sentences. So in other words, for minor crimes, they won't bother. Ron says, I thought Kevin the Milkman had a horse and cart called Trigger, and he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. The Daily Mail, free diet diary. Oh, I can't bear it, honestly. There's always something to ruin your Monday, isn't there? Why don't you just go on a diet? Why don't you just mind your own business? Also, out of hours, doctors' crisis laid bare, and Meghan's feminist rallying cry. It's sort of, there's just lots and lots of pictures. It's just, they're on a jolly, which is nice. EastEnders, Lacey, Baby Joy, the Daily Star, Fake Slam, Cruel Irwin. And Oscar, we've been expecting you, Mr. Bond. And also done up like a kipper. Chelsea goalkeeper Kepa. I won't bother with his surname again. We already did it once in the programme, and that's quite enough for any man. Refused to be substituted in a bizarre turn of events as the Blues crashed to a penalty shootout defeat to Manchester City. What do you mean refused? Listen, come here. Slap on the back of the legs. Do you just get out there and do it? What do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Chelsea's goalie refuses to be subbed in cup final. Outrageous. Never anything like it. What, a footballer with a personality? Outrageous. The Sun, finally... Corrie Kim quits. Favourite walks after 13 years. Bosses begged her to... please stay, please stay. And then no, they didn't. Listen, you want to leave? When about do you want to leave? Could you leave the door open for me? Yeah, because we're pulling the house down. And, no, we're going to kill you off, actually. Going to kill you off. It's a lot easier. So she wants to explore other avenues. Like redundancy. I can't think of any other thing that'd be good for her. And also Meghan's Mark. She gets a henna tattoo in Morocco. Lovely. Sure. Can you ever see the Queen get it? Oh, we went to Morocco, me and Philip, and look, I've got this henna tattoo. He's had his ears pierced. What is happening to the royal family? Not so good, is it? Anyway, before I go, just time to let you know what's coming up on my free podcast today. On A Little Bit Extra, I'll be talking about some news for our friends over at Ofcom. I know they're fans of this show. Well, they finally made up their mind about the Roxanne Pallet scandal, while they might have to deal with claims that the ice dancing show is fixed. You'll also hear about the celebrities enjoying romantic nights in hotels to the journalists writing these stories. Why don't you just call it what it is, please? Yes, that. Thank you. Plus, I'll chat a little bit more about the Oscars, revealing how some of the household names who turned up and how awful they looked. My Little Bit Extra is available very shortly on the LBC app and on the Global Player app as well. So as well as listening live to LBC, you can listen back to this and the other programmes, as well as listening to a range of podcasts, including me. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, James O'Brien is back from his half-term holiday. You'll have to explain to him what's been going on while he's been away. It's been a roller coaster, as they say, people resigning, and this, and doing that, and then coming in, and arguing, and then falling out with Corbyn. Oh, dear, I'll say the whole thing. Very entertaining. Also, why having a baby ruins your sleep for 6 years. 6 years of your life, and you age. Oh, Lord, do you age if you have baby. Because you're up at the ridiculous time of the morning, which is this one. And then Eddie Mayer tweeted, I think. Was it Eddie Mayer tweeted? Or was it Will Guy tweeted about my little package, which said, do not bend. So I've had a look in it. Was it Eddie Mayer? I'm not going to tell you what's in it. I've decided, well, so he should do. Did he hear about the clothes thing? Did he laugh at you? Good. Maybe that'll teach you a lesson. After yesterday, we had this revelation that Scottish boy, who's 12 3/4, hoping to make it to 15, went back home to see Matron Pater, who he hasn't seen for a little while. Unfortunately, they're still living in the same property, so they couldn't get away with that one. Anyway, he goes back there. First of all, he doesn't take flowers for your mummy, which is what I always thought you took, or a box of chocolate, even a small box of chocolates. Not like he's not working. He only got paid the other day. He doesn't spend it on clothes. He doesn't spend it on haircuts. He doesn't spend it on taking people out. His idea of a night out is a Greek restaurant, all you can eat buffet. That's his idea of a posh night out. Anyway, so what does he take his mother back? His pants and socks to wash. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, out of all the things you could have taken shirts, pair of jeans, pair of trousers, some of those interesting items from the 70s you've got, you know, but you don't take your socks and pants. You're a grown man, which is depressing. I mean, you just don't take I would never take pants and socks back. Not once you go past the age of 10. You know, I mean, your mother sort of going, oh, pants, lovely. Goodness sake. Anyway, so quite rightly, Eddie Mayer laughed at him, as indeed did many other people, including his mother as well, who wrote to me privately yesterday and was telling me all sorts of... What do you mean, no? I think you'll find I'll be seeing your mother before you will. Scottish boy. Coming up with that. I've never anything like it. Anyway, we managed to get some mileage out of it yesterday, which was quite nice. Duncan in Bilbao says the scumbags who poured water over the homeless man may soon find themselves sleeping rough. Well, one of them is quite clearly identifiable. You can see quite clearly he's got a mop and he's got a bucket. I don't want to go into it again because Darren did it, and I don't want it to sound like we're sort of dragging something out. Whatever it is, they're trying to find this bloke because they want to apologise. Bit late to apologise. You can't do things like that. Absolutely can't. We've had people before who've gone to prison because they urinated over somebody. Somebody tried to set somebody on fire, and somebody fell into a tent that somebody was sleeping in. I mean, what is going on? What is going on? It's ridiculous. And then, this is the woman who filmed it yesterday.
That's absolutely disgusting. Disgusting behaviour of another human being. That's why I'm filming it.
Why are you filming it? You don't need to film it.
I am filming it though. It's not the point. He's throwing water all over the man.
No, he's using pipes. So no story. Stop recording.
No, you still don't throw water on a man like that.
Disgraceful. I mean, seriously, I mean, she was quite right. She was quite right. You do not pour water over somebody who's homeless. I couldn't care less whether they were cleaning up the pavement or not. He's a human being. I tell you, heads are going to roll over this one. Heads are going to roll. After being up north yesterday, says Ian, I'm down south today. Oh, sorry, down south. Tower of London, Shoreditch, Hoxton, Hackney, and then up through North London, finishing at Barnet. Sounds like a sort of a relay race, doesn't it, really? He says, if ever I get to Twickenham, I'll drop you a line and treat you to a KFC bucket. Woo! Don't tempt me with a KFC bucket. Sounds quite nice, actually, doesn't it? Quite fancy, the idea of I could eat a KFC bucket now. Rachel went off to go and get a McDonald's earlier on. Took 20 minutes to get a McDonald's. There's that many people at this time of the morning queuing for a McDonald's. And then yesterday on Loose Women, they managed to drag up well-known media celebrity Peter Andre, who's been on a programme about what you can eat. He's as boring in interviews as he is in his life. So, anyway, and then a friend of mine, who used to be my producer here at LBC, called Mark, wrote to me and said, oh, hi, Steve, hope you're well. Always catch you on... He works for another radio station. He said, I always catch you on the way home. And he said, I've got some tickets for Peter Andre tonight. Peter Andre was doing a gig yesterday. He said, if you'd like to come. I said, to be honest with you, I'm a bit busy, as I'm washing next door's cat. I'm very disappointed in him. I think it's the girlfriend. His wife now. I think it's wife. Is it really wife now? Good Lord, honestly, people move so quickly, don't they? The youngsters today. And, 1 minute they're holding hands going out, skipping, and the next minute they've got married. But anyway, he said there were plenty of seats available. So I said to him, but I wouldn't mind hearing what the concert was like. Imagine, because Pete still thinks that he's Michael Jackson. Probably not the best character to be at the moment, but that's the way that Pete's life operates. He's not really... And also, news. Brian McFadden released an album. It sold a staggering number of 600 copies and limped into the charts at number 65. Please don't send me one. Please don't send me one. I really don't want one at all. Crisp prices go up by 20%. Who cares? I don't eat crisps. Occasionally I might have a packet of crisps, but I'm really not bothered at all. And also, what was the other one? Oh yes, Gemma Collins and the fat bloke are off again. This will be about the 15th time. They are like pathetic little children. And somebody says that the actions were totally wrong. And the employer owes this man some sort of... but they did not pour water on him. They poured it on the floor next to him. It went all over him. What, you stupid? What, you blind or something? Have a look at it again. That's water. Okay, out the bucket. That's water. Honestly, people are really stupid nowadays. And John says, you're not meant to eat the KFC bucket. You eat the chicken inside... There's food inside it as well? What, you get the bucket and then extra? Wow, that's the one I'm going for, definitely. So Gemma Collins is in bed, and he films her snoring and puts it up online. I mean, as you can well imagine, not at all happy. I'm not happy. And then all her friend are saying, oh, it's only because he's jealous. It's like A Star Is Born. She's turned out to be a bigger star. How delusional can you be? 2 dead weights, 2 totally useless, rubbish people. It's as simple as that, you know. She doesn't do anything at all. And, of course, it was quite funny because she goes to bed with lipstick on. That's a bit odd, isn't it, really? And sort of false eyelashes or something. I mean, it's a bit grotesque to see. Is that grey hair? Oh, dear, she looks like she's got grey hair as well now coming through. That's not promising. Anyway, she's finished with him. She's kicked him out of the house, got rid of his scooter. The scrap men came round to get rid of the scooter, and she's tiddled off on holiday. Thank God for it. You know why? Hasn't been in the papers for about 3 weeks. And she's looking forward to going on the tour of Dancing on Ice. And he's looking forward to doing anything. Who cares about them? Seriously, they're that... He'll be seen with somebody else very shortly, because that's what they do. Well, you know, you see them on the Jeremy Kyle show. So you cheated on me. No, we weren't going out when I cheated on you. And that's what they'll actually say. I mean, if you're listening to this on the Best of Steve Allen on Saturday morning, hello, welcome to the weekend, they're probably back together by now. Because I'm assuming it's one of those things that's it's sort of playing a little bit of a game. We need to get in the papers. I tell you what, why don't you take a picture of me snoring, and then I'll sort of then throw a strop. It's all fake. It's all fake. I mean, honestly, you only have to look at the pair of them to realise what the word empty vessels means. Empty vessels. Catherine says Peter Andre thinks he's Michael Jackson, Steve. I'm trying to get back to sleep. He does. If you ever watch him, he does a little bit of moon dancing, a little sort of, seriously, he's an old man now. And in fact, when you saw him on Loose Women yesterday, God, blimey, I'd never seen anybody look so haggard. Obviously, and then they brought on the lard and Pete go, dreadful. Beverly Callard says she was branded flaky after admitting her battles with mental health. And fancy a new job, a healthcare firm advertising for a sploff maker. I never thought we'd see that in the papers. Somebody, if you can roll a junt, you do it like that, and then you smoke your sploffs, and apparently it makes you go all dizzy, and you can watch your pet dachshund melting against the wallpaper if you're unlucky enough to have wallpaper. Also, the BBC are a major U-turn over Michael Jackson. They're going to run the programme, but they've retitled it The Rise and Fall of Michael Jackson, as opposed to the programme before, Global Superstar, hugely successful, blah, 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 blah. Harry goes to war on plastic, wife wears a set of curtains. I've never seen such a ghastly outfit. They're still doing the holding hand stage. I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing, really. It's a little bit childish. But there you go. That's what people do. But we expect a bit more from the royal family. Waj is locked into the spike on time, every time. If not, bring a note from your parents. Thank you very much indeed. And what was the other one, actually? Oh, the diabetes tsunami. Rates among the over 40s have doubled in just 20 years. If you're one of those people, it's not easy. Although the producer is bigger than me, a little bit bigger than me. We don't know exactly how much we weigh. We've decided to omit that side of our life. It's not really... We just know what the waist size is and how much longer it takes you to buy things. But he's not diabetic. Isn't that bizarre? Me, less than him, I'm diabetic. How does it work out? I think it must be different for every single person. Can't work like that. He's being very healthy now. So I was supposed to giving him biscuits this morning. I've given him Satsumas. And the sandwich is healthy. And shredded wheat. Good. Is shredded wheat good? I can't remember actually what is good. Shredded wheat all right? Oh, okay. Okay. What were you eating before? Were you eating the variety packs? Kellogg's, I know. Did you ever have Frosties? Frosties are lovely. They're just sugar in a bowl, aren't they? It's cornflakes with sugar on. What's the other one? I bought a packet of, not Sugar Puffs, because they're also covered in sugar, hence the clue, Sugar Puffs. I bought some Ricicles. And I can't remember if Ricicles are good for me. I don't think they are either, I know, because they go snap, crackle, pop. No, they don't. But I do quite like... I can eat about 3 or 4 bowls of those. No, please don't text him with your favourite cereal. We're not remotely interested. And you'll be barred. You know, we have that power at our fingertips this morning. Shall I hit the time? If I do something, right this morning, it'll be the miracle of all miracles. Because, another one here says, Ed, he says, read Katie Price, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was led to believe that drink driving carried a mandate. She wasn't drink driving. She wasn't convicted of drink driving. She was not drink driving. Okay? Have to be very careful, Ed. Very, very careful. If you start making claims about somebody which are not true, she was not drink driving. They've already dismissed that. I mean, admittedly, the judge doesn't hold too much on her sort of word on anything. I think she's being slightly economical with the truth, because when they got there, she was sitting in the back of the car, and apparently the person who'd been driving it ran off. What for? Why would the person driving the car run off? What would be the point of that one? That's a very odd one, isn't it? And the judge wasn't totally in belief, and the police didn't believe it either. Especially when the boyfriend, who she's about to dump on her television programme, he'll be singing like a canary, won't he? Singing like a canary very shortly. You know, when she dumps him on television. I mean, she really is a ghastly piece of work. But this is now the third driving ban. And she's going, yeah, because like the price, he can go and get a car now. And I'm thinking, but with what money, dear? What have you actually done? You can't be selling any of those children's clothes. That died, didn't it? Very quickly. Well done, Steve. Bless the woman who evidenced what those dehumanised so-and-sos did to that homeless man. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's the way it goes nowadays, isn't it? You know, people have got a mobile phone. You can go onto YouTube. There's people in America. There's one going, what are you filming me for? And she's going, because you're abusing me. That's why I'm filming you. You're not allowed to film me. Yes, you are. You get it here. People start filming because they've got camera crews with most of the police cars nowadays. And the people go, get that camera out my effing face. And the policeman goes, he's allowed to film. This is public. This is on a main road. If it's private, you can't do it. But if it's on a main road, you can do it. And that's why she filmed. And well done. Because she highlighted a case that otherwise would not have been highlighted. So I'm beginning to wonder whether or not I'm on the right planet. Somebody's now written, much as I don't like Katie Price, she's not banned. She'd done a live Instagram video on her way out of court and was told she only got 10 points. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Nothing worse than a thick person at this time of the morning. She's been banned for 3 months. She was told she could have 10 points on her licence, but she opted for the ban. I mean, for God's sake, wake yourself up. I mean, I hope to God you don't vote. That'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it? Can't wait for the day on a Saturday morning in conversation with Steve Allen, says Kevin. I'll be talking to Gemma Collins. I think I'll be speaking from my deathbed. I should imagine it. Ian says, are we sharing this bucket of KFC, or it'll be one each? If we're sharing, I prefer breast. You can have the chips. No, I don't eat the chips. I don't eat chips. I mean, not from KFC, I don't. No. Especially now they've actually changed them, haven't they? They've sort of gone, they've left the skin on. Not wild about. Steve, did Scotty Boy's mama, yes, Mrs. Scottish Boy, discuss his unusual set of spandex clothing? He doesn't even know what spandex is. Do you? You're not showbiz enough to know what spandex is. No, he doesn't know. It's that shiny metallic stuff that stretches. No? He's in a very funny mood this morning, isn't he? You know why? Oh, right, okay. They can still get it. It's not off sale. You can buy it if you know the right shops. I'll give you some addresses and a couple of phone numbers. Speak to Eric. Eric will sort you out with some spandex. You must know, it's a bit like Lycra. Only it's like, well, that's what spandex is like. Only shiny. You all right with that? You can get on board with that. Say it's amazing. You can turn him round in a space of a minute. I don't think he'll be taking that home, will he? Also, school has banned fake tans after pupils turned up looking orange and even green. What pupils would turn up looking green? Don't understand that one at all. And another one here. This says safer to go for the 3 months, I think, really. Because let's face it, 10, she only needs 2 more, and that's her off the road again. So she's opted for the other one. Just one, well, but whatever it is, she was drunk as a skunk. In fact, she was twice the legal limit, but she wasn't done for drink driving. It's amazing, isn't it? And then you get somebody writing, she'd done a live Instagram. God knows, I get some thick people. I mean, and there it was. You heard it from the horse's mouth. There she was, telling you the truth. Steve, is Scottish Boy of sock and pant fame the one that went back to his parents' home to feed the dogs while they were on holiday and did eat? No. Well, he did, but one of the dogs fell ill, so the parents couldn't go on holiday. Otherwise, they would have missed him. Perhaps it's your ancestors of tribe, Alan, Steve, who are responsible for your problematic pancreas. We can't escape our DNA. What's that one about? Am I getting everybody on medication this morning? You do get some mornings where you sort of think to yourself, there's a lot of people who either drink and then, then they sort of get confused about life, really. So, the papers this morning, yes, it's still Olivia Colman, and then there's a picture of Rita Ora. I've got no idea what on earth she was doing at the Oscars. I don't know. So, are you in a film, dear, and we've missed out on it, or what? I can't work it out. Also, Britain basked in sunshine yesterday. This time last year, there was snow in Cambridge. This time, it's all lovely, and it was February, and it reached 20 degrees. They're so desperate to get an audience for Through the Keyhole with that bloke who doesn't pay any attention to the way he looks or even behaves, and that's Keith Lemine, who is doing it. It's not his real name. He has another name, but apparently Keith Lemine is a character that he plays. It's really Lee Francis, and apparently he's completely different, just duller. And anyway, he's doing Through the Keyhole, and they go to Fatima Whitbread's house, and they find in the wardrobe a vibrator. I mean, to be honest with you, he failed to mention it, saying, "Behold the wardrobe, which is packed to the wopsit with ladies' clobber. Down here's jewellery box, blah, blah, blah." And then everybody's going, "Did you see the vibrator?" Actually, I think it looks like a skin polisher to me. Oh, it looks like. I mean, it's got 3 buttons, so it must have 3 speeds on it. And apparently, somebody has now said, we know which one this is. This is 89.9. They've even told you which one it is. It's called the Wand Massager. There you go. It's a massage thing. It's a massage thing. You can have that. Apparently, it's the most powerful vibrator in the world. Some may say it's to do with sort of muscle. Of course it is. I mean, I'm looking at it. It looks as though it's for sort of sorting out your muscles. It doesn't look like anything else. Goodness sake, honestly. Not on this programme at this time of the morning, thank you very much indeed. Tom says, what talents do Katie Price and the GC have? Well, Katie Price is just dreary and moaning with that nasally voice. Not so exciting. My assistant's dog Hagrid has more talent than the cast of The Only Way is Essex and Geordie Shore put together. I can well believe it. Well, believe it. She's just, because the press are going to get this wrong and all the rest of it. She's talking to the press out there, but she's too thick to realise that all these people who are taking the photograph, they are the press. They are the press. That's what's so sad about it. But anyway, so it can't go another time, can it really? But that's the trouble. She's too old now to start drinking and doing stuff like that. You must stay well away from it. Well away from it. Tinky says, I must try KFC Zinger Stack. Oh, no. I saw it on the television. That's sort of 2 bits of crispy chicken or something with a piece of cheese in the middle of it. I didn't like the look of that one at all. That just looked like a heart attack on a plate. So I decided maybe not for moi at all. Also, the frocks at the after party, because they all put things... Rita Ora got a 2 out of 10, basically, because she looked like an absolute ragbag. Ridiculous outfit, dear. Ridiculous outfit. And also, what were you doing there? It's for people in the business, not show-offs. Adrian Lima got 8 out of 10. Kendall Jenner, 8 out of 10. Alexandra Ambrosia, she's an underwear model. She'll take her clothes off for, if the price is right, she'll get her kit off. And nice dress, but it's the kind of thing you'd see, probably worn by drag queens. Zoe Kravitz, she got a 3 out of 10. She looks like she was wearing a dress that didn't fit, tattoos up her arms, and a sort of a bra kind of thing. Really awful outfit. And not very nice. Apparently it was an 18-carat bikini. Looks ridiculous. Naomi Campbell got 8 out of 10, but she's a model. She's a model. Miley Cyrus got a 9 out of 10. So that's good, isn't it? Very nice. I'm not sure about the Sun this morning calling that man who was doused in mop filth a hobo. A hobo. They call him a hobo. He's a person, actually. He's a person. But obviously they don't know. A Facebook poster said, this is how Southern fail staff treat another human being. Yeah, I could well believe it. It was just dreadful. And then I saw a thing the other day on the telly. What did I watch? It was something about TfL. They're banning adverts for fast food and stuff like that. Not all over the place, and not if it's a big company. And the reason is that they were interviewing this man, and the reporter said, all the way up the stairs, adverts for McDonald's, all fast food. And here we have on one of the stations, somebody selling donuts. Well, if that's not fast food and fattening, I don't know what is, but of course TfL, usual claptrap. Usual claptrap. We will be looking at this. What are you doing interviews for on the television? You haven't done anything. Ridiculous. Steve, are you sure it's an assistant producer in there with you, or Wurzel Gummidge? Oh, he's not Wurzel Gummidge. Oh, no, he's a good-looking boy. Well, he was when he was younger. He's sort of... I don't know how to describe him, actually. He's called an AP, but I don't know what that means. Oi! T. Anyway, I've no idea what he does. So you don't have to. I was only joking. Now, you can sit down, because you're wearing that ghastly purple jumper again. That one that doesn't fit. What? What did you say? Who thought it was nice? What he wears glasses. What's the point of asking him? Get him to take them off. That's when he tells you it looks nice. No, I don't. These are at the end of my nose. I can look down and read, and I can look up and see you in real time. You'll be wearing glasses too. I love the way you take the mickey out of us out of us elderly people. You know, because at some point in your life, you're going to fall sick. And I'm going to come round and knock on your door and go, ha, 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 ha. Can't go around taking the mickey out of people because they wear glasses, specky four eyes. I tell you, glasses make me more intellectual. Much more They do so. It's my story, and as far as I'm concerned, I look more intellectual. Although I've got dreadful stomach pains this morning. Mike says, Katie Price, she really does want to make you want to vomit violently. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is she's just a silly little show-off. Silly little show-off. She can't write. She can barely string two words together. And then it's always, the press are against me. But as I say, the laugh is she was talking to the press. But she made 45 million, didn't she? And then she lost it. Where did she lose it? Well, she didn't lose it because she never had it in the first place. She never made 45 million. I mean, in other words, if she really did make 45 million, she's got to be the thickest person in the entire planet to lose 45 million. She's got a mortgage on the house, so she never had the money. Chronically bad car, a dump of a place, because, as she said, I don't know where we are with putting Harvey into care. Or the horse box. Yeah, we had trouble with the horse box. But she was horse jumping the other day. Which is lovely, isn't it, really? Because she doesn't really have a job. The job is, appearing in court. And, as I say, she's had a few of those. Ian says, would you be wanting gravy, coleslaw, or a corn on the cob from KFC? Gravy? With chicken? What do you mean gravy? What, like gravy? Like chicken gravy? Ooh, can't think of anything worse, thank you. The whole idea is it comes out and then it dries off a little bit after all the oil it's been cooked in. And then you then want to get it wet again by dip it. No, thank you very much indeed. No. And coleslaw, no. If I want coleslaw, I'll go and get it from M&S or Waitrose. Other places are available. And I like the coleslaw with cheese. Have you had that one? That's quite nice. That's a bit of a perky little thing. But yesterday I had, what did I have? It wasn't tikka masala. What's the hot one? Curry. Oh, no, we're going to ask you. What's the hot curry, dear? What's hot curry? No, not Madras. Another one. Something like Rogan Josh. No. God, you do know the Indian restaurant menu well, don't you? No, it's got chunks of chicken. It was lovely, actually. I should have brought it in. And chicken tikka chasni. What's that? Is that some East End thing? Chicken tikka chasni. I've never even heard of it. Chicken tikka chasni. I've never heard of it. That's made up. It is. You've been going to the Happy Rickshaw again, haven't you? I can tell. Chicken tikka chasni. Well, who's heard of that, for goodness sake? That's obviously something that you probably only get in Aberdeen. The Happy Rickshaw opens and they do. We used to have a Happy Rickshaw, actually. And my favourite was the August Moon Chinese restaurant. I used to love it. I can take you there now in my mind, and I can smell the food. Because I haven't managed to get back to Feltham yet to go and have my beef curry. Chicken tikka chasni. You just made that up. It's rubbish, honestly. What is it? This one's got... Oh, sweet. This isn't sweet. This is actually... It could be considered quite hot. It's got lots of peppers sliced into it. Little peppers. Like Scotch bonnets kind of thing. It's very... Oh, I missed the news. God, the people on medication this morning. Trying to remember what this Indian dish was. And somebody said, are you talking about coronation chicken? I mean, God. Scottish boy has just got it. We know what it is now. No, it's jalfrezi. I've just told you it was jalfrezi. A minute ago you said to me, during the ad break, what is it? I said it's jalfrezi. And then it's come back with, is it vindaloo? No, it's jalfrezi. God, honestly. Somebody says you're a bully to Scottish boy. Mind your own business. What's it got to do with you? Are you Scott? She called you Scott boy. As if it was your name or something. How rude. How rude and offensive. You're going to be drummed out of the Girl Guides, aren't you? Poor old Gemma Collins must feel a bit left out now. Katie Price is back on the front page, only for one day. And, Steve, your AP isn't lying. How do you know? He always lies. It's the Indian sweet and sour, spelt chasni. I don't care how it's spelt. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Talking of school kids turning up Trump orange or green, Steve, what about Dave O'Brien turning up each day? Green with envy at the Spike. Yeah, I mean, we have to be honest, though, but there again, I mean, it is at 4 a.m. in the morning. It doesn't matter, does it? Because we like 4 a.m. in the morning. 4 a.m.'s a nice time. I was talking to my driver this morning, Mohammed, and we both agree that it's the best time of the morning. Well, we both agree that the old world was gone completely balmy mad, I think. Paul from Bagginswood. Where? Shropshire, apparently. Yeah, we thought it was like Bilbo Baggins, or, you know, or that, what's that other thing called? Bagpuss? Is that Bagpuss? Yeah. I know it's a cat. What do you think about a mouse? Love your show, been listening for years. Still don't know what the spike is. If you sat on it, Paul, you'd know about it. Okay? That's what I'm just telling you now. Yeah. All your names. You see, we didn't know what Bagginswood was, but now, Bagginswood. Now we found out. It sounds lovely. Is it sort of charming? It's like a little bluebell-filled wood with a little cottage in the middle, with a little curl of smoke coming out the top, and that's where you live. Sounds delightful. A worker on Trump's presidential campaign claimed yesterday he gave her a super creepy kiss without her consent. So guess what? She's launched a lawsuit in America. Trump's spokesman called the claim absurd. Do you think people just do it to go, he gave me an inappropriate kiss without her consent, so she's launching a lawsuit? And you think to yourself, he gave you a kiss. Why are you interpreting it as something that it's probably not? To be honest with you, if he'd known that you were going to launch a lawsuit, he probably wouldn't have bothered, I should imagine. It's ridiculous. How could a kiss be creepy? Like, Yeah, for Donald Trump. Well, listen, but it's Donald Trump, for goodness sake. I mean, who cares? Who cares? You know, you'd have to scare. I wonder what he looks like close up. He's meeting Kim Jong-un, I think, today. They've got nothing new to talk about in Vietnam. For some reason, Kim doesn't really like flying on planes, slightly worried that somebody might blow one out of the sky, decided to take the train, which takes for 10 days or something ridiculous. But then I like him now. I've warmed... I know he murdered people, but we have to forgive him that because he's a despot and, you know, his tentacles, I'm sure, spread far and wide. But they're going to be meeting today. What they're going to be talking about, God alone knows. I really don't know. Apparently, emails from the public are being blocked by local authority if they contain any of 129 words deemed offensive. Well, everybody's got that. That's nothing new. We've had that system in operation for ages. The likes of... I don't think I can mention the words, can I? I'm not sure. These are the words that are banned. One of them is the T word... No, not 4-letter one. No, this is 1, 2, 3, 6 letters. Or work that one out. It's that. You can't use that one. Okay, that's out. The other one is nympho. Well, they don't. It's been blocked on this authority's one. Also, Viagra. That's banned. And also the T word. What do you mean, no? All appear on Birmingham City Councils. Also, there's another one, which is the same word for those, only with the B in front of it. Oh, the T one's okay, so you can say testicles. So you can't say the other one. Oh, right, okay, there you go. I mean, with apologies to those people who don't have two. Because there are quite a number of people that don't have two nowadays. You know. Anyway, there are 10 variations of the F word... Don't know the word, 10 variations of the F word, together with 40 racist terms. Our message read, well, one of them said, one message read, poor little snowflakes, frightened of a few words, should get out more and get a life. But everybody's got that. We have that built in here. Otherwise you'd have presenters like, well, I don't want to mention any particular presenters who might be upset by seeing rude words there. So it just puts the first letter up and then ... So I can work it out, generally speaking. But there's more and more words that are being banned now, which are deemed offensive. You know, there are certain words you can have before the watershed, certain words you can have after the watershed, and it gets more complicated by the day. Pablo says, Gemma Collins and Arj not back together yet? No, give it a few minutes, and then they'll probably go, yeah, I've decided to forgive her. I mean, to be honest with you, I just love the idea that when she's sleeping, he's wide awake, probably terrified. And what even is Bagginswood, says Vince, who's in Upminster? We don't know. It's a town. It's a little village in Shropshire, which is... I wonder if Paul in Bagginswood listens to Jim on BBC Radio Shropshire. Nobody listening to this show. More people working on it than listening to it. I mean, you'd think that Jim would want to know his listeners' favourite cereal, says Ian. Oh, absolutely. That's how he holds his show together. I think he's older than I am, actually. I think we worked that bit out a short while ago, but definitely no audience. Definitely no audience. But then, you should really axe all the BBC local stations. You don't need them. You seriously don't need them. If you haven't got enough with all the other stuff, it's like appealing to nobody. Also, Theresa May risked a diplomatic row last night by telling Egypt a flight ban to Sharm el-Sheikh must stay in place. So how'd you get there? How'd you get to Sharm el-Sheikh? We're turning into the nanny state, aren't we? 84850. Jill says, you said you'd fallen out with Marks and Spencer's because of the rude cashier. She's gone. She's gone. Strange that, isn't it, really? Go. Yes. Oh, yeah, you have to get rid of people like that. We don't want to hang around with those sort of people. Also, I went in there the other day and there was obviously one of the managers. He wasn't wearing his badge, so that's against company policy. And he's working behind the till because they were obviously a bit short. And so you put your thing on there. And I've got like 10 items in my little, my shopping thing. And they go, because I can't resist it, I'm afraid. It's just like a red rag to a bull. Would you like a bag? I said, no, I'll stuff it in my pockets and walk out with it. Are you mad or something? Of course I want a bag. Okay, what size bag? I said, I'll have a big bag. We have two. No, you don't. You have a smaller bag, and then you have the big bag. So he held them both up for me, like I'd never seen bags before. I said, the big bag, pointing to the big bag, which was 15p. They always go, 15p. Although when I went to Squires yesterday, I bought plants to go in the pots this year. And this year we are going with a theme. And the theme is begonias. You can buy a pack of begonias for about, 3 or 4 quid, and you get the corms in there, or tubers, I think they actually call them. And then you, I didn't know which way round to plant them, because you've got the hollow bit. It looks a bit like sort of a donut kind of thing. And so I had to go online to find out. And one of the big seed companies, told you, which way round to do them. The roundy bit goes in the thing and then just a little bit of thing. And so I'm going to have that. So each pot is going to be having begonias in there, which I thought was quite good, actually. At least I've got a theme running. Whether it lasts, I've got no idea. Downton Abbey actor Peter Egan has criticised Crufts for using dogs as circus animals. Yes, well, I couldn't agree more, actually. They have to do them, so they have to jump and run. They're performing dogs. That's what he's complained about. Because people are always saying, we don't want dogs to do that. But they do, and then there's all the interbreeding with the dogs. So sometimes these poor dogs, they must be suffering quite badly. And Steve, if you had to avoid hearing 2 annoying things, which one will it be? Scottish boy asking you, how was your weekend? Or, thank you, driver. Scottish boy asking, how was your weekend? That would be the most annoying thing ever. Yeah, I mean, that would be the thing. I mean, that's a hanging offence as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to ask him next week on the Monday. So, what did you do for your weekend? I don't care, and don't start telling me that, because I'm really not remotely interested. But he started texting yesterday. He said, Eddie Mayer laughed at him when he left the building. Yeah, of course he did. He knows what your reputation is. The reputation is that, you're an object of fun on this programme. And that's what it is. It's a light-hearted romp through the papers and everything else. And if we can take that out of somebody on the way through, we'll do it. We do it. And he loves it, really. Seriously, he was so excited yesterday. Now, all of a sudden, he's famous. Eddie Mayer's talking to him. People who otherwise wouldn't have spoken to him in the building. All of a sudden, he's like, oh, because I'm, famous. And people are mentioning him in texts. I mean, you never see. His head has grown. We've had to have the door enlarged. You can't get him through the door. You have to put him through sideways and then pull him through. Kevin the Milkman says, so Birmingham have banned the word Viagra. Somebody there needs a stiff talking to. Or maybe not. It's a funny word. Why would you ban Viagra? How would you weave that into a conversation? It's just a product. You imagine going into sort of the chemist and going, we got any, that stuff. And they go, what? That stuff. The V stuff. What, Vic Vapor Up? No. That stuff that you can now buy over the counter. Oh, Viagra. Do you have erectile dysfunction? Oh, my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Why would people ask you things like that? Although my doctor did. The T word, I thought it was... Oh, you're right, actually, James. It was that word. That's out straight away. And why is it called the watershed? Asking the wrong person. Got no idea. Google it. Let's Google it. It's terribly tedious. It's of no interest right away. Will Guyot. Actually, there's a piece in the paper today that relates to you. It says that something about 6 years is how long all this lasts if you've just had a baby. It's really very, very, very stressful anyway. He says, I wake up to you chatting about food, and it makes me so hungry. Let's all get the chefs that listen to do a 4 a.m. spike breakfast for Global's charity appeal. No. It's a nice idea, though, isn't it? Don't you think so? I think it's a nice idea. The brilliant idea of having breakfast delivered to you every day. Because on some of the other programmes, they do get breakfast delivered to them every day. Even though some of them don't really do an awful lot. But they've been enjoying the free breakfast which comes down. Scottish Boy has it every day. Seriously, it's part of his sort of freebie meal here. He gets, what did he have the other day? He had a scrambled egg. And I think it's on a bit now. And so what else did you have in that box? I was sort of trying to look at it. Did you have a sausage? Oh, right. Mushrooms, tomatoes. Oh, and toast. Oh, right. Oh, right. And a banana. Okay, interesting. Are you sure you're allowed toast? You're allowed the butter on it? Have you checked what the ingredient is in butter? Oh, right. And that's okay for you, is it? Yeah. Flexible. So it doesn't really make any difference. My friend Michael says, I really don't know how I feel about Alan Partridge. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, did you hear about it? It was quite... Oh, right, okay. You're going to watch it on the way home? Oh, right, okay. It's a bit rude. In fact, it's actually quite a bit rude. It's sort of that's double entendre play on words. You know, it's, I nearly said something then and I thought, no, somebody will mishear it. There's bound to be somebody. I can't believe Steve Allen's just said that word. But it's actually taken, the thing I was going to give you was taken from a Carry On film. But even then it just sounds too rude. Somebody says, with your hanging baskets, do they attract any wild birds? It's not food, it's a hanging basket. I'm not putting seed in there or something like that. It's a hanging basket. It's got flowers in it. Well, actually, it will have. I mean, last year we had 10. I think this year we might go 6. I found it very stressful watering 10 baskets every day. And with the begonias, I can't wait for the begonias. I bought all different colours: red, blue, orange, white. So each one of my tubs will have a different colour in it, which I quite fancy actually. Steve, Reese Scotty Boy, he's loving this. I'm telling you now, he's seriously. He said to me, "Oh, Steve, do you think I need an agent?" And I've said, "What for?" He said, "Oh, because I might get bookings in." I said, "Work? You're gorgeous. You're mother. I think I might get bookings in." And I said, "You won't get any bookings in." And he said, "Well, everybody's interested in me." No, they're not. No, they're not really interested in you. The only person who's interested in is your mother. But anyway, dodging buying flowers for his long-suffering mother and disregarding his elders, I suggest you pop on an undersized purple jumper, giving AP a taste of his own visual medicine. He's wearing it again today. It's getting small. Every time I see it, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. But it's lovely. And he loves it so much, he rolls the sleeves up. What's the point? Why don't you just buy a cardigan with short sleeves? No point in buying long sleeves and pulling the sleeves up. That's just ridiculous. Christine says good morning to our Scottish boy. See, there you know. He'll be doing panto by this Christmas. Oh, no, he won't. I remember, says Martin, when I was younger, I went into a chemist to buy a packet of condoms and came out with a tube of toothpaste. I bet you discovered quite quickly it doesn't work in the same way, does it? It really doesn't. That takes a bit of getting used to, that one. The reason Birmingham, Steve, banned the word Viagra because they have stiff competition in the region from Coventry. Right. And Ray says, I believe the watershed was where trains were taken after dark for a shower. What? Why would you want to take trains for a shower? And Maz says, your show is always very cheerful. It is. When you say your driver picks you up, is that a minicab? Private hire. Don't do minicabs. And says, how come you don't bring the Bentley to work? What for? What for? I could sit in the back of a very comfortable vehicle and they pick me up and they bring me into work. It's as good as that. It's as good as that. Our local Indian takeaway, we're doing buy one, get one free on Sunday. We didn't get wind of it till last night, says Ian. Thank you. At the checkout, I was asked if I'd like a bag. No thanks, says Simon. I'm married one. Dear, honestly. You can't say that to it. Some people have got no sense of humour. And Sue says, why won't M&S cashiers pack your clothes when you supply your own bag? They just fold them and leave them on the counter. They look... Yeah, it's funny thing is, they pack the bag for you. In our Marks and Spencers, they do. The one in Richmond doesn't. They give you the bag. Sometimes, and in Waitrose, they're even more annoying. They give you the bag. They won't even sort of pull it apart and open it up for you. And then they start whizzing. I get really annoyed. Slow down. Always manage to get it done, though. They look really put out when I ask them to put the purchase into the bag. Probably petty, but it annoys me, says Sue. I've never asked them to do clothes. Although, yes, I tell a lie. I went to Marks and Spencer's the other day and bought pants. And she put them in the bag for me. Which is, perhaps it's certain things that they put in the bag. Pants are obviously okay. Steve, if you're getting serious about begonias, well, I'm not particularly serious, I'm just filling up pots. Remember to order some special giant ones. No, I don't want giant ones. I'll tell you for why. Because they're going to look ridiculous next to the normal size ones. I've just gone for all the different colours. I'm going to go round another garden centre today and have another look at begonias. Because I've discovered all you've got to do is fill the pots up with earth and then just push the corms or the tubers into the earth, give a little sprinkling over the top and give them a water, and that's it. And then they start growing. Can't wait. I see that Meghan and her husband are still on hold. She keeps touching him. Leave him alone. He's a member of the royal family and you're not. And he's constantly touching her hair and everything. Oh, dear, honestly. Perhaps he's a bit simple. I don't know. It's constant touching and eating. Bearing in mind, all these photo opportunities he's being paid for. He gets paid for doing this. What else we got? Oh, a rogue plumber. Used the false name Lee King. Okay, it took me ages to get it as well. To hide his past as a convicted fraudster. This is Damon Owens. Damon Owens is, he's had a string of bogus identities. He also wrote fake online reviews praising his work. He even told a customer he'd been shot in the back of the head whilst in the Navy. He did a runner from one job after taking a £16,000 deposit. He admitted 13 deception charges and will be sentenced later. Not a very pleasant person at all. The party's over. Tony Pike has died at 85. They reckon that he's had flings with loads of people, including Freddie Mercury and Grace Jones and George Michael and, well, just loads of people. Loads and loads. He had 3,000 male and female lovers, apparently. It's amazing, isn't it? Neil from Wigan, our local KFC on Tuesday has a 9-piece bucket for $5.99. They've all got it at $5.99. It's called the Special Tuesday deal. We have it. Do you not get all the little things you can cut out in the newspapers, which gives you all these sort of the special offers that they've got? What was it? Somebody told me. Oh, you know KFC's bits. Is it KFC or is it McDonald's? If you ask for chicken nuggets in McDonald's, do you know they've looked the same for 30 years, and each one of them has a name for the shape. One's called the Bell, because there's a bit on it that looks like a bell. They've all got different names on there. There you go. How cool is that? Best service round, Steve. Lakeland. Yes, we like Lakeland. Ian says, I can confirm the M&S best steak pie is lovely. £6 but worth it on the meal deal. I don't do the meal deals. I don't like to. Some people do. It's handy if you're sort of having a meal for two people. Christine says, I had begonias and asters growing in the window box last year. Lovely, but I'm going to my favourite geraniums. Well, actually, geraniums I had last year. I've still had some of them. They're still going now. They've survived the winter. They've survived freezing cold conditions. They are the plant you can't kill. Do you like butteries? Yeah. Bit salty. What are they? Are they just sort of like a pastry thing? Why don't we all have the same food? Wouldn't it make it so much easier if we all had the same food? Every time you go round somewhere, so I like an Eccles cake. I really do. I'm quite partial to an Eccles cake. I always think that's sort of quite a nice thing. Kim Marsh, as we announced yesterday on the programme, from Coronation Street, is leaving after spending 13 years. And there's a lovely puff piece in the paper that, of course, now she'll be able to earn at least £1 million by Christmas. Right, of course. Not. They say because she'll be able to sort of endorse things, do reality shows, and also get paid to promote things. I thought, there isn't any acting among any of this, unfortunately. It's like Emily A. Tack. Nobody wants her for acting, but she can advertise a packet of crisps. Which is good news, isn't it? And so, obviously, Kim Marsh, and then she expects the door to be kept open on the show Coronation Street. So, if it all goes pear-shaped, she can go back in. I don't think so. Once you've gone, you've kind of gone. That's it. And could be quite cold out there. She doesn't have a great warmth that comes over. She comes over as a bit desperate. She comes over as very desperate. So I don't think that's good for any company thinking, oh, we can get her to promote our products. She'll probably end up with some ridiculous things. You know, sort of like promoting hair extensions or something ridiculous. And Christine says, when I moved to Manchester years ago and asked for a roll, they laughed. It was a bap, I should have asked. We have baps here, and we have rolls. Do you have baguettes as well, where you are? Do you have baguettes? I love a baguette. Love a baguette. Slice it down the middle, and then you can put sort of ham and cucumber and tomato in it. They do them in Subway, but you can make the blooming thing yourself. Among all the mod cons on your Bentley, Steve, does that include a passenger ejector seat and a stalker warning beep? It's fitted with that. Fitted with cameras, front and back, as well. It does have the beep beeps. Mario says, do you have many pots and hanging baskets? Do you have shrubs and small fruit trees? No, I nearly bought fruit trees the other day. There was a parcel of fruit trees going for about sort of 25 quid, and I thought, I thought, no. Because you can leave them in the actual pot. You can put them in a 30-litre pot and they'll quite happily grow there. These sort of miniature fruit trees. I wasn't sure if I wanted plums or sort of cherries or apples or pears or something like that. So I thought, no, I wouldn't bother. But I did think about it briefly. Coming up, news at 5 o'clock. The BBC in a major U-turn over Michael Jackson. Joel, somebody or other, has landed his first presenting gig. No idea who he is at all, actually. Karen Brady quits her role at Philip Green's firm as the allegations against him mount up. Watch out, world. The Derry Girls are back. Can't wait for this one. Spike Lee storms out over the February. 2 more days till the end of this month, and then we're into March. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. Where does it... I mean, it only seems like yesterday we were celebrating Christmas, and Easter eggs appear to have come and gone now. It's all very worrying, isn't it? Very worrying. And gardens everywhere are trying to sort of pull themselves together because they've got no idea what's going on. With the temperature freezing cold overnight, and it was freezing cold last night, by the time we get to the end of today, it'll be up to about 18 degrees. That's it. Honestly, the whole world's gone mad. Years ago, they used to blame it on hairspray. I thought it was Philip Schofield's fault and Andy Crane. They used to use loads of hairspray on the television. And I remember thinking, you know, it's the ozone layer, isn't it? There's a hole in the ozone layer. Well, we've moved away from that one. It's climate change now, isn't it? I'm not too up with climate change. All I know is I'm supposed to sort of not throw plastic bags into the Thames or something like that, which actually is fine because I don't do that anyway. Donald says we don't all eat the same things because if we did, you'd no enjoy an Eccles cake, but would be eating porridge instead. I can eat porridge. I can do anything like this. I just think it'd be easier if we all had the same food. Julie in Germany said, could you get me a cup as well? Get me a big cup. Thank you. Just an empty one. We're all ferreting around to get cups of tea this morning. But, yes, just a big cup, something like that would be quite useful. Thank you very much indeed. Is that it? Is that the... Oh, that's for your tea. Oh, right. I'll have a different cup from his tea. Steve, I complained to Greggs for discontinuing their Eccles cakes. I got a £5 voucher. I didn't know they did Eccles cakes. Have you ever grown roses in a plant pot? Yep, you can. There's all sorts of miniature roses. The best roses, David Austin roses. He died only a short while ago, but they were the best roses, and you can put them... I bought some standard roses from them in pots. You can leave them in the pot. That's fine, actually. And somebody else says, my phone's been broken for a week, so I've missed you, says Chrissy. Nothing worse, is it? My computer went off the other day. Luckily, it's all back on again now, which is good news. I watched the first episode of Celebs Go Dating on Catch Up. I can't watch anymore, Steve, even though the lovely Tom looked thoroughly exhausted at the thought of having to big up the motley crew. Yes, I mean, of course, the worst one is that exhibitionist, Kerry Coke-Toner, where she sort of sat there picking her teeth, if you please, and burping. I mean, seriously, what a waste of space. It really is. It's too embarrassing. Shame on the producers who even bother with her. Because she, in the end, the bloke she was sitting with, frankly, he must have been at the end of his tether, started singing a song which, of course, she had nothing to do with. Nothing to do with at all, so she gets up and walks out. I mean, that's how tragic she is. That's why she can't keep relationships. That's like her. That's like all of these sort of people. Daniela Westbrook, could she keep a relationship? No. Why? Because these people have done drugs. They've done drugs, and that you can't get your head around anything. One of the ones from Love Island on Celebs Go Dating asked some bloke from Wales if he got a boat to London. I mean, dim beyond belief. These people breathe the same air as the rest of us, and they vote. Actually, to be honest with you, I bet they don't vote. They probably, you have to put a cross there. Oh, yeah. Can you put it? No, probably not. You know, I mean, do you think Katie Price has ever voted? I've never seen her at a polling station. There's a joke there somewhere as well, which we probably can't use if we lived in Birmingham, but it doesn't matter. Martin says, the best thing about Viagra, if you sprinkle it in your eyes, makes you look hard. Thank you. My God, that joke is about as old as you are, I should imagine. There's no new jokes, are there? There's no new jokes. Unless we get Michael McIntyre back in and he sort of comes up. I love some of his stuff. I know he's not popular with other comedians, but it doesn't really bother me. I just like the fact that he's sort of, it's his cheeky way of dealing with it. He sort of gets away with it because he's cheeky. Whereas other comedians come at you a bit hard. I saw a comedian the other day. I wish I could remember his name, because I remember thinking, God, you're good. He was really... It takes something for a comedian to actually get me watching, because I've interviewed so many comedians. They've got to be naturally funny. I don't want somebody telling a string of jokes. I want somebody to be naturally funny. And some of them that are out on the circuit at the moment are really good. Some of the women out there are very, very good. And that's been severely lacking over the years. When you turn on the quiz shows and stuff like that, it turns out it's the same two women who they seem to pop up on, various things. And then occasionally you get women who swear, and I don't like that, actually. Not on television. I mean, some of them do, using all the foot words and stuff like that. It's really quite unnecessary. But, and I love Jimmy Carr's laugh. He makes me laugh when he laughs, but then laughter's very, very infectious. So we go through the papers. Also, I've got to tell you in a moment, how do you fancy going across the ocean, transatlantic, to New York? How do you fancy that idea? I know I do, but I can't go on this one because I'm not allowed to enter the draw. There is a prize draw because every year we have different things on LBC. I've had quite a number of things. You know that James O'Brien and I both had sell-out shows at the Leicester Square Theatre, which was lovely, where, people bought tickets and then the money went to charity. And it goes to our charity, which is called Make Some Noise. The idea is that it helps to change young lives. And it's all sorts of things. It's not just young people. It's young people who are in terrible, dire straits, young people who are very seriously ill. It's all sorts of people who get affected by all sorts of things. And I've seen some tragic cases. I mean, break your heart without a shadow of a doubt when you look at the lives that some of these poor children have. So that's what we aim to do, is to make things a lot better for them, to change their life. There's no chance in that one. Sorry, I'm just... Anything bigger? No, I could do that. That's fine, don't worry, honestly. So, it's your chance to travel 7 nights, a transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board Queen Mary 2. Merci bien. Merci, thank you. That's a nice mug, isn't it? That might find its way home. And you will sail, dear listener, from Southampton to New York. Or, if you wish, I can fly you out to New York, and then you can get the liner back. We'll give you a deluxe balcony stateroom. I mean, seriously, in the world of travel, as you know, this would be at the pinnacle. This would be at the top of your game. The transatlantic crossing to New York or Southampton on Cunard's flagship Queen Mary 2. You can treat yourself to a unique and timeless voyage sailing aboard the world's only true ocean liner, savouring 7 unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery. Oh. Your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it was in 1847, now with the finest refinements. You can surrender to the rhythms of freedom, service and celebration only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. This prize includes all meals. That's as many times a day as you can eat food. They can provide food. Entertainment, there will be top-class entertainment, and flights either to or from New York, depending on which way you prefer to sail across the ocean. For your chance to win a transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2, text CRUISE, CRUISE, capital letters please, to 84850. That's where you send it to. So CRUISE, and then send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, which helps to change young lives. And you would be doing an awful lot of good. Without, you won't even miss £3, I promise you. You can't even buy a packet of cigarettes for that. A cup of coffee's costing you that. And for that £3, we can do so much good for so many young people, some very young people who need a lot of help. Now, you've got until 6 p.m. this Friday to enter. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, please. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So text CRUISE CRUISE, and send it to 84850. And let me thank you on behalf of the little people who sometimes don't have a voice, and we want to make sure that they have a voice. I've seen some things which, to be honest with you, whatever you've got in your life that you think's going wrong, they have it 10 times worse. 10 times worse. Steve says, Mel, in Leeds, I found what I thought was a bit of bone in a burger from M&S, so I complained. Later the day, I discovered it was a bit of my tooth. Oh, I had a disaster one time. It was probably about a couple of years ago. And I was in the office, and I was eating, I don't know why actually, smoked salmon. And for some reason, I put the smoked salmon in my mouth. It was quite a large bit, where you buy a pack of 4 slices. And particularly nice. It was soaked in whiskey, although I couldn't taste any difference. And all of a sudden, the suction, don't ask me how it worked, the suction from the smoked salmon pulled my bridge out. The entire bridge came away. I went up the wall. I screamed, rushed to the toilet to see, because I had to sort of hold the bridge. Can't sort of pop it back in again with super glue, can you? And I remember on the news desk was a friend of mine, and he went, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" I said, "My bridge has fallen out," which gave me a whistle. So every time I spoke, I got a like that, which was a bit embarrassing. Of course, people thought it was hilarious. Steve's doing another impression. Not really. We were trying not to. But there you go. That's just the things that can happen. But, I'm sure we get through the day. So the BBC have done a major U-turn. There's a documentary on Michael Jackson coming up. They were going to call it Michael Jackson, the rise and rise of a superstar. Now they've changed it. The rise and fall, they've said, because there's this new documentary coming out. I don't believe it. But there again, we're all entitled to an opinion. You can make a documentary say just about anything you want. The Jihadi bride does yet another interview. Having said now, you'll love this one, the latest one, she reckons she's being denied the chance to return here because she's famous. No, dear. No. And if you really believe that, you're more stupid than you look. More stupid. Go and live with your father in Bangladesh. Your father lives in Bangladesh. Why do you want to come back here? It's not your father over here. What's it? But she can't go to Bangladesh because they don't want her. Well, I think it's a case under the human rights. You keep her, Bangladesh. We definitely don't want her. And also, I don't know what her father here is doing because he's not her father. Ridiculous, isn't it? We don't want her. We don't want Jihadi John either, and his blooming pasties. Jihadi Jack, is it? Well, there must be one called John. Jihadi John dead. Is that the one on the aeroplane? I can't try and think which one that was. Oh, he was a drone. Oh, world's gone barking mad. Jihadi Jack likes Doctor Who, pasties, and his mother. But he's in a prisoner of war camp, isn't he? Good, perhaps he'll stay there. Perhaps you can take her on as well. Karen Brady, as I say, has quit her role at Philip Green's firm as the allegations against him mount up, having told everybody, no, I'm not going to. And I was thinking, I think you should. And so now she has done, which is good. Tom Watson's lost 7 stone in his bid to turn his life around. Not doing the dancing programme, has he? Please, God, tell me he's not doing a dancing programme. Crisps are going up. Why? We've got a potato shortage. They were showing a thing on the telly the other day. It was on Ideal World, because I'm fascinated by these channels. And they were showing you how to grow your own potatoes. 20 quid gets you a sack, no earth, and the potatoes to put in it. And then you put them in and you build it up. And then you have potatoes for all year round. And I thought, that's nice, isn't it? And I thought, how boring, how dull. Why would you want to grow your own potato? Go and buy them. Go and buy them. They're cheap enough to buy. You want to grow them. It's like the other year I did do strawberries in my hanging baskets, which was lovely for the first sort of, few weeks. And then I've done tomatoes in the hanging baskets. And that was equally dull and boring. But it's people go, oh, what are you growing? I go, well, it looks like a tomato to me. What do you think it looks like? Cucumber? But, you grow whatever you want in them, just to make sure it's going to be lovely, and don't put stuff out just yet. Too early. Coming up. Steve, all the lovely Facebook spikers listening to you talking of laughter. It honestly is the best medicine. It's definitely infectious. It is. I don't care what anybody says. Sometimes you listen to... I can laugh at that record, The Laughing Policeman. That's because it's funny. And certain people who laugh on the television also... make me laugh because it's infectious. And this comes from a nurse. This is Heather, our Norwich nurse. I hope Norwich is good for you this morning. Chilly down here in London, but it's interesting, says Dallas. You mentioned David Austin Roses because the original nursery is around the corner from my late mother's house in Albrighton, which is near Wolverhampton. So many miles away, made me suddenly very homesick. Yes, I bought them because my Auntie Grace, some years ago, when they moved into a new house, they wanted a couple of upright roses. I think they call them standard roses. So I went down there and picked 2 out, and they were lovely. And I've tried to grow roses before, but I'm not particularly successful. I'm sort of instant gardener. I'm like the rest of the country at the moment, which is you go out and you go to a garden centre and you go, they look nice. I mean, sometimes I'll look at things and I go, that actually looks nice. And then I look at the price of it and I go, I'm not paying that. You know, it's like, I don't mind paying £1 a pot for daffodils because they're so cheap, the little tiny ones. I'd probably go to £1.50. That would be about my maximum. But for other pots, you see them at £6.99. That's too much for me. I'm filling up about 20 pots. It's very, very expensive. So that's why I thought we put the begonias in. I can only try them. And then I also use ivy, different variegated ivies and stuff like that in between things. But I thought this year, I wanted to use them in the hanging baskets. And then I thought, no, because I buy my hanging baskets ready done from the farm in Chertsey. The lads down there know that I like their hanging baskets. And so I'm going to try it out. But in fact, somebody cleared all my pots out. I've got all the earth. I've got 8 bags of earth all ready to go in, Levingtons. And I put it in there, pat it down, and then I shall plant out the begonias. And then, when it all comes out, then I'll know by the end of summer whether I made a mistake. And I'll think, I did geraniums one year, and then I got carried away and put different coloured geraniums in, because I bought them as plugs from Ideal World, and I couldn't remember what the colours were. So I ended up, it didn't have the dramatic effect, but I think begonias should have the dramatic effect. That's what I'm thinking, anyway. What's your view on vaping? E-cigarettes. People down here in Brighton are smoking them in bars, indoor places, even on some buses, says Chris. Well, they're not supposed to. They are forbidden. It's classed as smoking. It doesn't matter what it is, but you're not supposed to use them in bars. You can go outside of a bar and smoke them, but you're not supposed to smoke on buses. I would make the bus driver stop. Definitely. Just that kind of thing. I might buy some shoes today. Shoes are very difficult to buy for me. I think I've got one foot bigger than the other. I know that somebody told me about a shoe shop, and because I told you years and years ago, I had a producer and I was doing the Nightline programme, and he said, how do you fancy doing shoes on the programme for an hour? I said, shoes? He said, yeah. He said, I'll bring in a specialist on somebody who makes shoes for people, because no, it's like women wearing the wrong size bra. Most women are wearing the wrong size bra. And so when you go in and you get measured, then you know you can wear the right one. And the same for shoes. You know, you look at them, and there's a nice place like Lob, I think, where they keep your last, which is the shape of your shoe and all the rest of it. And so he said, well, actually do that. I went, oh, no, I don't fancy that. That won't work. And he said, it will. He said, oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. He opened up the phone lines, they went berserk. The amount of people who've got odd-sized feet. Because I think I'm a 10.5. An 11 is a bit like floating around in a boat, but on some 11s they're fine, because I don't like to try them on in a shop. I don't, I just go and buy them. So I'll pick up I generally would go for a 10.5. Sometimes it's a bit tight. I'll go for the 10.5, and I go, that's okay. Because I do seem to spend an extraordinary amount of time walking. There's a banana shortage, says Ulrika, in Australia. The banana shelves are empty. Or if they have a banana on it, it costs like liquid gold. A banana shortage? Didn't know, never heard of such a thing. We got loads around here. Paul Cooper's got tons of them in the shop. I like a banana occasionally. I used to like, when I was a child, a banana... What are you doing? A banana with... cut it into pieces. Way! That's not very big, is it? That's a small banana. See, I like them... I know, I'm sorry. I like them a little bit green. I like them so they're a bit al dente. I like them... How much was that? About 25p, isn't it, for a banana? Yeah. See, I even know the price of them, which is good. It's very good for you, but you shouldn't eat very many because of the potassium. Too much potassium is not good for you. But we used to cut them up, put condensed milk on, and then sprinkle sugar on. We were on a death wish even as children, I think. So, banana shortage. So, but not over here, Ulrika. We're all fine. And then somebody says, I thought the Queen had words with Meghan and Harry about their shows of affection. They can't keep their hands off each other. But he's supposed to be a member of the royal family. They're supposed to have some sort of etiquette going on. Well, that's all gone out the window. He's rested his hand on her shoulder, done all... oh, dear, it's dreadful. It's not what you expect from the royal family. You don't see Charles and Camilla going around holding hands, do you? Very unnecessary. You don't see William and Kate doing it either. They've got a handful of children. Do you have your own garden or communal garden? Communal, but I'm the only one who does it. Communal, but I'm the only one who does it. I always look after it. So every year... All the furniture's mine. All the furniture's mine. And it's nice. I like it. It's very therapeutic. I never thought I'd say that, but I have said it on a few occasions. For the simple reason that you get out there and you plant stuff up and you look at it and you go, that's good, I wonder what it's going to look like. And so I take a picture of it all looking empty. Then I take a picture at the beginning when it's all just started sprouting, and then I take a picture in the middle of summer when it's like whoosh, and it looks sensational. I take them for every angle, and I generally tweet them. I generally tweet the pictures. Then people go, oh, it looks very nice. Because I'm not green-fingered, but I like to think I'm a little bit caring. So, no, today the paper we don't have is the Mirror. We've had other papers missing. Queen of the Oscars, Olivia Colman, talks to Baz. Everybody loves her. Everybody loves her. Is that good? I mean, I feel immensely proud of things like that. I think it's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And then what a difference a year makes. 12 months ago, we were in the grip of the beast from the east. Now, after the hottest February day ever, there's a picture, excuse me, of Cambridge, people on a punt, covered in snow. And then the picture taken this year, where it's brilliant sunshine. Wonderful, isn't it? Angel of the North. Last year, same time, covered in snow. Dogs on a beach. Southport, covered in snow. This year, sand. Vegas the other day. Was absolutely amazing. They had snow. Well, you don't expect to see snow. Banana and peanut butter sandwiches, Steve. Lovely, says Sam. I've heard of somebody talked to me about those. Didn't Elvis Presley used to like banana and peanut butter sandwiches deep fried? So they made them, and then they were fried. I mean, he frankly was on a death wish, really, wasn't he? Susie from Chelsea says, I had begonias last year for the first time. They were amazing. They just flowered and flowered. Just ordered new corms online for this year. Reds, oranges and yellows, and like you with variegated ivy. It's to be honest with you, I think it's going to be the easiest thing I've ever done. The thing is having the patience to wait till they sort of grow. And then somebody else says, you can't go wrong with begonias, Steve. They love the sun, hardly need any looking after. They last all summer and give a wonderful display. Well, that's what I thought. And so I bought 40 quid's worth. That will fill up all of the pots. And I'm going to go to another nursery this morning and go and have a look. Because I just think it's sort of necessary. You know, a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of sort of plants coming out, and you think, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Life is way too short. I said that to a friend of mine the other day, actually. I said, you suddenly realise when you get a little bit older that your life is whizzing past you. My brother, as you know, is laid up because he fell down his girlfriend, soon-to-be wife's stairs. I think he was trying to get out of the decorating. So he's laid up for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, if you please. And remember Mr. Shah, the chemist? Well, he had an accident as well. And he's just come back from a cruise. And he is back in the land of the living. Thank God for that. He says, but the consultant had good news for me today. He said I could get rid of the knee brace and reduce the use of crutches. So an intensive bout of physio starts tomorrow. They are celebrating 30 years at the pharmacy. 30 years of goods in Twickenham. That's as long as I've been in Twickenham. They're very good, your staff, aren't they? They're very good. So Mr. Shah is sort of on the mend. My brother, of course, is laid up for a few weeks because it's done his back in. How he fell down the stairs, I've got no idea. Honestly, we must be accident prone in our family. It's ridiculous. And Mark from Bristol says, I arrived home from the pub the other night to find the wife stood in the door with my bags packed. As she turned me away, she said spitefully, I hope you die a slow, agonising death. So I replied, well, make your mind up. Do you want me to stay now, then? You get that? No, never mind. So I sometimes wonder whether or not humour doesn't travel to Aberdeen. So, in other words, it's a case of, I want you to die a slow, agonising death. So he was about to leave, and they said, oh, so really you want me to stay? But being the fact that, you know, the wife was obviously so dreadful. That's like, you know, husband and wife getting married, okay, and they get to the church, and what's that bit that runs down the middle? The aisle, okay, and at the very end is what? The altar. The altar, yeah, that's the altar. And what do people sing? Hymns. There you go, so you can get there slow. That's a bit of a pudding teeth. But so, and that's what she's thinking. Aisle, altar, hymn. And if you don't, then you're out the door. Aisle, altar, hymn. Oh, very good, very funny. God, you're easy to please, aren't you? It must be a nightmare at a comedy club. Every joke. OK, now what happens is the vicar says... Do you put your hand up to ask questions? You haven't mentioned the choir for a while, actually. I'm a little bit worried that maybe the choir has gone by the board. We don't seem to be talking about it at all. You're still singing. Going tonight. Oh, do you ken John Peel with the cooks okay? Dun, 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 dun. Your director's birthday. Oh, how lovely. How rivetingly dull. What songs will we be singing this evening? Anything particularly exciting that you can think of? The Show Must Go On. Oh, right. The Show Must Go On by Queen. I've never heard of that one. Do you mean... I know the band Queen, thank you very much indeed. The Show Must Go On. I thought that was Leo Sayer. Baby. It's Queen, is it? Really? Oh, right. Stay by Rihanna. What a funny choir you're in, isn't it, really? Don't you sing normal things like She'll Be Coming? I Wish by Steve... Oh, right. God, you're boring. Really are. 6. Hope you're okay this morning. Do you remember, says Holly, when smoking was allowed in the cinema? Of course I do. Of course I do. Little ashtrays on the back of the seat in front of you, which had enough space for about 3 or 4 cigarettes. I can remember seeing it because when the film was shown over your head, all you could see was smoke going up through it. I mean, when you think about it, mind you, I'm old enough to remember, Holly, when at the end of the film they played the national anthem and people stood up. I can remember... You know, they played the national anthem, people stood up, and they only did one verse, it wasn't like they did the whole thing, and then we used to say, these people are moving, they're wandering out of the cinema already, they haven't even finished the national anthem, how rude, how rude. People, no, the only film I ever heard anybody clap in was E.T. That's the only film that it's finished, and apart from that, we were all sobbing our hearts out because we believed it. I don't know why we sobbed our hearts out. We knew what it was, but it was just so brilliant, so clever. As anything that Spielberg does is very clever. And then everybody, there was a sort of a pause. They banged all the lights up, and then people started clapping. And I thought, that's a sign of a good film, isn't it? Really. Steve, I think we've left it too late to do anything about climate change. They reckon that there is a piece of Antarctica that's broken off, which is twice the size of New York City. Twice the size. I loved it the other day. I was, what was I looking at? Oh, it was some people who were in Antarctica, and they were at the end of a glacier. You know where it sort of finishes at the sea, and then all of a sudden, because glaciers move, but you can only do it in time-lapse photography, so you can see the speed the thing is moving. And then a huge chunk of it fell off into the sea and caused this wave. And you think to yourself... Do you know, it's amazing, isn't it? I told you they've already found a lake, which is something like 2 miles down in Antarctica, through the ice. They've done an X-ray picture and they found this lake. I like to secretly believe that there are sort of creatures in there that we've never seen before, but I fear it must be blooming freezing, mustn't it? Very cold. Although you can actually, what did they have? Was it a frog or something like that? That they froze. And it can take its body down to that temperature, and then it just stays there in like a hibernation. Then when it thaws out, it hops away again. Clever, isn't it, really? Steve, this is my lovely banana snack. Breakfast, banana, thick yoghurt and honey. Oh, Monica, that's probably quite nice, actually. Unfortunately, I can't do the honey. I can do the honey for medicinal purposes. And what was the other one? Thick yoghurt. They were doing a thing the other day in Costco, trying to sell me Greek yoghurt. I nearly bought some and I thought, would I eat it? No, probably not. John the cabbie, what? Says hot buttered toast with a scraping of peanut butter and a ripe squashed banana on the top. Heavenly. I think it goes back. My mother used to do bread soaked in the bacon fat in the frying pan. Seriously, and that was actually quite nice. Quite nice. Kev the expat says, I thought of you yesterday as I ordered an espresso. I get in trouble. Do you call it espresso? Espresso. In a bar at Rome's International Airport. The person serving me placed the coffee in front of me, holding the rim of the cup. Usually I'd have paid it no attention, but then I thought of you and I didn't drink it. Unfortunately, I didn't have the guts to say anything. One step at a time. I've started that fear. It's like when I watch people in sandwich bars making sandwiches with their bare hands and they haven't got gloves on, I avoid them like the plague. I wouldn't go there at all. You don't know, because some people... don't wash their hands properly, you know. And, Steve, in bed with flu, says Bella. I wish people wouldn't call a bad cold the flu when it's so much worse. Oh, I've been quite good this year, actually. I haven't suffered with anything. Although I noticed the other day my boss was a bit sniffy, and I thought, he's got a little bit of a cold. Do you remember somebody playing the piano at the front of the cinema? No. I remember somebody playing the organ at the front, not a piano. That would be ridiculous. Steve, you and my son are big fans of curries, but if you want a beef curry, you can only get it in a Chinese restaurant, not in an Indian one. I think I could get anything in an Indian restaurant at all. Go to the one outside Clapham Junction Station. My favourite one there is a mixed vegetable curry with boiled rice. Ooh, Connie, that sounds nice. I still like the beef curry that I got in Feltham the other day. Lovely. They're remaking E.T. It'll be called GC Go Home. Yeah, exactly. Home. Yes, home. Off you go. Bye. You know, I'd quite happily send her off to another planet. Wendy in Florida says the best shoe shop in London is A&G Martinstone by the Little Venice Canal on Edgware Road. An amazing selection, and they know their shoes. I would hope they do. My favourite umbrella shop is in Holborn, in London. A very old-fashioned shop. You can get some really nice umbrellas in there. And then what did I think the other day? There was something happened to me, and I remember thinking, I must tell everybody about it. As usual, forget. Oh, that's right. I got a thing from my insurance company saying, by the way, Steve, happy birthday, very shortly. And did you know that if you're thinking of taking your car abroad, you need a licence, a special licence? We can arrange this for you. And I thought, oh, nice. I've no plans of taking the car abroad. I really haven't. Steve, in Thailand, they play the King's Royal Anthem before every film, and you must stand. I would think so too, Eddie. I would think so too. I mean, we seem to have been a bit lax in this country, don't we? Janice says, I found out last week my husband Gary has never had a banana sandwich. I'd never have married him if I'd known. I know. And bread in the bacon fat is fried bread, isn't it? Yes, it is, but it's because what my mother used to do, she had a frying pan. To be honest with you, I thought it looked black, you know, because she'd used it so often. But in fact, it's been what they call seasoned. Your wok is supposed to be seasoned. So if you have a look at woks in in Chinese takeaways or anything like that, they're black. They cook on very, very high heat. It's lovely to watch. Really is. I love it when you can see into the kitchen. And so what she would do, she'd cook bacon and then she'd just leave it and then it would all solidify and then she'd heat it up again. So it would end up with all the bacon fats in the frying pan and then she'd put fried bread in. It's lovely, isn't it? It's called dipped bread. My sister likes it crispy, says Donald. Dipped bread. My mum, says the producer, calls boiled egg dippy egg. I think I've secretly been adopted every time she does. Dippy. Yeah, morning, Mum. I think she'll be listening this morning. We're getting all the mums I've noticed on this programme. I don't mind the ladies listening. I'm a big fan of mums this morning, because at 19 minutes to 6, got to have somebody who recognises what you do. Renewing insurance contracts has been an eye-opener this year. 3 phone calls have saved me 94 quid, says Jenna. Just tell them you're thinking of leaving, and they always say, I'm sure there's something we can do. Yes, in fact, no, if you're doing a phone one, ask to get put through to disconnections, because that way you can say, sorry, I need to leave, okay? And they nowadays they can't stop you leaving, and it's a fairly simple thing to do. But if they think they're going to lose a customer, they will try. They might not go as well as you think, because there's just so much competition. Tricia says, I remember when they played the national anthem, when the telly finished at the end of the day, there was something called the test card, which was a still of a girl writing on a blackboard, and at the end of the national anthem, the picture just went to a small little dot. Ping. Did. Most people leave their televisions on, don't they, overnight? Not actually on, but it's on standby. And people say, oh, you shouldn't do that, it's dangerous. Well, I've been doing it for 40-plus years. Steve, is there anything better than crispy aromatic duck, says Richard? Well, there probably is, but I mean, I could eat one of those by myself. There's just something about it, isn't there? Something about crispy aromatic duck. Although, actually, come round here, we've got Soho just over the road, and they're all hanging in the windows. I feel a bit sorry for them, actually. I don't know why. Poor ducks, honestly. You must try Greek yoghurt with fresh bits of fruit added. 1,000,000 times better than that watery stuff, says Kevin the milkman, that passes as yoghurt. And Carl in Belfast says 3 soft-boiled Irish eggs in a cup with butter with beautifully made soldiers. Does anybody have soldiers anymore? Why is it all the things you had as children are sort of things that, you know, we were so... I was thinking the other day, actually, I must be getting to that age now, where you think about things that you did as a child. We could amuse ourselves playing in the garden with a few toys. You take your toys down and you play I used to play circuses, because I had some of the Chipperfield circus toys, and then I had another lorry, and you could put a tent on it, and I made a tent out of one of my mum's scarves. And it was great. I could amuse myself for hours out there, and then I'd pack it all down, put it on the lorries, and and sort of drive the lorries around the garden. It's great fun. Great fun. Nowadays, what is it that keeps us going in the garden? Nothing. Apart from planting things. That was about it. I don't eat bread, Steve, so when I have boiled eggs, I have crispy. I don't eat bread, so when I have boiled eggs, I have crispy. Is there something? We think there's something missing from that one. And one here says, seriously, Steve, you are making me very hungry. I've not eaten since Sunday evening. Well, you must force yourself. You really must force yourself. It's thinking of getting in the car and going for a McDonald's breakfast. Or 3. Listen to you always, thank you. Climate change is a piece of ice that's going to break off 100 square miles. I know. I mean, how does it cope? Is that clever? I love it. M&S do a Massaman curry kit. Just add potatoes and beef, says Cindy, who's in Chingford. Chingford. What's Chingford famous for? Ian Duncan Smith? No, the other one. No, not Margaret Thatcher. No, I can't remember his name. His wife was seriously injured in the Brighton bombing. Tebbit. And also, I think Birds of a Feather are from Chingford. I think that's where the programme was set. Aye, Captain, says Gary. Offer my yearly diabetic eye test later. Oh, today I've got blood test. Non-fasting diabetic blood test. That's where they take an armful of blood. And I just look at the ceiling, thinking, make it stop, please. Steve, when I was training, says Stuart, as a money broker years ago, I used to go and get breakfast for 40 brokers. They all went out their way to order as awkwardly as possible. The favourite was a bacon roll or sandwich with all the fat cut off. As I wasn't paid very well at the time, I used to get the sandwich man to save it all up and do me a bacon fat roll. Delicious. And by the way, I'm still alive. Dave says bread and dripping. You could buy dripping. You could go to the butcher's, couldn't you? Shock horror. We came in, says Linda, from playing in the street and had a thick buttered white bread sugar sandwich. Still alive. Yeah, sugar sandwich. We used to sit there in motorway service stations, ripping open the little bags on sugar and pouring it into your mouth, or failing that, just picking up sugar cubes. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Ian says, when my mum used to cook lamb chops, she would dip bread in the fat and juices. It was called dip in the pan. Nothing of not original in your household. Katie Price all over the papers, as you can well imagine, spared prison despite being drunk in charge of her pink Range Rover, and basically just did her usual arrogant, sort of stupid thing. She boasts, I'm going car shopping. As I say, can't imagine where the money's coming from. Can't imagine, but there you go. I'm sure we'll worry about that at a later date. 14, it was what? Oh, Chigwell, was it? I'm so sorry. What did I say, Chingford? Well, it begins with C. What do you want? Goodness sake. Same place. Right. Should we have a check on the travel this morning? With the road and the rail myself. I was just thinking to myself, I had amusing, not amusing, but amusing, because Katie Price has now been banned for the 3rd time from driving for 3 months because she wasn't driving the car. Somebody was driving the car who ran off. Apparently a friend of her boyfriend. And I was thinking to myself, was he insured to drive your car, dear? In which case, shouldn't be too difficult to find out, should it? Who the person is who's insured to drive her pink car. I mean, I can't see many blokes wanting to get into a pink car and drive it if you don't have insurance. That would be a bit silly. But apparently he ran off because they had an argument. And all I kept thinking was, I mean, to add different people onto the policy must be, have to pay a bit of extra money. Anyway, she has to pay £2,425. Fantastic. Well, there's good news, isn't it? There's good news. And off the road for 3 months, but she didn't see it like that at all. But I only asked the question about, and I'm sure that the newspapers are probably asking the same question. She won't say who the person is who ran off, and nobody from the party seems to know anything at all. I'm thinking, but where would the insurance come in? It'd be like me sort of being very drunk, sitting in the back of my car and the producer driving it, and somebody saying, have you got insurance? No, that's why I ran off. Why, I mean, otherwise you'd hang around, wouldn't you, to go, listen, save all this shenanigans. Because otherwise you just sort of found drunk in charge of a car. Chingford, famous for the Krays being buried in the cemetery. David Beckham lived here. All right. Did he really? Chingford. Is that where his parents still live? So they could do, actually. They're still on holiday, by the way. The whole family is skiing. God, they're up to Olympic standards. And loads of pictures have been taken, which is fantastic. And I get fresh eggs every morning from my girls, says Helen. One of them, Gertrude, produces double yolks. See, I can't eat runny eggs. I used to be able to, but I can't. Can't do them at all now. I went to my friends for Sunday lunch, says Holly. Her newly vegetarian daughter came along. She had given her mother a selection of recipes to try. We had cabbage pie, a big lump of cabbage leaves in a white sauce covered with mashed potato and sprinkled with parmesan. Oh dear. Our poor little tummies are only just starting to feel better. I think I'll happily remain an omnivore. Oh, well. Annie in Kent says, cut a hole in the middle of your bread before frying it, and halfway through, drop an egg into it. Great way to fry your bread, so you don't have to wait on your egg. Oh, that's a good idea. I can't quite go for that. That's about the most sensible thing we've had this morning, I think. Steve, re-cinema. A friend and I watched Rocky IV. The whole cinema erupted, cheering and whooping. I've never seen any of them. I know it's about boxing, and that's it. But Rocky got the better of the Russian, Ivan Drago. It was like we were all in the arena. Sorry? Ivan Drago. So, Ivan, right, well anyway, when the break dance came out, they removed 3 rows of seats so people could body pop. Oh, Colin, it sounds about as boring as anything, but they seem to like it next door. They like the rough and tumble boys fighting kind of thing, you know, which is not so brilliant. Mo says you must try Waitros's ginger or black cherry yoghurt. That's a thought I could, actually. Apparently Greek yoghurt, far more protein than regular and tastes good. Sliced whole banana, some blueberries, roasted almonds and some dried cranberries for sweetness. Sounds nice, Slavik. Thank you very much indeed for that one. Donald says at the Annie's Land picture house, it was deemed rude to leave while the UK's national anthem was being played, so the majority of folk made a beeline for the exit before it began. Scots were how we Wallace bled. Thank you very much indeed. Did you ever see a double bill in the cinema? Always. You got the A film and you got a B film as well. And I thought that the B films sometimes were better than the A films. So I did see double bills, A film, B film. Warmest day in February, Steve, in 178 years. The other day, warmest February since ever yesterday. And then snow in Vegas. Are the poles shifting? By the way, I remember playing a tuning fork or chasing cows in the field and then being chased by the farmer. Do you know, there was a farmer the other day, just been fined over £400,000. His cows attacked somebody who was crossing the field and killed them, I think. Steve, just a quickie. Vaping is not covered under smoking legislation. I think it isn't. It isn't. But they do. Banned in a lot of public places. So it's up to the bars and organisations to decide whether they allow it in their premises. Well, I think on the buses they won't have vaping at all. Banned on trains and everything else. So where does that leave you? I don't know any pubs around our way where they allow you to vape in the pub. You can stand outside and you can vape, but not really the rest of the time. So here she is, the lying MP. This is Fiona Onasanya, the shamed MP, as they call her. She lied through her teeth. She walks free from prison 28 days after being jailed for 3 months. And she was lying about a speeding ticket. It's understood she's being let out as part of an early release scheme. What's the point of sending her to prison then? Why don't you just leave her out to start with? She has continued to collect her salary. I don't think we can have people who tell lies. You know, she's been jailed at the Old Bailey. The following day, several complaints were made that the sentence was too short. So it doesn't get any shorter now, does it? Jurors in Onasanya's trial heard that the MP colluded with her brother Festus after a car was clocked doing 41 in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. She was sent a notice of intended prosecution to fill out, but it was sent back, naming the guilty driver as Alex Antipau, an acquaintance of her brother who was visiting his parents in Russia at the time. What a liar she is. I mean, you wouldn't trust her as far as you could throw her, would you? I don't think so. But, it's one of those things. Anyway, her brother received 10 months in prison after he pleaded guilty to 3 counts of perverting the course of justice. And the judge, Mr. Justice Stuart Smith, described Onasanya's decision to deceive police as disastrous. He said, "You've not simply let yourself down, you've let those down who looked to you for inspiration." I wouldn't be looking to her for any inspiration, thank you. I don't want to associate with liars and people who try and deceive and pervert the course of justice. Also, we're celebrating, but we've got some celebrity birthdays today. A couple of nice ones, actually, which you will enjoy. Plus, also, children's health supplements lacking vitamin D. Do you take any supplements? Do you take any tablets? Nothing? Do you take any tablets? Nothing like that? Do you go running? Yeah. When do you go running? When is this? Recently? Have you? Afternoons you go running. Where do you go running? Where'd you go? Burgess Park. There you go. That's the place. You want to see him, Burgess Park. I bet you won't see him today. I bet you won't. No, you can't go today, can you? Because you've got choir practice tonight. And so probably better you don't exhaust yourself. Do you have spandex shorts or something? Lycra? He doesn't go running. I can always tell somebody goes running, because one of our producers here used to go running after he'd finished the programme and before. It's amazing. Steve, Katie Price. When you take out fully comp insurance, you're insured to drive any other car on a third-party basis. So she does not have to have another named driver on her policy, as long as he's insured on his own car. You can... No, only if you've got fully comp, and it says so on there. And we don't know that because you won't tell us who he is. She quite clearly knows who it is, although the judge seems somewhat sceptical. Katie Price has the car keys in her handbag when the police found them. Ergo, she was driving, says Anna. No, she wasn't. No, she was on the back seat. She was changing. Apparently. Artificial turf is popular. Ever thought of getting some? No, but I've seen it. You mean the artificial grass? Yeah, I've seen artificial grass. My godchildren have it. Looks fantastic. Ridiculous. And another one here. 100 square miles of ice, you say, Steve. Just need 50,000 gallons of scotch now, and the weekends start early. Happy days, says Kevin. That seems an awful lot of ice, doesn't it, floating around? I'm always very interested. I wouldn't want to go in the water there at all. I get very frightened by things like that. Do MPs get paid when they leave a political party? Yeah. Well, we've just had one in prison. A crim. And she's still being paid $77,000 a year. And I'm sure my wife's colourblind, says Rob, who's in a place called Hatfield, which apparently now is in Doncaster. We've moved Hatfield. It used to be... Different Hatfield. Oh, right. Used to be Hertfordshire as well. And she had peas on toast for breakfast the other day. Actually, I hated peas. You never get them to sit on the fork, could you? My mother never supplied a spoon. Gina says, I'm in Chingford and you're losing me sleep as I keep waking at 4 to listen to you. Dreadful, isn't it? I'm so sorry. But grateful at the same time. Grateful at the same time. Do you remember a ridiculous Rothmans billboard ad back in the late 60s, Steve? The image depicted an airline pilot at the controls of his aircraft, and the caption below it read, when you know what you're doing. Need I say more, says Patrick. Yes, I mean, I was a big fan of the... of adverts for things. I like the one in the plane where they'd save the money because they were using Camay soap or something like that. Totally. I thought, actually, if I bought Camay soap, people would think I was really rich. They didn't. In fact, I don't use soap at all. I use liquid soap, which is better. Otherwise, it's not really good for me, actually. Over 60s, the NHS have launched a little thing just for you. It's called Jiggle Wiggle. And as you can well imagine, it's to stop pensioners spreading diseases. Free condoms for the over 60s. Whee! That's good news, isn't it? If, of course, you were over 60. So it's called Jiggle Wiggle Scheme. I don't like to think about it, actually. I think that's too much, don't you? Free condoms. You give them to children as well, but that I see. But, I mean, you don't really want to give them to sort of pensioners. You don't want to think of pensioners doing it, you know? Coming up very shortly, news at 6 o'clock this Tuesday morning. It's the 26th of February. The BBC in a major U-turn over the Michael Jackson programme. Beverly Callard from Corrie says she was branded flaky after admitting her battles with mental health. Kim Marsh could make buckets of cash because she's quit morning. Nice to be company. 4 minutes past 6, Tuesday, 26th of February. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7 this morning. And birthdays today, we're celebrating Michael Bolton, who is 66, Fanny Craddock, who died some years ago. She had a bit of a rough time on television. She was born Phyllis Primrose Pesci, but for some reason we ended up with Fanny Craddock. And it emerged after her death she was addicted to amphetamines. She only ever once walked out the studio when she was on the Parkinson chat show, and the other guest on the show was Danny LaRue, dressed as Shirley Bassey. When she discovered it was a man, she stormed out the studio. Obviously quite a peculiar person. Also on this day in 1952, Winston Churchill revealed Britain had developed its own atomic bomb. And the phrase explained, taking the mickey. You know, you have that, which that comes from to make fun of or to mock. It's from the 1930s, a Cockney rhyming slang to take the mickey bliss, i.e. to take the P word. Also, there's a guy, I don't know how you pronounce that name, actually. Victor Hugo birthday today. Victor Hugo, the French novelist, author of Les Miserables. When he died, the brothels of Paris closed for a day. Such was a regular visitor he was, but when he was writing, he would take all his clothes off, give them to his servants and say, give them back when I've completed the chapter. Amazing, is it really? Also, the pensioner in all the papers today who racially abused a black grandmother on a Ryanair plane in Barcelona will not be prosecuted. Seriously, you can't make up things nowadays. You can't be charged because the incident happened in Spain. That's why, you see. And, Steve, I was working in Streatham, 1990, saw a funeral procession consisting of a glass carriage pulled by black horses with black feathers. It was the funeral of Charlie Wilson. One of the great... I don't remember Charlie Wilson from the Great Train Robbery. But obviously, yes. And he was notorious. He'd been assassinated by a hitman in Marbella. I used to see... Who was Buster Edwards? He was down at Waterloo Station with his flower stall. I used to see him every day. Every day. It was so funny. Really, it was odd to see somebody who I'd seen a film about. What sort of court did Katie Price get tried in? It was magistrates' court. Magistrates. If the driver can't be identified, surely it should be assumed that she was driving. No. She was sitting in the back of the car. So she wasn't. She might have been holding the keys. She could have been sitting there with a steering wheel in her hand. But that's how it was. If I was in court, would the court accept I wasn't driving if I couldn't prove to the court who was driving? Well, I mean, the police were somewhat... They just knew she was drunk. They just knew that she was drunk. So it was one of those sort of things. And so, as I say, she's been banned again. And that's why she didn't take the 10 points on her licence, because she only needs another 2 and she's off the road for quite a long while. Mind you, I suspect we haven't heard the end of this. I suspect these, like most of these things, they go round and round and round. May says, I'm a community radio presenter and love it. Wow. I don't know anything about community radio, actually. I know about hospital radio and I know about BBC local radio, and that's about the only thing I know about. And I know what I do. It says, your listening figures are incredible. I can only dream of listeners like that. I know. I keep thinking it's a dream as well. But it isn't. Anyway, I've listened to you for years and learnt so much. Our station is very popular. Would you give me the pleasure of playing a song for you on my show on Saturday, 9 till 10? No. No, I'm sorry not. No, we can't have to take requests on other radio stuff. I think this is. Goodness sake, honestly. I'll tell you what, you can play the entire 1812 overture if you like. With a jingle. You don't need to ask somebody to play a piece of music, do you? It's, you know... I mean, if it was the producer, then you'd be playing something like Queen, because he loves Queen. Oh, no, sorry, I forgot, you don't like Queen. That was it. And you do like David Bowie. Yeah. Funny, isn't it, really? I've got that. Steve, re the lying MP who's out of jail. Can't the people who voted her in then get her out by having a by-election? Well, she's appealing. She's a solicitor. She's appealing to nobody, as far as I'm aware. Darryl in Beckenham says, it's my husband Brian's birthday today. He's spending the day aquascaping his new aquarium. Oh. You know, you've got to be very careful with aquarium. People just think you go and fill up with water from the tap, and then you put fish in, and they all swim about quite happily. No, you've got to test the water. It's got to be the right sort of water for the right sort of fish. And as Darryl says, he'll probably be buying more fish as well. I like an aquarium. I like a big aquarium. We've been in a building once. Holly's new M&S launch. I mean, she's allowed to wear this stuff on the television, I think, because they don't seem to mind a bit of promotion. So she's wearing now denim. Actually, I was in Marks & Spencer yesterday. You girls have got loads more items to wear than us boys have. Ours is very poor and shoddy. The quality is awful in Marks & Spencer's. So I was looking at some nice sort of Larry shirts, as people would call them. Not quite Tommy Bahamas, but heading in that direction. I feel the material. Felt dreadful. Really, it was just thin and weedy. So I thought, you're not having my money. Although I don't know who he is. Jailed the con man, who was the UK face of an Indian call centre scam. He made 400,000, but Baljinder Singh has now gone off to prison. Enjoy yourself. I'm sure he will. They used to send emails out and phone people up saying there's something the matter, you need to send us 70 quid. Once they'd actually got their account details, they just plundered them. Not so good at all. Why having a baby ruins your sleep for 6 years. I don't know if this is male or female, because every new parent, there will be quite a number this morning, know to expect plenty of sleepless nights with a screaming baby. The bad news is that even 6 years later, you'll still be missing out on some precious shut-eye. So the kid will be 6. Don't they sleep well at 6? I thought they slept well at 6. I thought they were okay. Anyway, first-time mothers are deprived of 22 minutes of sleep a night, even after their child has started school. Good Lord. Unfortunately, older children still get up in the night, fall ill and have nightmares. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I'm like regular as clockwork, waking up in the night. I always wake up at, to go to the toilet at 11 o'clock. Unfortunately, I'm not actually quite awake until 12, so it doesn't really help, does it? Also, childhood, living in the country, so it's living the countryside, apparently is very good. It cuts mental illness if you live in the country. And we were talking about this the other day. We were talking about how when you were a kid, you used to play in the countryside or in fields and stuff like that. Where I lived in Yorkshire, we used to play on the farms. You'd climb into the barns on the hay bales. I mean, the farmer never once, I don't ever remember the farmer ever coming out and going, "Oi, get off my land." Nothing like that at all. We were just allowed to play in farms. You know, we didn't wander into the fields. We used to play with the lambs, sort of. And, but it was mainly going into the barns and climbing about among hay bales and making tears. Theresa May, fields of wheat. Wasn't there a song about on the fields of something? The fields of barley. With Sting, Fields of Barley. Fields of Gold was the song. Yeah, you see, I know all the songs. Roxanne. Yeah, I never liked that either. I had some friends of mine, I used to do a couple of nightclub gigs. Woo! Look at me being hip. And they used to love the Police. And you couldn't get away unless you played the Police. I grew to loathe the Police just at that time. So the United Arab Emirates are spending and sending their first man into space. They've got limitless money. I mean, to be honest with you, it'll probably be an absolute resounding success. And Alan Partridge, monstrously vain, but we can't help but love him. Aha! He's lovely. He's a great interview as well. Might or might not be going out with Melanie Sykes, but there again, everybody's been out with Melanie Sykes. And be warned if you're going anywhere near Sutton train station today. I wonder if reporters are going to be pretending to be homeless to see whether they're going to throw a bucket of water over them as well. Anyway, they've suspended 3 people, mainly because, and if it had not been for the quick thinking of one lady, as they were sort of splashing water all over the place with a mop on this homeless person who was lying on the ground outside the station. If this lady had not photographed it, we would not know about it. But luckily, they've acted quickly. Unfortunately, they need to retrain their staff down there. You can't treat human beings like that. And 3 people have been suspended. So one of them is quite clearly identifiable. You can see him in the papers today. Also, the diabetes tsunami, the rate among the over 40s has doubled in just 20 years. And it's purely down, I'm sure, to fast food and the fact that years ago you went out and you did some shopping and you bought things and you made a meal. Now you go out, if you want a curry, you go to Marks and Spencer's or any of the supermarkets, they're all ready made. You can go to Iceland and you just empty it into a saucepan, heat it up, and it's all done. You don't need to actually cook anything. So much easier. I mean, I had a jalfrezi the other day from Costco, mainly because I'm bone idle and I can't make things like that. What's the point? They make it for you, and it's much better than anything I could ever do. When you think, Steve, how much trouble goes into keeping fish in an aquarium, just think how beautifully balanced the natural ecosystem is. I never think about that. I do like going out to garden centres and having a look at loads of fish in a tank. If ever I was lucky enough to have an aquarium, then I would definitely have all one type of fish, not lots of different ones, all be the same ones, because if you have loads of them, like neon tetras or something like that, they're fantastic. They look so much better. So much better. Harry goes to war on plastic. I don't know, they're on a jolly somewhere at the moment. Wife wearing dreadful dress, honestly. So they make some really, really nice pregnancy dresses and stuff like that. This one just looks like a sack of potatoes. It's awful. Spike Lee storms out over the picture snub. And the showbiz split of the second, Gemma Collins and the fat bloke are off. He apparently took a picture of her snoring in bed, posted it, and then said she's got more roles than Greg's. Obviously had a sherbet or 2, I should imagine, because you wouldn't write that if you're supposed to be going out with somebody. Anyway, she's kicked him out and changed the locks again. For about the 15th time. They are like little 3-year-olds, aren't they? Anyway, she's gone on holiday. Thank God for that. Perhaps she'll stay there and not come back. Right, what are we going to do now? I think I'm just about on the money for this one. The LBC News at 6:15. The headline, so funny. The things you discover on the internet, if you want to put a smile on your face. But the simplest one is a cat. In fact, quite a number of cats eating, and then it turns around, somebody's put a cucumber on the floor. Well, the cat is quite clear, has no idea what it is. Look, they look down and then they leap into the air. They think it's a snake, you see. They think it's a snake. And so they see it, and they've got no idea. So they're literally trying to get away from it as fast as possible. And it's just, I mean, you shouldn't really laugh at it because it's really putting these cats through an awful lot of stress and strain. And it's when they sort of, so they eat, and then they, what's going on? And then they turn around, and then they see it, and then they leap into the air. And boy, do they leap it. Here we go. And the poor cat is now going to see it, and whoa, into the air. But my favourite one is fake lift. Fake lift is obviously done in America. I've never seen it done here. And so they get in a lift, and at the back of the lift, they're looking at the building over the road. But what they're looking at is a film. And so they push the button, the lift moves up. Well, they think the lift moves up. But in fact, it's just the film at the back which makes it look as though they're moving up. Then all of a sudden, the lights start flashing. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant. And then there's a huge... and the lift appears to burst through the top of the building, and they're now overlooking the street. You want to see these people, but not as good as the Mountain Death Walk, which is a glass walkway on the side of a mountain. Seriously dangerous. And what they've done is they've arranged for it to look as though the walkway, which is all glass, cracks. And so it goes... well, the man on it thinks he's about to die. We shouldn't laugh at things like that, but to be quite honest with you, it is very funny, because you know what they're thinking. Oh, God, I've got to get out of this quickly. And they can, actually. Carl says, regarding the homeless man being soaked at the railway station, Sutton, shame on Sutton, I'm shocked how many people just walk by. People don't want to get involved. They don't want to get involved now. They really don't. Off to sunny Orlando, says Chloe, for a couple of weeks in Walt Disney World. How nice. Hope it is sunny. Just when we get all of our lovely weather here, you're going to Orlando. You'll love it. If you've not been before, you'll love it. Costco have Scottish sliced square sausage. Do they? Well, I've never... oh, look, honestly. Pathetic. I've never seen it, and I thought I'd seen most things there. I shall have a look for that today. Large pack, but easily frozen. Delicious, and you don't see it very often, says Eddie. And one here says, as you won't put forward a request for my community radio show, I shall play for you a song of a couple I can tell you adore. Yes, it's Peter Andre and Katie Price and their classic song, A Whole New World. That one, which is fantastic. Earplugs at the ready. John says, we used to have pig's trotters when we were kids. Mum would boil them up in the saucepan, and when you ate them with your finger, they'd stick together. Oh, goodness sake. I'm sorry, see, I can't eat things like that. I would rather starve. I could never eat... I can't eat anything that looks like the animal. Obviously, apart from prawn cocktail and stuff like that. But, oh, no. Pig's trotters. No, thank you very much indeed. There's a limit, isn't there? So, I realised people had them. It was a sort of meat. Even thinking about it makes me ill. Did you ever do scrumping? That's where you went and nicked apples. No, we used to buy them. We were far more sophisticated than that. I mean, if you found them as a windfall on the ground, that's fine. Then you could... Our next door neighbours used to have an orchard. Well, they had 2 trees. We thought it was an orchard when we were little. And if there was an apple on the ground, you'd bite into it, and then you'd suddenly realise you've bitten through half a worm. And then you just think, I think I've eaten the other bit. And that was always a bit disturbing. And we would always go out... picking blackberries and stuff like that. Because my mum used to make blackberry jam, and she'd make apple something, and things like that. Had a vivid dream last night, says Keith. Being at the National Lottery office, they checked my ticket 4 times, and they said I'd won. Yeah, I've had that before. They lie. It's not real. It's a dream. It's sort of, it's something that's in your psyche. And you think that you've won something. You haven't really. All very disappointing. Front page of the Daily Express, we're still talking Olivia Colman, from cleaner to the Queen of Hollywood. I love the way they've all latched onto the cleaner thing. We've all done jobs, haven't we? I think you'll find Michelle Collins is in the papers today saying she's taken on cleaning jobs. You know, lots of people do it, but they make a big deal about it. Now they say, oh, she's going to be worth 25 million and all the rest of it. Well, you know, we say that about a lot of people. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. She's lovely. We love her. We love her to pieces. And she's one of ours. So that's even better. Jeff says the rise in diabetes directly correlates with the mass replacement of sugar with sweeteners. It's the margarine trans fat scandal all over again. See, I don't take any notice, Jeff, of stuff like that. I really don't. I mean, people said, oh, you know, you can have sweeteners. I've never missed sugar in my life. I'm sure it's in a lot of the food that I eat, but I don't actually miss it at all. What about chocolate bunnies, says Charlie Girling. And she knows about chocolate bunnies. She knows about chocolate. She had a biscuit the other day. She was sitting out there on the desk, Charlie, our showbiz editor, and she'd been in to talk about the Oscars. And there was a packet of those, but you know those ones that you like, the raspberry creams, which I don't give to you now because they're very bad because you just eat the whole packet or two. And so I left them on the desk and she went, oh, and she had one. And you know what she does with them? Most people just eat them. No, she separates them. So she's got the cream and the jam on one, and then she licks the cream and the jam. I mean, seriously, it was like a scene out of a movie. Never seen anything like it in my life. But she loved the biscuits. I went, they nice? She went, yeah. So, and did Darren have 4? Darren Adam had 4 of those biscuits. See, the trouble is, the only biscuits, no, Bourbons I like, and Penguins, but I'm not really a biscuit sort of person. I can live with that. We used to have a sort of a biscuit barrel years ago. Makes it sound very posh, doesn't it? The square sausages are called lawn sausage, says Russ. Yeah, he's nodding in agreement. And Holly says there was a butcher where Kennington Road and Kennington Lane crossed. He sold pig's ears for dogs to chew. You can buy them in the market. And in fact, a friend of mine, he's Greek, and he went to get a pig's head. He went to our local butcher, not the one we got at the moment, the one prior to that, Laverstock, and he said, can you get me a pig's head? And they said yes. They got him a pig's head. And his mother, I think, did it in brine or something. I can't remember. There was obviously some way of cooking it. Oh, no. I couldn't do that. I don't even want to see a whole pig on a barbecue, thank you. I really don't. I've got so weak. I'm turning into a snowflake. Not intentionally. Here is the picture of the homeless man at the railway station, and the man in a Southern Rail uniform repeatedly tipping a bucket of soapy brown water on and around him. The worker says, it smells. You've been here all morning. Go. And a woman can be heard saying, that's absolutely disgusting. And so you heard that on LBC this morning, because it's not 3 people have been suspended. I mean, I understand that, you know, people sleep everywhere. And in London, we see this all the time. I've seen an increase go down the Strand, which I will be doing in about 35 minutes' time. And you will see probably from one end of the Strand to the other, at least 7 tents, people sleeping in 7 tents. In doorways, out of doorways, there's mess, there's not mess, but that's up to the mayor. I wish he'd stop faffing around with, 20 mile an hour this, and you can't do this, and we're going to stop you eating fatty foods, and we're going to put a charge on your car if you emit emissions and stuff like that. They can't sort out the homeless problem. They keep telling us that, yes, we'll be sorting. Well, I see no evidence of this at all. I see nothing. If he stopped fannying around and did something positive, people might then go for it, but at the moment, not. Almost at 1,000 loyal listeners on the Spikers Facebook group, says little Julie. Well, that's got shot up quite quickly, isn't it? There is a Facebook group, actually, but you have to answer questions to be admitted. You have to answer questions, because I had to help Matt out the other day, and a couple of other people who say, could you tell me what so-and-so was? Unfortunately, I did. Mike in Bromley says, in the Republic of Ireland, when the music finishes at the end of the evening, they always finish with the Irish national anthem. Great show, says Mike. Bless you. Thank you so much indeed. Also, the new Celebrity Apprentice, although to use the word celebrity for some of these people is a bit embarrassing. They've got Omid Jalili. He's a celebrity. Richard Arnold. He's just a very average showbiz reporter. He's not a celebrity at all. Ada Field, married to Robbie Williams. Also Tamika Empson, who actually, in Beautiful Thing, was one of my favourite people on there, but she's now in EastEnders. Amanda Holden's doing it. Also comedian, I think we have to test that one, Russell Kane. I never thought Russell Kane was funny, actually. I watched him the other day doing something. Again, it didn't work for me. Ex-Everton football manager Sam Allardyce. He's now a celebrity, is he? Good God. And a few other people. A few other people on there. I'm just having a quick look. Some of them. Oh, Baroness Brady's there. Rare outing. And Claude Littner, who must be, I think, his right-hand man, isn't it, really? And two teams. Oh, and you've got Ryland Clark-Neal. Can't get arrested for work, can he, really? It's all looking a bit pear-shaped. Might have to start thinking about pantomime. Also, 68 degrees. Does that sound better than, touching on 20 or something like that? 20, double it. And I had 30, 40, 50... Yeah, it's about the same, roughly, isn't it? So, does it sound better going 68 degrees? The hottest February day ever. I stayed in with the curtains drawn. I'd already been out and done the shopping in the morning. I thought I didn't need to do it ever again. Ollie says, your man who doesn't like Queen but likes Bowie, does he like Under Pressure by Bowie and Queen? Yeah, he likes that. See? They're all changeable. When I see a pig's head, it reminds me of Lord of the Flies film. Was there a pig's head in it? I don't remember that. I just remember that there was a fat bloke and Piggy. I read the book, but I can't remember much of it. And then I remember seeing the film, and it was quite disturbing, wasn't it? It was very, very disturbing. Paul the Cabbie says, Hovercraft, see a show last night about them. Incredible engineering. Do you know anybody who travelled on one? I went on a hovercraft. In fact, that was the only way you could get over to the Isle of Wight, the hovercraft. But, of course, it wasn't as exciting as you thought, because you thought that you got on it and you surfaced over the top of the waves and you could see it. No, there was so much spray coming up, you couldn't see a dicky bird. Absolutely nothing. Very noisy. Well, it was a fan. It was a fan. Did it ever reach Scotland? Did they ever have hovercraft up there? No. I want to go on one of those ones that's on the Everglades with the big thing at the back, and they sort of glide across the top. But they must be even noisier than the hovercraft that we went on. They still run to the Isle of Wight, do they? Good Lord. And they take cars. They're enormous. Not cross-channel. No cars. Oh, right. Just for people. But you can't see anything because there's so much spray. Dallas says, what's your Facebook page called? Can't tell. From 7, Jeremy Corbyn says Labour will now back a second Brexit referendum when its own version of the withdrawal deal is inevitably defeated this week. Is he betraying 5 million Labour voters who also voted leave, or just being sensible? Nick will also find out how efforts to deal with the migrant crisis in the English Channel still haven't brought it to an end. Plus, 10 years on from the expenses scandal, which damaged our faith in Parliament so much, do you actually trust our politicians any more than you did a decade ago? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. The Facebook group is called the Steve Allen Spikers Group, says little Julie. The Steve Allen Spikers Group. And thank you. Angela says, I can't look at a pig's head without thinking of David Cameron. One here says, as a kid, Steve, I used to love tripe with salt and vinegar. The best bit was you could chew it for a week. Ugh, disgusting. Sheila says, can you wish our Michelle a fabulous birthday today? There you go, our Michelle. There's a joke. Oh, no, that was our Monica, I think. Steve, in 2 days' time, says Iceman, me and Jean are on a cruise to Dubai and India. Not being high-tech, how can we still listen to you? Just download the app. And if you're not high-tech, you'll never manage it. But no, it's easy. It's seriously, it's not difficult. It doesn't cost anything. Once you've downloaded that to your telephone, then you'll pick it up through that. Cool. Just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. In the 70s, they used to have a hovercraft service on the Thames, says Mickey. I don't remember that. I was around in the 70s and the 60s. There was a cross-channel ferry, I remember that, but they used to take cars on. They were huge. Invented by... It was cross-channel cross-channel hovercraft. Right, 10 minutes. I remember going to the Isle of Wight on a few occasions, and as I say, you couldn't see anything because of all the spray that comes out, because you're bouncing over the top of the waves. Lovely, though. Really nice. But I don't remember the hovercraft service on the Thames. Where would that go to? I mean, I really don't know, actually. I'm trying to think about it. Did that go all the way down to Greenwich? Or did it can't have just crossed the Thames. It didn't where? Where? Tower Bridge to Westminster. 1963 that was. That wasn't very far, was it? Tower Bridge to Westminster. Sounds quite nice, though, if you want to do things like that. At the moment, it's all the tourist boats that are getting themselves ready for a busy tourist season. I love it. I've often thought, as we go over Waterloo Bridge in the morning, I'd quite like to own one of those big boats, you know, ships or whatever they are nowadays, which take loads of people, and just put on the uniform and just sort of be in charge of the boat. I don't want to drive it or anything like that. Alan in Basildon says aquariums are lovely to look at, but aren't they just fish prisons? Well, where else are they going to go? Can't just leave them to roam the sitting room, can you? Or sort of take up space in the bathroom. How many so-called animal lovers keep solitary birds in cages? Only on Towie. Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry. Oh, right, yes. And he says, worse still, they'll stick the poor creature by a window looking out at birds flying free. It's pure torture, says Alan. He's obviously having a mare of a day today if you're worrying about fish in aquariums. I mean, many of them are so far from home, they're never going to afford the ticket. They can't get back there. And but they don't know they're fish prisons. Because the attention span of a fish is that. So they swim round, they go, oh, this is nice, isn't it? Within a second, they've gone, oh, this is nice. I've never been here before. They don't know anything. It's all brand new to them. But solitary birds in cages, we do keep birds in cages. I've always wanted an aviary. But you're right, they normally fly free. And that's why all those years ago, somebody released parakeets And so we now got about 30,000 of them. They breed like rabbits, although actually if rabbits were flying about from tree to tree, you'd have to look out below. But the parakeets are very noisy and they eat the bark off trees, but they've survived. They've survived the winters. And every evening, as it goes to dusk, 30,000 of them swarm over Twickenham. It's quite something to see, The Daily Mail, bubbly. I just want a cuppa. The Queen of the Oscars, Olivia Colman. I think they loved her warmth, her genuineness. They really did. Corbyn, as he U-turns on a second referendum, May set to rule out no deal and delay Brexit after secret Tory meeting ends in a mass walkout warning. All going on, isn't it? Also, what a difference a year makes. And one dress at the Oscars took 1,200 hours to make. The other was paired with £4.5 million worth of diamonds. But the best one was worn by Lady Gaga, which was worn originally from Tiffany by, who was the actress? It was Audrey Hepburn wore it, and it's worth between 30 and 40 million pounds. I think it is the biggest pink diamond, I think it was pink, that I'd ever seen. And you look at it and you go, now that is a diamond. Somebody will want to own it. Somebody who's immensely rich or a billionaire could buy a 30 or 40. That's like you buying a £200 ring or a £300 ring. Do you remember an ice lolly, chocolate, called Heart? Had a red bit in the middle and was the shape of a heart, says Paul the Cabot. I do, absolutely. But I go back prior to that to things called Zooms. Do you remember a Zoom, which was like a rocket thing? And also there was one with hundreds and thousands on the top of it. But Heart, I remember very, very well indeed. Very well. I don't do that many ice creams now. I used to. But I haven't done for many. I try to be good, but I'm rubbish. I might as well be honest with you. Steve, I am appalled and dismayed hearing the dire treatment of the homeless buddy being thrown water on him by railway officials. Even quite bad are the presence at all times of 4 black cabs alongside Sutton Station. Apart from those passers-by, it beggars belief, says Deb, embarrassingly, in Sutton. Well, I can tell you what the answer is now, Deb. It's people do not want to get involved. It's as simple as that. You know, if you see somebody having an accident, people stay well away. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to get dragged into something. They really don't. So I can understand that. And what are they supposed to do? Go and remonstrate with the people at the station? You know, I think it was handled best by Southern. I think they've done the right thing. They've suspended 3 people. Obviously can't have taken them too long because somebody there going, well, it wasn't me, it was him. That's what they'll do down there. But I mean, you just can't do that. You can't do it. It's another fellow human being. It's like we've had dreadful stories and people have been sent to prison for doing things like this. You can't do it. Wisley looking great in the sunshine, says Jack in Kennington. If you're feeling the garden buzz, only my own. I'm not one of those who visits homes to go and look at people's gardens. I'm quite happy with what I've got. But as I say, this year it's begonias. And so I'm going to go and buy some more packets of them. I'm quite excited by this because I'm planting. I don't normally plant bulbs and corms and tubers and stuff like that. But this time I'm going to do it and hope that they turn out really nicely. If they don't, I should be in a foul mood for the whole of summer. You can still buy Fab ice lollies, Steve, and Richard says the same. It's called a Fab ice lolly. I've just read, this is your 40th year, says Nick, creating fun at LBC. What month? When's the party? An invitation to the palace. Well, it was December. Seems amazing. It is right at the very end of the year, yes. We think it was either, I can't remember this bit, this is the bit, either the 12th or the 19th, isn't it? We think the 12th of December was when I first started in 1979. And you don't really want to know about that one because I turned up here with bleached hair. And the friend of mine who'd actually got me the introduction to the management, said, what have you done? He said, you look like Bette Lynch out of Coronation Street. I said, I don't know. It was just one of those things. But anyway, luckily, I got the job. I don't think there was a job, but I got put on the list, on the rota of newsreaders because I was a particularly good reader, which in those times, people didn't want to be newsreaders. They wanted to be reporters or presenters, and I just wanted to be a newsreader. So that's how we actually did it. And it worked. It worked. And then I think within a few days, I had the phone call and I was working. I was doing overnights, reading the news and doing the overnight programme. Fantastic. And as I say, it's been onwards and upwards ever since. Steve, if it's this warm in February, says Simon, how hot's it going to be in July? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I can't predict that far ahead. Have you or Scottish Boy ever seen the Scottish comedy show Still Game? He has. He's sort of nodding. You know, when he looks... Oh, that's Fan Dabidozi, he said. It's Fan Dabidozi. And, because the, sort of Scottish programmes, some of them... Take the High Road, I think, came down here. That was a little bit bizarre. Rab C. Nesbitt. I never liked him. I don't think that was funny at all. I liked Take the High Road, and I liked, a Cayley. We all like a Cayley. Scottish National Television. Here we are, doing a Cayley. And I like Jimmy Shand. And I like Scottish Highland dancing, and I like tossing the caber. You know, I'm fairly eclectic. I'll be on the hovercraft to Portsmouth shortly, says Ian. I've been using it to get to work for over 20 years. Woo. Maxine says the lolly with hundreds and thousands was a fab. You see, mine was, fab. Oh, fab. Oh, right. Sorry, yes. You're right. It was dipped. I liked Zooms as well, which looked like one of the Thunderbirds things. Have you interviewed Brian Blessed? Yes, says Paul, the cabbie. I picked him up. He said, lovely man. Yes. I picked him up his nuts. Does he like nuts? Do they mean me? Oh, no, it was somebody else, wasn't it? Who was that? That was Derek somebody who used to work for one of the Fleet Street papers, the Daily Star, I think it was. Do they mean me? They surely do. Derek somebody. I don't think he's alive anymore, actually. I'm sure he died some years ago. Shock news. I've got to tell you this one now. I want you to try and be brave and stick with it. Kerry Katona has been left shocked by the fact that Daniela Westbrook has ended their friendship. I don't know how we're going to cope for the rest of the day. Apparently, the former EastEnders actress, that was about in the year dot, is said to have called Kerry from rehab, where she's receiving treatment for her cocaine addiction, to call off their friendship. Hello, I'm calling off our friendship. Oh, go away and grow up, for goodness sake. Two numpties together. Kerry spoke about her on Loose Women. But I thought, excuse me, I seem to remember them being on Loose Women, where they went through this charade about, we're like Bezzy mates, because they're both done Colombian. And I thought that Kerry Katona was going to help Daniela Westbrook through it. Well, obviously, as Kerry Katona can't even get her own life in order, why on earth she thinks she can help somebody else, I've got no idea. But apparently it's so awful, as Kerry considered Daniela a friend. God, what sort of friends do you need? In a series of scathing tweets, Daniela has fumed at Kerry for making money out of her. These people are really too depressing for words, aren't they? They really are. She said, we've had such parallel lives, because she thanked Kerry for being a friend and a mentor. It's just pants. I mean, it seriously is. It's about the most dreary thing you could ever think of. So they're not friends anymore. Like 3-year-olds. Not talking to you. Why? Well, you talked about me on television. Yeah, and... you made money out of me. Oh, grow up and go away, for goodness sake. Gemma Collins has dumped James Argent again for about the 1500th time. I mean, even more boring. And Kerry Katona was just disgusting on Celebrity First Dates. She said she would sell as well her own sex tape. God, your children must be so embarrassed for you, really. I don't know what to say, really. These people, perhaps they only think about themselves. Good Lord, what is she wearing? Model Kendall Jenner turned up at the Oscars wearing... well, something that's a bit too revealing. It shows too much. But there again, once trash, always trash. The lolly with hundreds and thousands all over is a knobbly. Never even heard of it. That must be different parts of the country, mustn't it? Different parts of the country. And didn't Derek Jameson present a show on LBC? Don't think so, no. I think he was on a BBC station. Do they mean... his wife was... I can't remember his... Ellen Jameson, I'm pretty certain. That's the only thing I can remember. Kim says, we've got an African grey parrot called Del Boy. His cage is 5 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot. He's a very happy lad, spends most of the day swearing like a trooper. I wonder where he learnt that from. With regards to lollies, what could be better than a large tub of Rossi ice cream on Southend seafront following fish and chips on the beach, said Steve from Canvey. Oh, do you know it used to taste better out of newspaper? It really did. And, Sidcup Julie remembers when the ice cream man used to come round, I'd order a Popeye. That's an ice cream with a lolly in the middle. An ice cream with a lolly. Isn't that a Mivvy? No, a Mivvy's a lolly, isn't it, with ice cream in the middle? I used to quite like those, actually. And you can still get Cabana and Aztec lollies. Chocolate bars shall. I'm pretty certain you can. There's always somewhere it's going to do them. Right, front pages. So, Daily Mail, Corbyn, U-turn, second referendum, May set to rule out no deal and delay Brexit. Daily Express, Olivia Colman, from cleaner to the Queen of Hollywood. Our final say on Brexit was June 23rd, 2016. Jeremy's produced a bit of a backlash there. He must understand that as far as 17.4 million citizens of our democracy are concerned, the final say was in 2016. The Sun this morning, May in no to no deal. Also, the hottest day. We basked. We always bask, don't we, in glorious sunshine. Not if you're working. You can only bask if you're not working. Queen Olivia's Oscar Bravo. The Daily Star, lovely picture of Gemma Collins asleep. Well, somebody's obviously sold that to them. I mean, that's why I think the whole thing is a setup. You know, surely James Argent can't be that thick. But there again, probably he can, actually. He only seems to go out with particularly dumb people. So he's posted this video clip of her snoring online. So they've obviously lifted it and put it on there. And so she dumps him. Obviously no sense of humour at all. How boring. All these people who go, oh yeah, I've got a sense of humour because everybody loves the GC. Quite clearly not everybody loves the GC. Anyway, she's gone on holiday, so that's fantastic news. With two thin people, which is lovely. 20 degrees, spiders out of control. A plague of false widow spiders is out of control. They reckon because of the weather, they're multiplying all over the place. I wouldn't know what they look like. Seriously, I wouldn't know. I don't go anywhere near spiders. I'm too worried. The Guardian this morning, Oscar Queen Coleman reigns supreme after Shock Awards victory. Also, a study has found that more than half of students have experienced misconduct, sexual abuse at university. I never went to university. Corbyn says we'll back a public vote to stop Tory Brexit. Watch out, the Derry girls are back. And the Oscars, the winners, the speeches, the fashion, the rows. It's some of these atrocious outfits they're wearing. I mean, we know they don't pay for half of them and they just get to wear them. Labour offers second public vote on Brexit is the eye. Corbyn surprises his MPs. Also, the fight to lead breakaway MPs could get messy. They reckon another 15 MPs are going to desert. From which ranks? I've got no idea. What does Olivia do now? She reigns supreme in Hollywood. Well, she does the same as Eddie Redmayne did. They loved Eddie Redmayne. You start fielding out the things you want to do and start making, a lot of money. Baroness Brady must speak out over the Green gagging orders. Yes, she must. I agree. She must as well, much as I adore her. Plus the British jihadist set free by a Syrian rebel court, which you can read about. Plus the internet linked to 1 in 4 teenage suicides. What is it with... was there not a part of Wales? I seem to remember reading it. And every time there was a suicide, and it was Bridgend, there was... And nobody could quite work out why Bridgend produced so many suicides with young people. We didn't know if it was drugs. We don't know it was... we don't know what it was. Whatever it was just immensely sad. Not for them, but it's for the people that they leave behind, for the families who don't know any of this. Steve, life has to be pretty bad if you need Kerry or Daniela as a friend, says Simon. I agree with you. Two empty vessels together. They can do what the hell they like. I'm going to see you through this. Then she talks about her on television. I thought she was mentoring her, whatever that means. But it's just a part of old rubbish. Third-rate Z-listers. Just ignore them. Daniela would turn her nose up at a friendship, if she had one. Thank you. There's the gag of the day. We're having glorious weather, says Noreen, but a year ago we went to Ayr for a funeral and left St Albans in snow. It snowed in Ayr too. Give our love to your brother Andrew. Hope he's better soon. Oh, he's accident prone like there's no tomorrow. I mean, seriously. Quentin Letts joins the Times. We like Quentin Letts a lot, and so he's on the front page of the Times today. And Wisley Garden Centre, they've got 200,000 crocuses out, which are very nice, but they never last long enough, do they? Never last long enough. And Labour, front page of the Times, will back second referendum on Brexit. Plus the frocks, the party, the critics' verdict. It's like, I'm sure we've been here before. Anyway, that's it for this morning. Thank you so much for your company. And Sarah Vine talking about Katie Price's car crash life. Have you ever heard of anybody coming outside a court and pounding the air with their fist going, yeah, I thought it was going to get 2 years and all the rest of it? You think you're a drunk. You're a very sad drunk. A very, very sad drunk. Let's hope it all goes pear-shaped. Also, the disgraced MP, Fiona Onasanya, is now roaming around with a tag and voting on our laws. I don't want some criminal voting on anything that we're having to do with, thank you. Corrie are going to get their money's worth from Kim Marsh before she quits the cobbles. I don't think it's such a big deal in this day and age. Do you think so? So somebody leaves a soap. Who cares? Nobody cares. All they'll do is, put it this way, I think they should write her off and blow up the Rover's Return, make it marginally more entertaining for us all, and then then we'll decide whether she comes back or not. Let's hope she doesn't. 13 years she's been doing it. She wants to make more money. She wants to do reality shows and stuff like that. What for? What for? No, nobody's interest, is it? Unless you know differently. Also, the stately home of the future. It's very nice. 20 million quid, 80 bedrooms. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing. That's 20 million for the land. You've got to build your own house. They've got the planning permission in for 80 bedrooms. I mean, seriously, how many friends have you got to have? Imagine how many sets of sheets and towels and shower gel and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. Also, more on that family who wreaked havoc while on a New Zealand holiday. One of them fled the country using a false passport. There's a warrant out for his arrest. Oh, good. I'm so pleased. And EastEnders' biggest ever villain could return to Albert Square. Gemma sounding out, a bit of a pop stint in the charts. I think unlikely. And what was the other one which I thought was really... Oh, yes, the Battle of the Cokeheads. That's cocaine to you and I. You know, we're far more sensible. They're just a bit simple and stupid. Kerry Katona versus Daniela Westbrook's taken another twist. Not looking particularly promising. Google under pressure to ban that bloke calling himself Tommy Robinson. Not his real name at all, as we all know. His real name's Ukiyor. But Facebook kicks Stephen Yaxley-Lennon off its platforms. Also, the hottest winter day on record. Yesterday was not bad. Today it could be good. And Kim Jong-un's running motorcade. Have you seen the people that run along the side of the car? Tuk, 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 tuk. You know why? They don't run, they get shot. It's as simple as that. Taking him to see Trump again. What they've got to talk about, I've got no idea. Didn't solve anything last time round. And despite Brexit, Britain is one of the least racist countries in Europe. Of course it is. We always knew that. Fewer British-based students getting into Oxbridge. And Angela Jolie has a family snap. It's a bit like the Beckhams, only with a lot more class, featuring everybody except Brad. So there you go. And the 3-week fast food trial, or as I prefer to call it, another tatty television programme demonstrating just how desperate some people will be. So you've got Peter Andre on there, now looking fairly old. Now he's heading middle 40s. I mean, very shortly the poor boy's going to be 60, which isn't good, is it? And the man splashed with water, as I said at the beginning of the programme, at Sutton train station, and everybody was up in arms over it. It turns out he's come out of prison because he stabbed a friend to death. I mean, I don't... Does that make it different? Do we have to change our minds on him? I'd like to know about that one this morning on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Theresa May tells MPs to do their duty, but she'll also give them the chance to delay Brexit if they can't agree on a deal. It really is turning out to be the dog's dinner of all dogs' dinners, isn't it? And Winnie the Pooh's wood is on fire. Yes, what was loosely based on the 100-acre wood. I think part of the Ashdown Forest is in flames at the moment. And isn't it about time, say a couple of columnists today, that Prince Harry started raining in on Meghan? She's trashing the royal family. She's making it look... Nobody has a baby shower in the royal family. They really don't. They really don't. And also, with all this sort of these outfits and everything else, and Harry just stands there like some drip. I thought he was supposed to be the strong one. Quite clearly, she wears the trousers in that relationship, and it's dragging the royal family down. They must be despairing, I should imagine. What with her in the family? Oh, dear. Also, we got a sausage dog this morning, which, well, we haven't got a sausage dog. I wish we had, actually. I like sausage dogs. I wouldn't want one. But it works as a therapist for stressed-out students, which is nice, isn't it? So you get sort of a sausage dog and they go, oh, you can help stressed-out students. They must be really drippy students nowadays. And what was the other one which I quite liked? Oh, Danny Dyer, you know, the Chav daughter. She says she's hurting every time she's branded fake. Well, you are fake. What, they put you in all these clothes? That's not what you are, is it? You're a barmaid. You're a barmaid. You don't wear those sort of clothes and start having your hair with all extensions done in. That's why you're fake. That's why you're branded a fake. It's not real, it's fake. It's what they've actually created. It's what they've created. We will go through the papers. We will tell you about the campaign to unmask John Venables. Also, the policewoman facing the sack for repeatedly breaking wind on duty and using the C word. It's not nice. I don't know. Don't ask me what these were. We had trouble the other day. Apparently Viagra's banned in Birmingham. The word Viagra is banned from their emails. It's odd, isn't it? It's an odd word, I mean, because it's an acceptable thing. Mind you, they also banned testicle. Oh. Just the one, yeah. Well, I think it was 2, but then I did say, because there are some people who only got 1. I don't personally know anybody, I'm just telling you that now, you know, to sort of ease my conscience. But yeah, but Viagra was one of their banned words. There were a few other ones as well, which we could understand. There was that one, spelt with a T, and but it was the Viagra. We didn't understand why Viagra, unless they were going to do jokes about Viagra. But we have exactly the same system, which has got certain words. If you write in something offensive, all the rude words will be taken out, and we spend ages trying to work out what they are. Seriously, some of them I've never even heard of. Never even heard of. four-letter word sits at the bottom of bird cages. I had no idea. It took me a year to do that one. Sand. Sand, apparently. There you go. Who'd have known? Who'd have known? And what else do we have? I was trying to think of something else, actually. Tommy Robinson, they want him off YouTube, because basically he's just a nincompoop, and that's the polite terminology for him. And the Sun this morning getting very excited at beggars all over the place, ever since we had that story from Sutton the other day. Now they've also found a load of beggars in a certain part of the country who aren't really beggars, they're fakes. But the numpties out there, are giving them money. I don't know why. I really don't know why. And a feud has erupted between Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper's girlfriend, Irina Shayk, after the model endured their steamy duet at the Oscars. Well, gonna get over yourself, love. That's what he does. He's in the business of that. He's in show business. And show business is full of people going, love you, kissy, kissy, want to go out, hold hands. And that's why Elizabeth Taylor married 8 times. Because every time she made a film, she fell in love with the star of the film. And as Conrad Hilton once said of Elizabeth Taylor, every man should have the opportunity of sleeping with her. And at the rate she's going, every man will. So the 3-week fast food trial, so they found 6 non-celebrities. Hugo Taylor, apparently he's in Chelsea. Never heard of him. Never heard of him at all. Must be really desperate. Sean Wallace from The Chase, he turned up on a television programme, an interview once, and he was actually quite dull. Which is a shame. Peter Andre, laughingly put down as singer. Hayley Tamerton, actress. Nadine Dorries, do anything. I think her answer phone go, yeah, she'll be there. And Tessa Sanderson. And they all ate fast food. Peter Andre, of course, was the naffest, because he just sort of does it as if it's some sort of campy little advert. It's all really embarrassing. Plus. It's Gemma Collins out on the street doing the V sign. Right, V sign, like you just don't care. And so she's kicked Arge into touch. She was hanging around with a party thrown by her Real Housewives of Cheshire, Dawn Ward, another one of those deadbeat people. Somebody you've never heard of. And they go, oh, she's in the Housewives of Cheshire. And you go, whatever. Also doing the album covering soul legend Otis Redding, widely regarded as one of the greatest singers of all time. Brian McFadden has died on his proverbial, I'm afraid. Only 600 copies of his album sold in the first 3 days after release. I mean, last night wasn't even in the top 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60. That's how bad it is. But he said, oh, it was a concept album. No, it wasn't. Don't tell lies. And then the other day, I was a little bit horrified. They have the Lorraine programme on the television, which really should be Lorraine. But it's, oh, you're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful. She loves everybody. You get the feeling she's mentally switched off, actually. Because sometimes I begin to wonder, actually, whether or not she's ever read a newspaper. Yesterday was a classic example. And they had their man in Los Angeles, whose name I can't remember. But he was over there and he was doing a bit about Olivia Colman. And he said, coming up in a moment, what she did after the Oscars. And so I thought, well, she went on a bus. And so Lorraine said, oh, can you give us a clue? And he went, it's to do with a bus. And she went, oh, I can't wait for that. And I'm thinking, I did that story 2 days ago. You better up your ante. You're paying him a fortune to do 2-day-old stories. Really bad news. Very bad. And she didn't know. She had no idea that she went off on a bus with some of her friends. And I thought you were in the business. Too busy advertising that furniture company, eh, Lorraine? This is gorgeous. This is marvellous. Here's me doing some exercising. But I don't really do it because I look a bit silly. But I'll happily take the golden shilling. Thank you very much indeed. Shane says that tattoo on David Beckham's back of his neck looked like he hasn't washed. Yeah, but the trouble is when you see his son, Brooklyn looks like he hasn't washed in years. He just looks a bit grubby and dirty. But there again. Sausage dog for students. I've just bought a book, says Dean, called Introducing a School Dog. Some schools now have dogs to help with students' well-being. I know, we're a right bunch of old mamby-pambies, aren't we? Right bunch. And, Steve, but you're in show business and you don't go getting all steamy and jiggy, says Jim. How do you know? I might get quite jiggy when I finish the programme. Unlikely, admittedly, but, what one does at a certain age. But a friend of mine, Mark, sent me a picture of the Peter Andre concert. A little bit embarrassing, but anyway. I said, thank you. I think I said thank you. You're too kind. Richard says, amongst Lord Nelson's dying words, well, I did my duty, which when you compare his tumultuous but short life with the pathetic existence of modern-day politicians, tells you everything you need to know about where this country is today. We're nowhere. We're nowhere. If a man with 148 million quid in the bank, a lotto winner, just devotes his time to eating pasties, you know he's going to be dead very shortly. You can't eat 50 pasties a week and not have some sort of repercussion. Ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. And what else was it? Oh, yes, the BBC is probing a racist death threat to their newsreader, Clive Myrie. One of the nicest people you could ever meet. Who in their right? They've got to find out who it is, get them into court, charge them. You can't do things like that. Can't do things like that. Absolutely not. So we'll find out who this person is. But the trouble is, they're basically a bit thick. As I say, after we discovered that our man got threats as well, and also Darren and Sheila Fogarty, you think, no. You pass it on to the police. Let the police sort them out. So much easier. Morning, everybody. Nick says, I've just been woken by a proper earthquake in Charlwood. House shook for a good 3 seconds. Yeah. I don't even know where Charlwood is. It sounds delightful, but no. I mean, put it this way, unless the house fell down, it's not of any interest. You do get minor tremors, don't you, up and down the country? I think. Steve, I was the one who went to Lanzarote last month, if you remember. You said it was awful, but turned out lovely. Well, you obviously went to a different bit, you know, I'm afraid. Lanzarote, it's called. I'm off to Poland now, so any wise words? Might as well stay here, they're all over here. There's nobody in Poland. Poland's closed at the moment. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And what was this other one here? Wait a minute. Let's move that one there. Honestly, never works. Little Julie says, I was in Ashdown Forest at the weekend. Sad to hear about the fire. Yeah, that was the wood that they used. It was supposed to be the 100-acre wood, but you know, a bit bad when things get going. And also, they were only saying that it was like that because of the hot weather that we've had. I was walking around in a coat yesterday because I didn't have to do my blood test in a coat, but it was easier to do it that way. And then it'll be good. It'll be good. Thank you very much indeed. And another one here. Shout out to my colleague Shane, says Luke. Oh dear, honestly. Makes it sound like two-way family favourites. It's not local BBC radio, you know. And the vicar says, hello to Mrs. Marjoram. Mrs. Marjoram did a beautiful display of flowers in the vestry this year. Thank you very much indeed. We're lucky, says Waj, with the weather. Yeah, but how long? How much longer is this weather going to go? Is it going to go today? Yep. Will it go next week? We're not sure. Rain Thursday, because my neighbour, she said it because I bought some more begonias yesterday. She said, are you going to plant them? And I said, I think it's a bit early. I said, I'm going to wait till about the middle of March. I think much easier. Much easier. And Warren is over in... Where was he in? He's been in somewhere very exotic. Tenerife. 35 degrees. He said, very unusual. Hotel looks gorgeous. It really does, actually. Really lovely. Really lovely. But as I say, we've been having lovely weather here, which is great. So you might as well enjoy it while it's on. You know, if all of a sudden it deteriorates, then at least I can say, I did say it wouldn't last. 4:20. Frank says, what a start to the weekly jaunt to Dad's in Bath. Tyre went pop in the roadworks, so I drove 1.2 miles as a no hard shoulder, managed to find a gap after being tailgated by an idiot flashing his lights, despite my hazard light indicating a problem. Some people don't know that. Some people are really stupid. It's no wonder there are so many accidents. I now await the AA and a new tyre. Other breakdown services are available. Yeah, not many. Green flag or RAC is about it, isn't it? Is there anybody else? Unless you've got a BMW, in which case they have their own service that will come out and sort out your little problems, which is quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice. Also, so 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a lot. And the boat migrants, they know they won't be ejected. Of course they won't. That's why we're in the state we're in at the moment. There's too many people. There's nowhere for them, and they end up on benefits. I mean, you know, how many more benefits do we hand out to people? And the answer is we just keep going. Just keep going. I had to laugh, Steve, when the fashion giant Lagerfeld went, and amongst the tributes from designers around the world, there was a tuppence worth from the Beckham bird. That global fashion giant, says James. Yes, I mean, she was kind of the last resort, wasn't it? Nobody bothers asking her anything. She just sort of, I mean, when you look at some of her laughable outfits, I mean, it's almost a joke. Almost a joke. Class of 92, say farewell to a coaching legend. Oh, a picture of David Beckham looking glum with his hair. I can't get used to that. I don't know what the hair is. I'm looking at it. I'm thinking it looks like it's stuck on. Could be stuck on. And Anne Widdecombe sums up everything I've been thinking. She says, 2 weeks ago, I criticised Prince Harry for failing to stop his wife letting her friends give that disastrous interview about her father. I explained it would be better for Meghan and the royal family if he grabbed the steering wheel. Sadly, though, it seems he's still a passenger in a runaway car. The extravagant spendfest that was the Duchess of Sussex's baby shower defies description. Was she simply a Hollywood actress, then nobody would have batted an eyelid, as we're used to the ostentation of Loveyland. But it must have been the most unroyal of royal displays for decades. Yet she's cheapened the royal family. I didn't think it'd be that possible to cheapen it so quickly. It isn't how we do things here, says Anne Widdecombe. Harry, just gently explain that to your willing but naive bride. Exactly. You know, we're still holding hands. We're still at the kissy-kissy stage. You know, he's quite clearly weak. He's quite clearly not very effective. And he quite clearly can't rein her in. And that's why there's going to be trouble ahead. There's going to be a lot of trouble ahead. You know, she thinks she's doing a walkabout on the Hollywood red carpet. She's not. But, of course, as he's got no guidance in his life, who actually guides Harry, apart from Harry? Nobody. The Queen can't get him to do anything. He does what he wants to do, and they all go, better leave him alone. He lost his mother. And so they leave him alone. His brother doesn't say anything to him, because I don't think they're speaking very often, and his father has nothing to do with him. So that's why Harry's run away, and as Anne Widdecombe says, he is the passenger in a runaway car. He can't control... Meghan is sort of the mother figure that he probably misses. But to be honest with you, you know, he needs to try and get a grip and man up, because at the moment it's not looking very promising. And she's cheapened the royal family. You don't do baby showers. This is the royal family, dear. Sorry, you just don't do baby showers. Also, robots are being introduced that can clean train carriages, and drones will inspect railway bridges. That's nice, isn't it? I did love the couple, though. Pensioners Ken and Barbara Mead spent $250,000 over 10 years for the right to build a bungalow for their retirement. But they've now been forced to sell their possessions and move into a houseboat bought by the family after their home was bulldozed. They both got ongoing health problems, blah, 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 blah. It's been a decade of torment and heartache. What they did, they clashed with Cheshire East Council. They said you can't build a house. They went basically, stuck two fingers up and built the house. They were told to tear down the warehouse at their own expense. They lost an appeal. They were convicted of breaching. I mean, they're quite clearly a bit arrogant and a bit stupid. They were told, don't build it. They built it. They put in kitchen, bathroom, and all the rest of it. And and the council said, we told you. So they've lost 2 appeals. Their daughter said, my parents will never recover from this. Well, they should have followed the law. The law is there for a purpose. I mean, goodness sake. They said, it's been very painful. Of course it is. But they were told you can't build... What is it about you can't build it that we're not understanding here? Son-in-law Aaron Taylor said there's been absolutely no compassion or regard for the human element. Yes, there is. The element is we told you not to build it. You defied and you went to court and they told you you were wrong. It's as simple as that. They planned to build a bungalow. The council turned them down in 2008, 2010 and 2006. They were told they could build a warehouse. So they did. But they moved into it. They put bathrooms in it. I mean, they're really stupid. A spokesman of the council said they've made it clear there was no planning permission for the erection of a dwelling, and the building which they constructed fell outside the scope of the permission. So the couple's family are raising money for them. I wouldn't be giving 1 penny piece. Not 1 penny piece. They were told you can build a warehouse. Not somewhere where you can live in it. A warehouse. But they defied their description. Obviously, they think they're above the law. Seriously, I despair in this country, absolutely despair, of people who are told you can't do something, so they go ahead and do it. And then go, oh, well, we didn't know that. You know, we've been treated very badly. You were told 3 times. I mean, are you deaf? Hundreds of Islamic State supporters will want to return to the UK if that Shamima Begum, I hope she stays and rots in that camp. She can stay there as far as I'm concerned. But Home Secretary Sajid Javid made the move on advice that she qualified for Bangladeshi citizenship, but the country's refused to take her. We can't understand it. We cannot understand it. It's a case of her father's Bangladeshi. He lives in Bangladesh. What are you saying? Families cannot go together. The reason they don't want her is because she's a terrorist. That's what they don't want her for. It's got nothing to do with her father. They're just trying to make up their own... I think what we should do is parachute her into the country. Just take the plane over and shove her out. And then she'll be in the country. They'll never find her. They'll never find her. But if her father lives there and he's a Bangladeshi citizen, then her mother's here with another man, not her father, who's the one who's been writing to the Prime Minister. What's it got to do with him? It's not his daughter. Very odd. Jeff says, I can't see any fire in the Ashdown Forest. The newsreader mentioned a fire in Saddleworth Moor. Yes. Two fires. And there's one in Edinburgh as well. Did you hear that one, Jeff? I love the way people disbelieve things. I haven't heard anything about the Ashdown Forest. Steve, celebrities used to keep their children's identities hidden. Now they rush them out to any available camera. I know, for that, read the Beckhams. How many times can you parade Harper and all the other Brecon brood out in front of the cameras? They love it. They love it. It's sort of get over the fact they're not particularly exciting as a family. I didn't get the Scottish square sausage at Costco, Eddie. Thank you for recommending it. To be honest with you, I didn't go to Costco yesterday. I went to garden centres, and I thought, in fact, I'd forgotten about square sausage. I might have some today. I've got an interview to do today, and we have got an interview to do today, have we? No. That'll be the third day. Dear me, it is Wednesday, isn't it? You know, we've only got 2 more days left in the week. All right, just thought I'd mention it, just in case you were losing track of the day. I thought we had one today. Oh, we've got one tomorrow, and then you've got to find one for Friday. I love it the way you keep it right close to the wire. You know, I did say to you on Monday, you know, Monday's quite tight. And then we had Tuesday, and now we got Wednesday. And then if tomorrow's drops out, it becomes a little bit of we're going to need tablets, I should imagine. Richard says, Charlwood is a charming old village close to Gatwick Airport. Perhaps your correspondent heard a drone. I've never even heard of it. Sounds delightful, though. Very nice. The weather we're having at the moment is called a fool's spring, says Mel. It'll be freezing next week. You're probably not wrong at all. Earthquake in Hawley. Can anybody confirm about 30 minutes ago? Hawley is also near Gatwick. It could be the same noise. Perhaps you're all hearing the same thing. Interesting, isn't it, really? I've never heard... No, we've got roadworks where we are, but that doesn't really count. And Pablo says, warm here in Scotland, but freezing at night. Same everywhere. He said, so I've got my bed socks on. Lovely. How nice. You can't beat a pair of bed socks. Very nice. Right, what should we... Everybody trying to ban Tommy Robinson. Not his real name. He's really called Stephen Yaxley Lennon. So let's call him Stephen Yaxley Lennon, shall we? I don't know if he's changed it by deed poll. And they want him off Google. They don't want him mentioned at all. He's quite clearly a sad little man. And, as I say, if you have to change your name from Stephen Yaxley Lennon, because it sounds a bit middle class, doesn't it, to Tommy Robinson. You know, a right little nasty piece of work. He's still on YouTube, is he? But Facebook have banned him. But let's get him off YouTube as well. There you go, good. Ollie says Miss Widdicombe is wrong. Kate was the first royal to have a baby shower. Yes, but I don't think it was done in such a tacky way, was it? I don't think she flew all her friends over. Alex says, Steve, would you want a bungalow or a warehouse built next door to you? Neither. As simple as that. I don't want any bungalows built near me or a warehouse. The reason is it wasn't. It was not planning as we know it. The planning was given for a warehouse, not a warehouse you can live in. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? So they said no, and then they just totally went against the council, and then they sort of, bleat like babies when they're told, it's got to be pulled down. What do you do? What do you do about things like that? Incidentally, Mike says, woke up 15 minutes for my alarm, 3:45, due to an earthquake. And he's in Crawley, which is also near Gatwick. Anne in Blackburn says, didn't somebody say, Steve, what Meghan wants, Meghan gets? Well, that was what was rumoured to be said when they were at Windsor. Well, I think somebody needs to slap her down. And it should be her husband. But as I say, he's basically ineffectual. Because he's had nobody to tell him how to handle it. He doesn't know. He really doesn't know. AJ from Coventry. And Jill says, councils don't like bungalows being built. Why is this where hundreds of multi-floor family houses have been built? I don't know, actually. I just know that on this particular piece of land, it's a case of they didn't want a bungalow. They wanted a warehouse. Well, in fact, the planning permission was for a warehouse. And because you didn't actually get a warehouse, they thought they'd live in it. And they would bypass it. And the council said, no, you can't do that. You can't. Nick says, after your begonia thing, I checked Homebase, Great West Road, had them in stock. Went there after work, 9 hours later, sold out. Met my old accountant there. His daughter has taken him shopping, as he's got Alzheimer's now. I think it's something that we're going to all be afflicted by. Although somebody said to me the other day about Alzheimer's, they said, they reckon within our lifetime, whether it's our lifetime, I don't know, they will find a cure for Alzheimer's, which would be rather nice, wouldn't it? Which is what Barbara Windsor was talking about the other day. Patrick in Guildford says, unseasonal weather like this brings out all those sad wallies in their open-top cars cruising around like Crockett and Tubbs in downtown Miami. They're easy to spot, woolly scarves, all the windows up and the blow heating on full. I saw something the other day. I was so horrified. I mentioned it to a friend of mine. I go into Iceland. I wanted to pick up some little bits and pieces, as you know, and there's a woman. She's got a dog on a lead standing outside. She's about 40-ish. 40-ish. What's she wearing? A little tiny pair of cut-down shorts, jean shorts, bare midriff with the gut hanging over the top, a little jewel stuck in it. I mean, seriously, she obviously had children because you could see the stretch marks from where I was. And then she's also got tattoos all over her shoulder. And I looked at her and I thought, did you look in the mirror before you came out? This is not a good look. This is not a good look. You know, it doesn't matter how old you are. Crop tops on somebody with stretch marks does not look good. And it wasn't even boiling. It was okay, the temperature, but it wasn't stunningly amazing. So all those sort of things you have to be aware of. So if you're thinking of going out in a cut-down pair of shorts, my advice is don't. Unless you seriously are tanned. I mean, it was really awful. It was just a really bad look. So I mentioned it to a friend of mine. She said, how old? I said, well, she must have been between 40 and 50. But you don't... What? There has been an earthquake near Crawley. Oh, right. Well, it'll just be a little mild tremor, won't it? We haven't sort of lost any houses or anything like that. 3.6 on the Richter scale. Oh, there you go. 3.6 is okay. That's like... Sorry, I was trying to see if I could shake the desk in here, but I can't. 3.6. Oh, right. And so how much... Good Lord, it's all going on around Crawley, isn't it? First of all, you've had drones. Now you've had a slight tremor. You lucky people. But unless things fell over and the wardrobe collapsed or something like that, you should be fairly okay. But do we think there's going to be any... What time was that this morning? Was that about, as we said, about 3:45 or something? Yeah. They're not likely to get any more, are they? You don't think there's an earthquake under Crawley? Do you think all of a sudden it's going to blow sky high? Somebody's going to go, well, we didn't anticipate that, did we, at all? 3:42, there you go, 3:42, ladies and gentlemen. An earthquake. Unbelievably. We've had earthquakes in this country before. Only little ones, though. They don't get anything big. It's only in certain parts of the world they get big earthquakes, and that's when they run. Helen says, Steve, I'm afraid that denim shorts-wearing woman is a typical clientele of Iceland. She wasn't actually in the store. She was standing outside it. Her mother was shopping in it. But it was the fact that she was about 40, 50 with it was a crop top. It was just underneath her boobs that the crop top finished. And all that expanse of flesh there with stretch marks and these... It was disgusting. It really was. I mean, you felt like saying to her, oh, no. And then I should have taken a picture, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. So I'm waiting at the bus stop yesterday in Richmond, and there's a schoolboy. OK, come past me. First thing I noticed, a cigarette on. He's holding a cigarette. He's smoking. And then he spits on the pavement. A schoolboy spits on the pavement. And I went, ugh, disgusting. But, of course, he had his earphones in, so he couldn't hear anything. So he then moves to the bus stop, and my bus comes in, I get on. He's still smoking, and he spits again on the pavement. If I see him today, I'm going to take a picture and put him up there. I shall find out which school he's at. They're obviously not breeding nice people. I didn't think school children were allowed to smoke on the streets. They're not, are they? At school, in his school uniform. But the spitting on the street, little peasant. I'll get you, don't worry. So, howls of protest erupt, don't know, the other day, after the rail worker was soaked with soapy water. The rail worker soaked this man here. His name's Toby Sawyer. He's a father of 4. He refused offers of treatment and a bed. Now it turns out he's a convicted murderer. He's a killer. He spent time in prison because somebody poured paint over him some years ago. He's been in prison for 18 years. He only came out in December. He's got 4 children. But... somebody said, a relative of his who didn't want to be named, alcohol is his problem. Alcohol is most of their problems. Seriously, it's not very good. But convicted of manslaughter, cleared of murder. He had a long record for violence. So last night he was still slumped outside the station while British Transport Police and Southern Rail investigated the staff who dealt with him. Don't know where you go from there. Don't know where you go. He's quite clearly one of those people you can't do anything for. He's an alcoholic. and he's spent 18 years in prison. He was tried for murder when he was 17 and living in Carshalton. But he pulled his trousers and pants down and started demonstrating about his genitalia. I mean, seriously, you can't deal with drunks. You might as well talk to the wall. It's a no-win situation. Organised gangs of aggressive and intimidating opportunists arrive in Middlesbrough. I train and work in shifts to earn up to £400 a night. I've said to you before, do not give to anybody sitting on the street with a notice going, homeless, your pennies, help me get food. They don't. These are professional beggars. They're there to get money off you. It's as simple as that. You should never give them anything. You're not helping the problem. But occasionally you see some so-called well-doers, people who go, well, they're homeless. You go, they're not. They are professional. Our ones turn up in a car. We had one on a crutch, I told you, and he would hobble down the street. He walks perfectly normally, I promise you. But unfortunately, some people are too blind. Mary says earth tremor in Surrey. That'll be the fracking. Do you think? I don't know. It could be, I suppose. It could be, but as I say, I really couldn't tell you. 21 degrees, and Winnie the Pooh's wood is ablaze. This is Ashdown Forest. Burns yesterday, the firemen were battling. And also in Wales and in Cornwall. Arsonists were blamed for a scene at the Lizard. You get stupid people like that. People who should be locked up for their own safety. Seriously. Selfridges are going to ban the sale of skins such as python, crocodile and lizard. They stopped selling fur in 2005. They said they'll phase out the skins from 2020. Why can't you phase them out now? Why do you have to wait till 2020? Selfridge's buying director, Sebastian, says the firm would continue in our ambition to inspire our brands and customers through thoughtful, ethical and transparent buying strategies. What does that mean, dear? What does that mean? Is that some posh thing that, you'll only sell it if it's needed? Really? The Iceland person, the great British reader's wives looks. Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I looked at her and I thought, you look awful. I mean, seriously, you must have looked in the mirror. You must have looked in the mirror. I mean, you can't go out thinking that's good. And she was with her mother. The mother looked more respectable than this daughter. I mean, cut down little jeans. And then there was a woman crossing the road the other day wearing jeans with holes in them, but they were literally cut up to the crotch. But because she was fat, it looked awful. You can't do things like that. As you all know, if you're going to wear fashion nowadays, you've got to be as microscopically thin as a pencil. Sir Ian McKellen has told Evan Davis during an interview at the University of Westminster, he says, frankly, I'm waiting for someone to accuse me of something. He said, but I wouldn't better remember it anyway. 76. Shouldn't laugh about it, should we, really? And you thought you were potty about your pooch. Here we go. There are 3 women, and they're obsessed with their dogs, and, just obsessed with their dogs. So they have commissioned photographs and portraits and stuff like that. And also the UK chemist who treated jihadis in Syria. Let me bring teen wife and kids to Britain. I don't think so. I don't think so, mate. Oh, dear. This one here, Mohammed Anwar Mia, is in prison in Syria. Stay there. Stay there. Channel migrants so sure of staying, they dial 999 if they get into trouble. They know they're not going to be kicked out. And hateful Tommy Robinson. Yes, Stephen Yaxley. Hello, Stephen, with a PH. Yaxley, you posh little boy you, aren't you? Not working class at all, mate. And he's been stripped of his account on a couple of web giants who, but there's still YouTube who give him a platform. Come on, YouTube, pull your fingers out, sort out, do the right thing. And Steve, which paper has the article written by Anne Widdecombe about Meghan Markle that you were talking about 30 minutes ago? I'm going to tell you, you find it yourself. Which paper do you think she's got a column in? She only writes for one newspaper. Don't be so bloody lazy. Never heard of anything like it. Which news? That'll be somebody from Sky News. That'll be somebody from Sky News writing in. Which one is that? Which one is that? Honestly, the laziness of some people. Goodness sake, honestly. Just find it out yourself. Can't be that difficult. Will Guyot says the robots are coming. I like the idea that Kim Jong-un is speaking to Donald Trump. I just love the idea that Kim Jong-un sort of arrives on a train. Takes 3 days, because he won't fly. He's terrified somebody's going to booby-trap the aircraft. As if. And so he arrives by train, and then the platform is lined with people, and then there's his entourage, and all you see is a little hand waving out the window. Could be anybody. Could be anybody. And he goes over there. I mean, whether they achieve anything, I have no idea. It'd be nice to think that they would achieve something. David says there was an earthquake in Dudley in the West Midlands some years ago, caused £500,000 worth of improvements. That's the old one about the Essex gag, isn't it? The earthquake in Essex. People were heard to be going, "Cool, blimey, unbelievable." And Steve, there's no need for spitting. I was catching a train into Sydney. A man spat, nearly went into my shoe. I told him in the abuse I got. This is a schoolboy in Richmond at the bus stop, spitting on the pavement in front of people. Disgusting little peasant. Ridiculous. Steve, seems the M25 is about to lose the inside lane because of my tyre, so watch out, lane huggers. Ooh, lane huggers. We like lane huggers. And what's the other one? I saw said lady with dog outside NatWest, much younger than you thought. Late 20s? Oh, no, definitely. She had stretch marks. Seriously, she was definitely early 30s, mid-40s. Totally agree with your description, though, says Angela. I know, I mean, just, why would you go out looking like that? Will you be putting a bid in for Katie Price's pink Range Rover? No. The funny thing is, it's the more you read about the case, the more you have to laugh at it, because she said that there was somebody else driving, she was so drunk she didn't know what was going on, but she remembered there was somebody else driving, and they'd run off with the key. And then the central heating started in the car because she had the key on her. Funny that, isn't it? Funny. Just thought I'd mention it. Mina says, if I had stretch marks, I'd show them as they're part of my body. Oh, God, do me a favour. Do me a favour, please, honestly. Good Lord, honestly, another snowflake. This early in the programme, 10 to 5. Thanks to an earthquake near Reigate, Steve, waking me up and my family, you have an even bigger 4 a.m. spike. Thank you, Greg. It's nice. I mean, I don't think it's too much to worry about. I don't think unless all of a sudden the entire Earth is going to disappear. Coming through nice and strong in Hong Kong, thanks to the LBC app. Thought you might like to know it's hardly any warmer here than you've been in London. I know. To be honest with you, at this time of the year, we should be eternally grateful. Meghan bringing down the royals, Steve. They can do that themselves with It's a Royal Knockout, organised by the very petulant Prince Edward. Don't make me laugh. Yes, we remember when Prince Edward did organise It's a Royal Knockout with Sarah Ferguson running down the lines. I mean, that shows how out of touch they were. Edward had a bit of a tantrum, and it wasn't as good as it could have been. It was all a bit difficult, really. What do you do? What do you do with the royal family? You just have to sort of let them get on with it. But nobody's ever told Harry off for anything. He doesn't have any parental guidance. His father goes off doing his own thing. And so he's never... So when somebody tells him to do something, quite clearly he reacts very badly. So he thought, the idea of taking all his clothes off in the hotel room in Vegas was hilarious. Because that's, nobody said to him, you don't do things like that. But that's what he did. And then he got drunk and lashed out at photographers because he was told that he's from a privileged background. Now he's with her. She's obviously milking it for all she can do. She's an actress. She's an actress, and that's what actresses want to do. They want to get as much publicity. To her, flying off on planes and all that. She's never been able to afford to do that before. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. But they do it, and they do it, they do it well, I suppose. Only because the rest of it can't actually do it. One of the NHS most debt-ridden trusts is spending £2 million a month on taxis for patients. Good grief. Good grief. That seems a lot of money. £2 million a month. £24 million a year. Oh, it can't be. Can it really? Is it possible to spend... I know we actually spend a lot of money on taxes. But is it possible to spend that much? £2 million. Where are they sending these people to? It was bad enough when that MP got driven out of prison in a prison vehicle. Did she pay for that home? She earned about £6,000, by the way, while she was inside. And but she's tagged. I don't want her having anything to do with anything in Parliament. She's been kicked out of the Labour Party, but still she goes. Doesn't make any sense to me, does it? I'm sure they'll be booing her on high. Also, the battle of the cocaine heads. Kerry Katona versus Daniela Westbrook has taken a bit of a downward turn. It's all to do with Daniela, who they think is on the booze again, and then Kerry went on Loose Women, was talking about it. Danielle heard about it, sent her a text message, and now they both started slagging each other off on the internet. I mean, it's the most tedious thing you've ever read. But you have to put up with it because they're both parents. They've both got children. Kerry's got 4 or 5, and I think Daniela's got 1 or something like that. I'm not really sure, actually. But either way, the whole thing has just descended into something that is so bad you can't do anything about it. And whether it recovers... But there again, I always thought it was going to be a bit of a sham anyway. When somebody says, I'll be your mentor, Kerry Katona can't even look after herself. She was drunk on the dinner dates programme. She's now admitted she's got to sort of stop the drinking. The only people they're embarrassing are themselves. The only people they're embarrassing are their children. I think at one point, Daniela Westbrook's son phoned up Kerry Katona to complain about what she was saying about his mother. I mean, it doesn't actually make any sense, does it, really? When you sort of look at them, you do worry that that's how their lives are. They're a bit like Katie Price, although she thinks she's terribly clever. She's car crash. This year is going to be the year she crashes and burns. You watch. You know, all this playing big time. Yeah, I'm going to go out and buy another car. I'm going car hunting. She's got a car. She's got that dreadful pink thing. Just need to get it repaired where that unnamed driver crashed into something. You know, in fact, if I was you, Katie, I'd find out from your little boyfriend who the unnamed driver is and go after them for money. Why don't you sue them? Because if they were the ones driving your vehicle, then I would want to know that they'd be paying for the damage that they've actually done. Does that not make sense, or am I sort of maybe jumping the gun a little bit? Also, I couldn't work this one out. I know I've just mentioned it a minute ago. Parents hiring dwarves dressed as tots for baby showers. What's the point of that? I mean, admittedly, I don't want to sort of do dwarves down, you know. They don't get exactly much work till it comes around to Christmas and things like that. And even then, it's a bit sort of naff or pantomimes. But, so I can't really deny them earning a little bit of money. But it does seem a bit strange, doesn't it? And they've got photographs of people doing it as well. They dress them up as babies. I don't think that's right. Well, babies aren't at baby showers, but mind you, they did it on the television, didn't they? Didn't they do it with the Fahirs sisters? They had a naff baby shower with loads of sort of things. It's just basically a load of chavvy mums to get together. Most other people have an afternoon tea, but it was really tacky. It was really tacky. And we've got flowers here, and we've got this, and we've got sweeties and everything, and you know, I haven't even got a baby. Doesn't make any difference, does it? I mean, I want a baby. Everybody else is having a baby. I want a baby. Why can't I have a baby? Perhaps I could buy one. Although, to be honest, at my time of life, they'll go, well, your life expectancy is not brilliant, is it? You know, the kid will barely reach. It works, but yes, well, it works for a lot of people. I think if you've actually got loads of money, then you can buy babies or buy into it. Didn't we have Bobby Cole Norris saying that he wanted Babby as well? As I say, he could barely look after himself. They'd have to be ridiculous. And then we had, as well, Katie Price saying she wanted to adopt a baby. She didn't mind if it was one that had an illness. You know, I think she was talking about AIDS or something like that, or a disabled child. I thought, well, you can't cope with Harvey. You know, she's obviously got this obsession about babies, and quite dangerous, I suspect. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. If the media had nothing to do with Katona and Westbrook, they'd been forgotten in a heartbeat. I don't think they would. That's the I really don't think. Not the way that the media is at the moment. Not the way that the media is at the moment. I don't think so. And it would be nice if Steve read the whole of my text out. I'm too bored with reading the whole of texts out. I have to sub them down to make them interesting. Stretch marks are the same as burns and birthmark. No, they're not. No, they're not. Don't be so silly. Of course they're not. They're really not. God, how delusional. Coming through now. Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Up for work at 3:15 and now felt the earthquake in Crawley. Left work at 3:55. I'm now despairing whether by the end of this programme we might have seen the end of Gatwick Airport. Which I think is hilarious. This is a really good one from Richard. Richard's an OKR. He says, you're a sad little man. I'm not little, believe you me, I'm not little, sonny boy. Tommy, a threat to your good life. And you're a left-wing radio station. You're more stupid than you look, aren't you? I love people like that. By the way, it's you have to learn how to spell. I don't want to sort of, decry you and make you look like a complete idiot, but you've only got 32 followers. That, in my book, spells lonely, no friends. Poor soul, honestly. You do get them, don't you? I love them, though. But it's commonly known as a troll. That's a troll. I'm a sad little man. I'm not sad. Believe you me, I'm really not sad. We had this discussion the other day when I think Matt Stadland said to me, do you get depressed or down or something? Oh, no, absolutely not. So it could never be. Richard, please don't write back, sweetie. If you're that old and you still can't spell, I don't think there's much hope for you, is there really? So we've decided we're going to put you into our special place where we put sad people. And you'll only find out, well, you won't ever find out, actually, but nobody will ever hear from you again. Oh, no, don't cry. Please don't cry, honestly. I'm sure it'll be fine when you wake up. You discover it's all been a horrible dream. In the papers today, good news. Ant McPartlin has returned to working full-time with his best pal. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I don't know if their idea of working full-time is exactly the same as everybody else's idea of working full-time. There's also... What was that one there? Did I just read... Oh, dear. I don't think I want to read that, actually. It was somebody self-harming themselves as part of an exorcism, which involved cutting your willy off. I mean, can't help feeling there's some mad people in this world. Plus, coming to find you... False widows. If you're an arachnophobia, this is spiders. There are all sorts of them. False widow spiders, daddy long-leg spider, cupboard spider, zebra jumping spiders, giant house spiders, lace-weaving spiders, money spiders. Oh, I don't like the sound of any of them. Spiders get vacuumed up very quickly. I'm sorry. I know. Steve, if you don't want your babby now, you could have your eggs frozen. Oh, that's so exciting. So exciting. I could have a baby. Actually, if I thought about it earlier, I probably could have done. But, Velas says all the youngsters stroke adults wearing these whole stroke torn jeans will throw these after wearing for a few months. Are these not supposed to learn sewing and stitching? And why are these retailers selling this stuff? Well, listen, you can't explain anything like that to me because I don't understand it either. What is the point of having rips in your jeans? And some of them go all the way up there. They just look so contrived, generally worn by complete and utter out of touch with modern retail people. Dreadful. It's like saying, go along to a Peter Andre concert and you can hear music. Chances are you probably won't, actually. You probably won't. I noticed that Shakira's been charged with defrauding tax. Wednesday, 27th of February. One more day to go till the end of the month, then we're into March. Steve says, my sister's having cataract surgery on Monday. Did you have local or general anaesthetic? You can't have general. It's cataracts. You can't have general. Didn't they explain this to you? Anyway, what are you asking for your sister for? She should be the one asking. But no, you can't have why would you have general anaesthetic? No, it has to be local anaesthetic. You have it done while you're wide awake. It's cataracts. You're not having open heart surgery. Peter says, Mrs. Peter and I are as far away as one can get from the UK, but still listening to you in New Zealand. I bet it's raining. Always rains in New Zealand. Always rains. It's wetter over there than it is over here. It's funny. Yeah, exactly. If you were further away, Scottish boy said, you'd be on the moon. Because he knows. Have you been to the moon? You have. He's been to the moon. What was it like? Was it good? Is it super? It doesn't... Bit grey. What, is that because you've only ever seen black and white pictures of it? It does come in colour. You can have a look at it. In fact, if you go outside now, you can see the moon. It's quite clear. You can see the mountains, people waving, things like that. You'd like that. One of them's your mother. Very windy. Really? There's no wind up there on the moon, is there? That's the whole idea. There isn't. It's got no atmosphere, has it? I didn't think. But the American flag, but yes, no, that was a wired flag. It was a wired... Don't start that one. I'm not going to enter into that ridiculous thing. Ben says, I didn't realise I was such a trendsetter. I've worn tatty and torn jeans for years and years. I work on building sites. I'm a roofer. Of course you are. You're called Ben Bradshaw. What else could you be? You're a roofer. And you're bound to have... Why would you have torn jeans, actually? That's an interesting thing. All the roofers I've ever seen, they seem to have quite normal jeans. You'd hurt your knees, wouldn't you? You wouldn't get me up on a roof. I feel ill even thinking about it. Steve... the lady who said stretch marks are the same as burns is talking garbage. Very offensive to burn sufferers, actually, says Carl. Yes, I know we've had a number of people complaining bitterly about that, but, what can we do? What can we do? She doesn't know. I was listening to the Evening Standard's court reporter on Nick Ferrari's show yesterday, who said she claimed the runaway driver was a friend of her boyfriend that she'd never met before and couldn't remember his name. But as the boyfriend was also in the car, why didn't somebody ask him who his friend was? Well, they have asked him, and he said he didn't want to say. He said, in fact, I think he said, I quote, I'm not a grass. That's what I think he said. So, I don't know. But the fun thing is that I thought he'd run away we didn't know why he'd run away. I didn't quite understand why he'd run away. Perhaps he had a drink. We don't know. We'll never know. It's never likely to come up. But the interesting thing is, she's now said, I think, he should have said who it was driving the car. Exactly. Should have said. But it seems funny that she had the key in her pocket, in the back. She was changing in the back of the car. I don't know why she was changing in the back of a car. It's a very odd thing. But either way, as I say, once this is her third ban, so I'm sure we'll be seeing more. She has a bit of history and a track record. Steve Ree, the felon MP, perhaps as a fundamental liar, she could still stand for PM. Auntie Enid fan. Well, yes. I don't want to see her in the House of Parliament. I really don't. I'm sorry, somebody who tells lies like that. Her son's still in prison, by the way, which is good news. Steve, you can get a dwarf dressed as a Smurf handcuffed to a guy on his stag do. I think I've seen that before, actually. I've seen pictures of it. I don't know why people want to do that. I really don't, actually. Also, the dreary Kardashians, here they are. Khloe and Kendall Jenner. They're just such a sad exhibitionist family, aren't they? People pander to them. Like people pander to Naomi Campbell. You know, whenever she's late, they go, "Oh, thank you so much for coming to our little event, Naomi." I'm going, get out. I'd have done the same to Elizabeth Taylor. You know, it was nothing for her to be an hour or 2 hours late for something. I'd be saying, "I'm sorry, the event started at 11. It is now 1 o'clock. Go home. Go home. Stay home." But anyway, here they all are wearing sheer dresses. Just basically, they're just sort of showing off. But they've got their own problems in that family. They might pose for all these photographs, but every time you see the programme, The Kardashians, they've got the most amazing problems. Nobody talks to people. It's, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Ian McKellen, all the papers there. And this is the person we're looking for, James Nolan, a warrant out for his arrest. He faces criminal charges for fraud, assault with a weapon and reckless driving. He's linked to the family who were branded trash and so by the mayor of Auckland, accused of trashing beaches, nasty little pieces of work. But they had 2,500 signatures to get them out of the country. And interestingly, James Nolan and two others were arrested in February after allegations of a roofing scam. Surely not. Surely not. But they fled with funds, £4,800. But after he failed to show for a court hearing, New Zealand Customs confirmed he'd left the country having deliberately circumvented border controls by using a valid passport that was not his own. They will find him, actually. He's accused of driving his car at young women who filmed him and his family when they left piles of rubbish at a beach. Scum, aren't they? Absolute scum. What have we got? Oh, different characters in Emmerdale. The same character played by somebody different. And more dating disasters for Kerry Coke tonight. She lands a date with a Cardiff lad, but it isn't plain sailing. His Welsh accent proves a bit of a problem. I think anything proves a problem. The trouble is she thinks she's very clever, as opposed to she's that pathetic person we all laugh at. You know, she's got nothing. She's got nothing. It's as simple as that. She's wasted her entire life. Wasted all of it. She's a bit like, you know, Daniela Westbrook wasted her life. I told you I used to be on a coach with Daniela Westbrook. And she spent most of her time sobbing because she was going through her cocaine addiction. And then she lost her septum and then all the rest of it. But she's just wasted her life. Completely wasted it. Here's Peter Andre. This is What's Hot to Watch today. It's the junk food experiment. It's another dreary bit of Peter Andre propaganda so they can sort of turn out. It's an opportunity for him to mention probably the kids and his marvellous wife, Em, which is great. Earthquake in Newdigate, Surrey at 3:42. Fracking nearby, says Tim. Could be. We don't know. We don't know. I wouldn't like to state categorically that that would be it, because we just don't know. But I suppose it's as much a possibility as anything else, isn't it? What else we got? There was so many stories I've looked at in the papers today, and then I sort of looked at them afterwards, and I was sort of thinking, is that really a good story? EastEnders' biggest villain could be coming back. It's not strictly true. All it is actress Charlie Brooks has said that she would like to play serial killer Janine Butcher again. That's the whole story. She's having a Butcher's at return. So in other words, it's a case of never say never. She doesn't know if they're going to bring her back or if they're not going to bring her back. Sometimes it works, doesn't it, to bring people back. Also, Cristiano Ronaldo is unveiling new hair transplant centre and his girlfriend's in charge. Perhaps David Beckham could go there. Perhaps he could get some more hair put on his head. And you remember the man who bombarded an air passenger with racial abuse? And I said yesterday, we aren't going to do anything about it. Luckily, the Spanish police are going to do something about it. I can't tell you the disgusting language he used against a pensioner called Delcy. But anyway, the Spanish police are on it, and they don't mess about. They're very good. Plus, Danny Dyer, this is the barmaid, who can barely string two words together, says she hurts every time somebody brands her fake. She's only 22. She says, we're not a brand. Really? Better tell your father's wife that, because she thinks you're a brand for some reason. That was the one who sort of complained about the pen salesman after he did his cocaine. Only the once, I hope. And then it turned out that Danny Dyer, the father, has done loads of things before. If anybody was damaging the brand, that would be the one who is. That would be the one who is. Manchester United stars turned out to say farewell to their coach, Eric Harrison, at his funeral yesterday. 81. He had a 4-year battle with dementia, so they all went, including David Beckham, who put on his sad face. David Beckham's got the sad face, and then he's got the other face, which is... Oh, look, here's Harper. She's a top skier. Well, she's got the outfit. She can't actually stand upright. But here he is, David Beckham, with this hair stuck on his head. I don't know what it is, actually. You need to get to see it close up before you could realise what it is. Also, the BBC have now launched an investigation into racist death threats against Clive Myrie. He was targeted along with Garth Crooks and Lewis Hamilton. He says, in the last 3 or 4 years, I've had death threats. The BBC Investigations Unit is trying to prosecute this guy. What do you mean, trying to prosecute this guy? Why have they not done it? Because, like the BBC, they move very... They've actually got a department, an investigations unit. They're trying to prosecute him. Name him in the papers. Go on, sell it to the paper. Well, don't sell it to the paper, just give it to the papers. Tell us who he is. I'll mention him. People like that, scum. Johnny Boy says the woman with the shorts and the gut hanging out sounds like she comes from West Drayton. The holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. Now, that's a fib. Staines is the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. See, with more cars being keyless, anyone in Katie's car could have the fob on them, not like the old days where the driver had to have the key. Exactly. But she has the key. But then who is he? Who is the mysterious man that we don't know about? We want to know. It's not a complicated thing. Come on, tell us who it is. And if you don't know who it is, then your little boyfriend knows who it is. So come on, tell us. Who is that person? Who was driving the car? Does he have insurance? Does he have fully comp? Is he able to drive it? He's damaged your car. Are you going to sue him to get the car back to scratch again? When I say scratch, I don't mean scratch. I mean, putting it back together. Makes perfect sense, does it not? Does it not? So here he is, the nasty little piece of work that is Arj Argent. Really nasty. He's written horrible things before to Chloe Sims. He's written to Lydia Dim and one of the Fahir's sisters. He's just a horrible little piece of work. I don't know if it's the result of cocaine or if he's just nasty. But he called her basically fat, which is okay because she is fat. But he said she had more rolls than Greg's. But the difference is, opposed to telling her, and they are going out together, in which case you're supposed to be able to tell people things. He then filmed her snoring in bed and put it up on social media. But there you go. Poor old Arj, a sad, lonely, tragic little boy with no talent for doing anything apart from sort of upsetting a few people who are so desperate for a boyfriend they'll end up going out with him. Oh, dear. The baby dwarf who finds him... Here he is, a picture of Eric at work dressed up as a baby with 2 parents, and he's holding a giant dummy. I find it a bit sad, really, actually. But I really do. They carry baby onesies and a dummy and carry around and they've got a bonnet on as well. Slightly peculiar. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say too much in case somebody says, well, they've got to earn a living. They have. I don't think like that. That's like certain websites where sort of people dress up as babies and certain sorts of women look after them. This is just not... It's like dwarf throwing. I wasn't in agreement with dwarf throwing either. Z-list celebrity throwing, yes, I would heartily endorse that one. Here she is, Linda Avery. Linda Avery is our crook of the day. Where does she come from? She comes from Plymouth. Oh, dear. Plymouth, otherwise known as Chav Central, but they're trying to upmarket it. And she's a benefits fraudster. She claims she could hardly walk. She's a liar. She was photographed at Crufts with her dog while pocketing the highest rate of disability benefit. Spotted being able to run dogs around rings at the high-profile annual event. Investigators filmed the dog trainer, who uses a walking stick at another show, lifting and preparing pooches. She was paid out more than 12 grand over 2 years. The judge says her condition has improved enough to be seen running dogs around. She admitted dishonestly failing to notify an improvement in her disability. The probe began after she posted a picture on Facebook of herself with a dog at Crufts. She's expected to be sentenced next month. Prison? Absolutely prison. Dog taken away? Yep. Dog taken away in prison. You benefit fraudster. So that's Linda Avery from Plymouth. She knew she was... They always go, oh, I completely forgot to tell them. The money was still rolling in. I forgot to tell them that, in fact... Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. How much longer can the Andre carry on with the format it has, Steve? the age it's at now, it just doesn't work. Well, I mean, I don't know. He's never made it. He's always on the periphery, but he's always been big at sort of trying to big himself up, but it doesn't work. The only thing that bigged him up to start with, of course, was Katie Price. His career had finished. As we all know, he was working at his brother's gym in Larnaca. He was washed up. He didn't have anything. Then he went into I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. She was in it. She was on the rebound. She was looking for somebody, but then she's always looking for somebody. And he was there, so he'd taken his guitar, very unwise. A bit like Matt Goss, very unwise. Just Matt Goss, very unwise. And they sort of set off. But as usual with all of her things, once she's had the children, she bores with them. She's had enough. She doesn't see anything as long-term at all. Everything's a little bit fickle for her. Little bit fickle. So that's why. But then even one of the columnists today was sort of going, oh, she's managed to get through her fortune. She's never had a fortune. I don't know why we get such shoddy journalism from respected names. You know, if she'd had £45 million, that would have been invested in the bank. She'd be living the life of Riley. She had a mortgage on her house. She never had £45 million. Seriously, she's lived hand to mouth for ages. Most of her endorsements fail spectacularly. The only thing that sells are the books, and she doesn't write those. She's got no talent for anything. She was just sort of a marketable kind of. She got paid, 10 grand here, 10 grand there for endorsing things, but they always collapsed. They always collapsed. She has to accept stuff now for putting on her Twitter feed. The latest one is some sort of diet. Don't touch it. I can only tell you, if you want a diet, go to the doctor. Please do not take anybody's word for it, especially somebody like that, especially as the pictures look suspiciously airbrushed. If Pricey's boyfriend, says Dallas, refuses to name the crash driver, why is he not being prosecuted? Listen, the thing is so complicated. She was sitting in the back of the car. They said somebody ran off. You might believe it, you might not believe it, but that's what they've said. The judge didn't believe her, said she wasn't really a credible witness at all. And the police were very suspicious. She was absolutely off her trolley. But there again, that's all she does now, isn't it? She goes out, she gets on her trolley, and then somebody... I'm assuming the boyfriend must have been off his trolley as well, otherwise he'd be driving the car. But as I say, it's done and dusted. Done and dusted, all sort of finished. So, as a maker of hard-hitting documentaries, they're still trying to flog us this one from Stacey Dooley. She's at the centre of a storm over a charity trip. She's been accused of poverty porn. She went over to Uganda and pictured holding a little black child. And somebody wrote saying there's something really wrong about this picture. They say she's talking to the locals outside a basic operating theatre wearing a £265 pair of boots. And it's described, white saviorism is a term used to describe white people who act to help non-whites in a way that could be seen as self-serving, for example, to gain online followers or praise at home. Yes, we said this years ago when they sent one of the Spice Girls out to India to watch children ferreting around on rubbish dumps. And I said they won't have the faintest idea who she is. What's she doing there? Just somebody could have a picture taken. OK, can you cuddle the baby? Lovely, give it back. OK, that's fine. And that's it. And so the Stacey Dooley pictured here with a big smile on her face whilst dealing with obviously people who are starving. Why is that funny for Stacey Dooley? The company... she said, I've had numerous photos with children. Last year, I was with Roma kids in Hungary and no one had any issue. Similarly, there's pictures of me with Iraq. It's becoming a bit of a habit, this one, isn't it? She just wanders around holding other people's children. The Ugandan families asked to take pictures with us. What for? What was that? Were you giving them money? I don't know. She said, I've been working in Africa for nearly 12 years. I asked the locals how I should behave. And they all said, can you wear a £265 pair of boots and hold our child? Because you don't know who the child is. There's no name on the child at all. It's just a nameless person, so that's why it's a load of old hooey. Comic Relief says the photo was a personal shot taken at the request of the child's family. So there you go. But it has agreed, it's Comic Relief this is, to curb the use of celebrities. Good. Can we find some proper people, the ground workers, not somebody who's sort of doing it to boost their own publicity? It's not right. Not right at all. 24 minutes past 6. And so they had Ed Sheeran. He met a little boy who lives on the streets of Liberia. That was for Save the Children. And it's lovely. Whether it makes any difference, I've got no idea. And so you can look at all the kids looking at pictures of him. They don't know who he is. They've got no... It's a white person who's sitting in our class. And this is these three films, poverty porn appeals, Tom Hardy, Ed Sheeran and Eddie Redmayne, simply reinforcing white saviour stereotypes. The three films made for Comic Relief and the Disasters Emergency Committee, which raises cash for 13 major UK aid groups, including Save the Children, Oxfam and ActionAid, were nominated for Most Offensive Campaigns of 2017 by the Ruddy Aid Awards. It's aimed at challenging aid groups to shift away from stereotypes about people living in poverty. Yeah, they don't want a celebrity turning up to take pictures of them. They want help. They want money. You know, and all these companies, Oxfam, Save the Children, Action Aid, they're multi-million-pound companies. Charity is a business. It's a business now for these big companies. So that's why whenever you see a disaster and then you get Oxfam or whoever it is asking for money, they've got the money. They just want you to donate more. In fact, I think that £60 million was raised. The Yemen appeal raised 27 million. Ed Sheeran has good intentions, said this lady, but the problem is the video's focused on Ed Sheeran as the main character. He's portrayed as the only one coming down and being able to help. I mean, you know, it's a bit sad, really, isn't it? I mean, at one point, a bomb drops and the family are forced to move, but it's celebrities. I mean, there's a picture here of somebody dressed up as Batman, holding what they don't know who this is. They've got no idea. That was War Child, I think, another one. They sort of need to re-look at these things. They need to sort of, you know, do it properly, I think. And how's Stacey Dooley going to help? I mean, I suppose you could argue the fact that people might see her out there and go, oh, she's out there, we can donate money. That might be how it works. But to be honest with you, I mean, she said she's been around to all these different places. They don't know who she is. Who is she? She's nobody. Nobody at all. Somebody says, I've just joined Steve Allen's Spikers group on Facebook. I got all the questions right. That's good news. Very good news. And the Labour MP who says the party was too apologetic about anti-Semitism, they still don't get it. They still don't get it. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? Angelina with her family, she's got 6 children. 6 children. Knox, Vivian, Pax, Shiloh, Zahara and Maddox. They have other names as well, which goes on top of that, but it's far too complicated to read at this time of the morning. The Orange Flames, they think down in Cornwall, as I say, arsonists were to blame for this scene at the Lizard. Doesn't surprise me. You get stupid people out, don't you? People like that, as far as I'm concerned, you find them and they go straight to prison. Let's not waste time in courts. You go straight to prison. Also, I quite like the idea, and I mentioned it before, of Crocs Away Selfridges to ban the sale of exotic skins. But they're not going to do it till 2020. Thought they could have done it a little bit before then. But somebody from the Humane Society is very pleased about it and said the news was wonderful and could save countless crocodiles and snakes from losing their lives. Not really. Somebody else would be going out there killing them, and, you know, just because Selfridges have decided not to run with this stuff doesn't mean to say that other people won't. They will. They will, let me tell you. Corbyn blocks the plan to ban his friends, Hezbollah, from the UK. That you'll find in a few of the papers this morning. And so sorry, says Sarah Vine. Not this time. I was there when Steve Coogan's Alan Partridge burst onto the screens. Now he's back, but a bit cringe-making, she says. Oh, that's a shame, because I thought she'd like it. Most people seem to like it. Most people liked it. Also, she talks about the murky waters, the homeless man with the bucket of water thrown over him. Turns out he's just come out of prison for murder. Well, it's not murder, sorry, it was manslaughter. Manslaughter he was in there for. But his family say he has severe drink problems. It's not good, isn't it? But she doesn't like Katie's car crash life, a pitiful parable of our times. And they say all the money she made seems to have been squandered. I don't think she made that much. You know, otherwise, why would you have a mortgage on a house that's only worth about 1.4 million? But she has got a mortgage on it, and that's why. And so I asked the question, if she had 45 million, surely an accountant would have actually said to her, buy the house outright, then you've got that to fall back on. But she didn't. And I don't know why, actually. See, Focus 523, not 623. Yeah, but it keeps you going, doesn't it? There you go, somebody else has said that, Monica. It's 525, not 625. But I mean, don't you all of a sudden go a little bit, oh my God, quick, we have to sort of get out there. How has Sir Bob Geldof amassed tens of millions of pounds promoting charities? He's far worse than Stacey Dooley. But, I mean, that was, you see, you could argue about Live Aid because they have the same problem. Even after we raised all that money and all those people gave of their time, they've still got the same problem. Why? Corruption. Corruption. It's as simple as that. That's the problem. Where you've got money being pumped into countries. In fact, if you remember during Live Aid, and I remember it vividly, that there was the scenes in the refugee camp of children dying, less than 2 miles down the road, they were celebrating with parties with champagne. And then, to make it worse, when they were making the single, they were all pictured in America eating and drinking, posh food. And they're there to raise money for people who are starving. So that's why. That's why. That was the problem there. It was corruption in the countries where people took the money. The money was going in, the aid was going in, but it wasn't getting to where it was supposed to go to. So consequently, you've still got exactly the same problem that you had. Even Blue Peter, with all its worthwhile causes of taking water out and digging holes and putting in standpipes and stuff like that, they've still got the same problem. Because there are certain people in the country who take, and there are other people who unfortunately give up everything. Let's have a check on the news. Lord Sugar's complained in the paper today, bless his heart. He's complained that BAFTA has never given him an award for hosting the BBC's The Apprentice, recalling he was forced to borrow one of its statuettes as a prop for a TV interview. Bless. Oh, give him an award, for goodness sake. He's worth it. He's absolutely worth it. Here is this lovely house. I've seen big houses before. It's nothing new over here. This one is only a plot of land, though. They've done a picture of what the house looks like. It's a bit naff. It's on sale for 20 million, the land, and then you'll probably have to spend another 30 million building the house, and then the house will probably sell for about 60 to 70 million. But actually, that's nothing. I know you might think that's very flippant, but I promise you, 60 to 70 million. There's a flat down the road, which went for 140 million. A flat went for 140 million. So 60 to 70 million, not a great deal nowadays, but this one's going to end up, it's going to be 68,000 square feet. That's what I call a lot of house. It's almost like 3 houses. It'll be linked underneath the ground. It's probably going to look lovely. And it's great. It's going to have floor space equivalent to 60 average family homes. And it will have 80 bedrooms. So for me, 80 bedrooms is, you're going to need a staff of about 20 to run this house. 80 bedrooms, you have people staying. You have to change the sheets. They've all got to be washed and ironed. You need a full-size laundry. This is the size of a hotel. 80-bed mansion. Size of a hotel. And then you've got all the towels, the shower gels. Everything. Imagine if the plumbing goes wrong. God, dear, you're up a gum tree, aren't you? Up a gum tree. Steve, you talk about charities. My house is up for sale for £700,000. A couple came to see it. I asked him his position. He said, I'm a first-time buyer. I said, wow, what do you do for a living? He said, I work for a charity and they're buying it for us. Well, but I tell you, actually, that isn't as far-fetched as you think it is. Because they will pay a lot of money to get people in to run charities if they think, and there's a lot of poaching goes on, if they think that they can raise more money, then that's nothing. A £700,000 house, good Lord. Because when he moves out of it, somebody else will move in, and they will pay good money to find a charity fundraiser. Good Lord. Julie says, don't worry if you give the wrong time check once in a blue moon. I'd like to see all the armchair critics getting up at stupid o'clock and entertaining us all for 3 hours a day in, day out, and never make a slip. Still love your work, but where's Andy Ivy? He was on the other day. He normally does Monday mornings. So that's where he is. And Carl says, regarding celebs doing charity stuff, I remember years ago I was appalled at Dawn French going to Ethiopia to tell us about the starving. She ate more in one meal than those kids did in a month. Well, they've got to eat. I mean, I know it doesn't explain it away, but they do have to eat. And thank you. It's very nice. Clean glass, I know. Did you touch the top? Thank you. Oh, that's nice. Filtered ice-cold water. It's not actually ice-cold. How does it get warm by the time you bring it back from the tap? Do you let the tap run a little bit? Oh, right, okay. Friction from you walking so far. You haven't walked fast in your life. I've seen you. When you go out for a cup of tea, it's a day's trek. Like making a movie. Oh. That's better. That's better. Yeah, The Adventures of Scottish Boy. Today, he set off on his travels once again, armed with a cup and a tea bag and a desperate attempt to find the hot water. He found the hot water in day 2. Then the problem. Where was the milk? Out trekking again into the fields, he found the cow, and then managed, with the help of a little milking stool, to actually get enough milk into the cup of tea. By the time he took the cup of tea back to the studio, it was stone cold, and Steve threw another one of his famous wobblies. Take it away, he said, peasant. Get me a proper cup of tea. Let's invest in a teapot. We used to have years ago, and in fact, I've still got it somewhere. I don't know where it is, actually. It's a flask where you fill with hot water and then you just pump it up and down to get the hot water out. It's like a little urn. Little urn. There you go. It's nice, isn't it? Steve, I was watching James Bond 1965 Thunderball the other day, and it was pointed out to me that a gorgeous blonde on screen was Sherry Winton. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think she was ever in a Bond movie. If she was, I'm sure we would have known about it. I don't think she was in a... Oh, she was in it, but uncredited. Uncredited? God, that's even worse than not being in it. So what was she? What was she doing? What does it say? Just on the screen. Oh, well, there you go. Steve, the people, says Richard, who get up my nose, are the rich and privileged, who spend their time flying around the world flaunting the green credentials. To them, I would include the silly little girls who took time out of school recently and are no doubt planning their long-haul holidays. Fantastic. Steve, what about the charity bosses going to poor nations and staying in 5-star luxury hotels and smoking? Hypocrite, says Rob. No, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. They are people who are paid a lot of money to generate an income for the charities. And the more success... Some of these people are very successful. They know exactly what to do. Stacey Dooley's a great self-starter who's highlighting people's plights in this sometimes horrible world, says Mike. We know what their plight is. We know all about it. We're not stupid. We do have news gathering before Stacey Dooley came along. Thank you very much indeed. We know all about things like that because I read about it every day in the newspapers. And in fact, all of the charities have people who work on the ground. You don't need a celebrity, in inverted commas, to go there to highlight a situation. But of course, it's the only way you're going to get heard on the television. They're not going to bother otherwise. Shane says, does Scottish boy make a cup of tea for his mother? No. No, he doesn't do anything like that at all. No, you don't. When did you make a cup of tea for your mother? When? When did you do this? Last Saturday. And that was the first time he'd been back for months. So she has to sit at home waiting for you to return to get a cup of tea. A bit bad. Don't you feel awful? Am I shaming you? Yes, I am, so. I'm not. Lord abolish, you're like Katie Price coming outside the court. Yes! I thought I was going to get 2 years. We were all hoping. Me in Hong Kong again, Steve. I've heard the story about yet another stabbing in Ilford, which is near my place in Wanstead. Oh, it's been dreadful over the past few days. Dreadful. Perhaps I won't bother getting the plane back. Some of the worst stories in the papers here are about taxi drivers driving off with elderly ladies' handbags. No, over here, we've had, I think, for the past 4 days, stabbings left, right and centre. 5 in just over a day. 5 stabbings. That's how bad it is. It's so dreadful. And what is it? Is it gang-related? One of them was chased out into the streets, targeted, deliberately targeted. And people go, oh, such a good person. And you think, but then why was he targeted? What is going on here? Well, we're never going to stop it, are we? Never going to stop it, as far as I know. Can't think of any day it's not going to happen. Another one here, very quickly. Oh, Emma Thompson has quit her role in a Hollywood film after producers hired shamed Toy Story director John Lasseter. So she said she's not going to be in it. That's an old story. I read that a few days ago, actually. And she's got a daughter called Gala. Or Gala, I don't know how you pronounce it, actually. Excuse me. You know, once I start drinking cold water, I've discovered I can't stop drinking cold water. Terribly bad for me. And birthdays today, Joanne Woodward. Married to Paul Newman for 50 years. She is 89. 89 today, so many happy returns to her. Timothy Spall, the London-born actor, a prolific sleepwalker, once woke up nude in a corridor of a hotel in Cornwall. He is 62, and born on this day in 1941 was Paddy Ashdown, who died, of course, last year, 2018. John Steinbeck, born 1902, the Nobel and Pulitzer Prize-winning US author, who tried to join a course on how to dissect corpses, aged 17. And the M&S food to your door in a deal with Ocado. That'd be good, won't it? But the trouble is, I mean, I've never had any of these deliveries from food companies. I've often been out and I prefer the actual seeing it. Because I'm sure if you order online and you go, and I'll have 6 bananas, and they go, we haven't got any bananas, so we put in apricots or something like that. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. And then I'd be really upset and go, I don't want apricots. I wanted bananas. Why haven't you got any bananas? Because we haven't got any bananas. OK, I'll have a meat pie. We're out of meat pie, so we sent you salmon. You know, it's that kind of thing, isn't it? Well, I don't want that. I don't want it. It's a £900 million deal. And if it goes through, it'll mark the end of Ocado's 20-year food sales partnership with Waitrose. Because I wasn't aware, actually, that M&S didn't actually have a food delivery service. But the online grocery market is worth about £17.6 billion. That's what it's worth. It's amazing. M&S have confirmed they were in talks with Ocado, but said there was no certainty that the discussions will result in any agreement. Well, let's hope they do. That'll be quite nice. And Tom from Southend says, has Scottish Boy's dad reached the end of his tether and handed over the task of disciplining Scottish Boy to you along with his mother? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. We'd just like to set him straight. We'd just like to set him straight on the road. You know, the things that... I mean, it's come to something when your mother has to write in to the radio station, to the presenter of the programme. I mean, that's when you sort of think, it's gone a little bit too far now. You know, he's doing a Prince Harry. What he's doing, basically, he's sort of doing his own thing. And then occasionally, I bet he never made a cup of tea for his mother at all. He's just saying that to ingratiate. Don't jump up and down. I bet you didn't. I bet if I checked with her and said, did he? You made it? Yes. Putting toast in the toaster is not making breakfast. Okay? Oh, dear, honestly. We do have... What was breakfast? Eggs, mushrooms, tomatoes, fried bread, and you did sausages for them, and you had vegetarian sausages. Don't believe a word of it. Don't believe a word of it. I don't believe you were actually even awake at that time of the morning. I think you were probably still in bed, and your mother had to make it for you and bring it upstairs because you were too bone-idle to come downstairs and sit at the breakfast table. Because in the corner is that wooden thing to dry your pants and socks on, and they're probably still sitting there to this day, I should imagine. Your pants and socks. Have you managed to bring them back? Oh, she did them while you were there. Oh, how lovely, like a laundrette, really, like a laundrette service. I find you unbelievable, seriously. Ulrika says, I'm in the miserable position of not having 80 friends who want to stay with me, so the 80-bedroom property is not for me. Well, you could have it and use it for something else, couldn't you? You'd do that. And Holly says, I expect a Scottish boy made his mother a cup of tea to enjoy while she ironed his underpants and socks. Please tell me she doesn't iron your socks. Does she iron your pants? No, just folds them. And you couldn't do that. I find it amazing that you can make all that super-duper breakfast, which is almost cordon bleu, and yet you can't manage to put stuff in a washing machine and push a button. How does that work? It can't be that difficult. It's cheaper and easier. How much was the flight? How much was the flight home? 65 quid. Is it not cheaper to go to a laundrette? Although your laundrette's where you are terribly, terribly expensive. 65 quid to go home so that your mother could wash your socks and pants. It's outrageous. You don't know any laundrettes. Too frightened to go out there, that's what it is. It's ridiculous. It's not a dying breed of shop. There's loads of them around. I've never had such rubbish in my life. You can't move to laundrettes. They're all over the blooming place. 5:45 is the time. Ben says, are you sure the mansion was 80 bedrooms, not 80 rooms? No, 80 bedrooms. I can read the word bedroom. Big difference. No, 80 bedrooms. 80 bedrooms. I do know these things. Remember, I'm never wrong. LBC is giving you the chance to win one of travel's most iconic experiences, a 7-night transatlantic cruise with Cunard for 2 people on board Queen Mary 2. You'll sail from Southampton to New York, or if you can make the journey in the other direction, we'll provide the flights for that, and we'll give you a deluxe balcony stateroom. I mean, it is one of the most iconic transatlantic crossings. You can do it no better than with Cunard's flagship Queen Mary 2. So you'll savour 7 unforgettable days of indulgence and discovery, unhurried. I mean, you could just wander about and do nothing for 7 nights. Must be fantastic. And with glamour. This is your chance to uncover an experience as exciting as it first was in 1847, now with the finest refinements at sea, and service and celebration only offered on the transatlantic crossing by Cunard. The prize includes all meals, entertainment and flights, either to or from New York, depending on which way you would prefer to sail across the ocean. For your chance to win a transatlantic cruise on the Queen Mary 2, all you have to do is text CRUISE, C-R-U-I-S-E, capital letters, and send it to 84850. CRUISE 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text goes straight to our charity Make Some Noise, helping to change young lives. You've got until 6 p.m. on the 1st of March to enter. Standard network rates apply, and you need to be 18 or over. You're playing across all participating radio stations and regions, and all the rules and the details about those date restrictions are at lbc.co.uk. So text CRUISE, C-R-U-I-S-E, and send it to 84850. Good luck. Good luck. It's a nice one. The young are in the papers today. Why? They're risking addiction in a smartphone betting boom. You can gamble on your telephone. Frankly, I think it's the most dangerous thing I've ever heard of, but apparently half of online gamblers regularly bet using their smartphone, which is double the number 4 years ago. So they reckon the boom in mobile gaming has helped bookmakers gain an extra 1.6 million customers aged under 35. Ooh, it's no wonder people have got no money nowadays. It's the gambling, isn't it? It's. Have you done it? Oh dear, I don't do it. I don't do it. Thank you very much indeed. I wouldn't want to do it. I've seen people get into the most dreadful trouble with things like that, and I've no intention of being that next person. Thank you. I work at Tesco in Wigan. Once on the online shopping, somebody ordered a specific condom which were out of stock, says Carl, and the substitute suggested it was a pregnancy test. Super. Thank you. And David says, I bet Alan Sugar hasn't complained about not getting a National Television Award. He realises, too, what a load of worthless garbage they are. Well, it's nice to get. They like these awards. They do. He says, I mean, who in their right mind gives Emmerdale a Best Soap Award? Well, I would. I think Emmerdale's brilliant. I think it should have had awards from years and years ago, and people kept saying, no, it was never that good. And I said, no, Emmerdale is good. It's got good storylines, good characters. It's set in Emmerdale, and it's great. I love it. I find it far more believable than the other soaps. Far more believable. I don't know why, actually, because it's a set, as you all know. It's built in some private land, and you travel through the private land, and then all of a sudden, in a Dingley Dell, there it is, the set of Emmerdale. I'd love to go. They do tours, I believe. That'd be a nice thing to do. You get those people who are fanatics about a show. They want to go and visit the site. They want to go and see what it looks like. More on this rubble trouble. The couple who flouted the planning laws. So they built a warehouse, which is what the council said. You can have a warehouse. Now, a warehouse is not meant to be lived in. They decided that they'd do their own thing. It had a fitted kitchen and a bathroom. And they were told to demolish it. So they went to court. And they tried to get the court to overturn it. The court went, Nope, definitely not. So the bulldozers came in and they pulled it down. They're not happy. And last night, Mr. Mead, who is the person in question, they live on a boat now, his son-in-law admitted his in-laws had unwisely moved into the property but denied they planned to do so. He claimed they were left with no choice after failing to secure a tenant for the property. Yeah, it said it's a warehouse. This looks like a house. Looks like a house to me, and so that's why they said no, it must come down, and they then decided to fight it. They've been told 3 times that you can't build on that thing. You can put up, I think it was, what did they say you could put up? Was it a bungalow or something? Ridiculous, isn't it? Prince Charles is fond of a wee dram. We've got a nice bottle of whiskey coming up here. And so the final 20 bottles of his own whiskey will be auctioned off to raise money for a community near Balmoral in Scotland. The Royal Loch Lagar 30-year-old single malt is from his 1988 cask produced from the distillery in Crathy. Robert Lovey of the Prince's Foundation says we're overwhelmed. They reckon 9,000 quid a bottle. 9,000 quid a bottle for whiskey. I'm so glad I don't drink whiskey. I don't think I could actually afford anything like that at all. And also, I'm not a big enough drinker of whiskey to warrant spending £9,000. I don't have £9,000 to spend on it. 84850. Does the lottery count as gambling, says Mark? Yeah, of course, yeah. I don't do it on the phone, though. I do it online. And I am over 21. So I'm a responsible gambler. And also, that actually stops you from gambling too much. There's only a limit to how much you can gamble with before it stops you. Have to agree with Scottish boy. Laundrettes are fast becoming extinct in London, says Ollie. In 1990, there were 5 in Balham. Now there's 11. Moved to Purley 3 years ago, and the only one there is now closed. Want to come round our way? We got 3. You know, people like a laundrette. I used to like going to a laundrette. It was always very entertaining, actually. If you go to a laundrette, you meet all sorts of interesting people. Monica says, read the incorrect time check. That was a car seat critic, and the one which starts every morning with you. And after all, my role is to annoy with a daily text message or a tweet and provide extra topics for others to comment on. No, you've overinflated yourself. You've overinflated yourself on that one. And I went on an aircraft tour in Arizona. Hundreds of abandoned aircraft lying in the blazing heat. Yes, I've seen it. They go there and then they just take bits and pieces out, don't they? Which is amazing. Here's this from? This is from, Heather, my Norwich nurse. She says, thank you again. Unknowingly, you help others. My dear friend Angela passed away early this morning after a short illness. 40 years nursing with a brief retirement. Her wit and sarcasm and ability to make you laugh out loud could match yours. And listening to you and laughing this morning has been incredible as I go into work. And thank you to the Facebook Spiker Group. Yes, thank you to the Facebook Spiker Group. Also, the most embarrassing painting in the Vatican. Yes, it's the portrait of Cardinal Pell, unveiled just 2.5 years ago. And it's one of the big talking points for the portrait of Pell, who's just been convicted of historic sex offences, was commissioned following a fundraising event in London held by the Knights of Malta, the Roman Catholic order founded more than 1,000 years ago. It's the biggest embarrassment, I think, or one of the biggest embarrassments that the Catholic Church has ever had. He's appealing, as they say, and this is gone bad. Rupert Murdoch, Pope Francis, appoints brilliant Cardinal Pell from Sydney to be his number 3 power in the Vatican. Australia will miss him, but the world will benefit. 5 years ago, that was sent out by Rupert Murdoch. Little bit of a change now, I suspect. Little bit of a change now. It's the way it goes, isn't it? The Sun this morning, they're sort of running with the town plagued with fraudulent beggars. They're not beggars at all. They're just people who want to steal money, and all they have to do is sit on the ground with a tin in front of them and look vacant. And they're all over the place. All over the place. Plus, the number of kids who've tried vaping has doubled in 4 years. I don't know, perhaps this bloke who I saw the other day, the schoolboy, perhaps he was vaping. 1 in 500 teens who've not touched tobacco use e-cig regularly, and the proportion who tried vaping before smoking is up from 8% in 2014 to 21%. So it's obviously easy to get hold of, isn't it? Somebody said to me the other day, vaping is so much better for you than cigarettes. I thought the jury was out on that one. I thought they were a bit sort of iffy, weren't they? A little bit 6s and 7s. They couldn't quite decide whether or not they liked the idea of vaping. I can always tell somebody vaping, as I said before, you get clouds of smoke. I mean, literally clouds and clouds of smoke. So what else we got? What else we got on the papers today? Well, Brexit. Despite Brexit, Britain, it has been decided, is one of the least racist countries in Europe, because some countries are absolutely dreadful. And Coronation Street will get their money's worth from Kim Marsh before she quits the cobbles. She's got, I think, about a year to go, and then she'll have done 13 years, and she wants to get out there and earn lots and lots of money. That's what it all comes down to. It's got nothing to do with the work. So she thinks she can do reality shows, endorsements and stuff like that. I predict, actually, it's not that easy to do things like that. It really isn't. What else do we have? Selfridges. I don't think it's going to make any difference whether Selfridges sell fur and skins and things like that. It's not going to change things in the world. And the lotto winner is worth £150 million. He eats 7 Cornish pasties a day. All of that and more. We shall be discussing the other side of the news at 6, which is coming up very shortly on LBC. Plus, Poundland's big blunder. It's Wednesday, 27th of February. Apparently another heat wave. So, I know when I went to Costco the other day, they were selling, what do they call it? Suntan lotion. And I thought, I wasn't sure whether to buy some or whether it would look a little bit stupid, seeing as I never take my shirt off. I don't know, actually. I don't know if it's any cheaper. I just know that they were selling... They had loads of it. There was tons of it. And they were going, this is SP Factor, whatever it was. And I remember thinking to myself, should I buy some? Just in case... And I thought, no, let's not bother. It's like when, as I said at the beginning of the programme, my next-door neighbour said, are you going to plant out all your begonias? And I said, I think we're in for a frost. I think next week, we're going to end up with a frost. And so consequently, it's just not going to be worth it. So I'm leaving it for the moment. I'm erring on the side of caution. Tom says, I have to agree with your listener. I watched Emmerdale for 5 years or so, then quit for good. It has the most OTT and unbelievable storylines. It's a soap opera. It's not real. It's a soap opera. It's supposed to reflect life. So they have all sorts of things that you might see in real life on there. So that's why I love it when people go, of course, it's not at all believable. You think, well, it is for them, but it's a soap opera. It's not real. They don't really live like that. They don't live that. They're actors. They're playing parts. Steve says, Monica, overinflated was a bit of a stretch. I just tried to deflect your focus from the Scottish boy and his miscounting of laundrettes. I've just passed about 4. See, they exist. He has admitted, actually, that he did over-exaggerate. There are, in fact, loads of laundrettes around. It's just that he can't find them. He's blind to laundrettes. I don't think there's anything the matter with that, but it's like being in denial, I think. And he has been in denial. You've seen the pyramids, haven't you? Yeah, it's an old one. Sarah says, so busy Facebooking my fellow spikers, I nearly missed my train. That's the trouble, isn't it? Get so wrapped up in it. I've never seen the police drama called Shetland. Is it very... Oh, right. Oh, it's available down here, is it? It's on tonight. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. You ever heard of it? No, you haven't heard of it at all. You've been to Shetland, yes, I know. I would quite like to go to Shetland. It's got the actor Douglas Henshall in it, but I'm a bit scared to go there on holiday now. Organised crime and murders everywhere you go. It's a bit like... I did see Midsummer Murders the other day. Every week there's a murder. Every week there's a murder. It's unbelievable. You don't want to go and live there. Oxford is lethal, isn't it? Also, Cabot Cove, where Jessica Marple lives. That's fairly bad, I think. So, no, I haven't seen the drama, but I'm looking forward to it. Re-vaping. There's so much smoke, it's dangerous to those nearby who like passive smoking, says Phil. Yes, I mean, you do get... I wonder where you get clouds of smoke. They're opening all over the place. You know why all the stuff comes from China? It must be dirt cheap. Somebody's making a fortune. It's not smoke that comes out of the e-cigarette, it's vapour. Hence the term vaping. Oh, here we go. Smoke comes out of cigarettes, hence the term smoking, and the jury's not out. You can now get them through the NHS so they don't contain all the poisons and tar that cigarettes produce. Oh, God, nothing worse than a vaping fan is the iVape. You know, the whole idea of vaping, I always thought, was to get people off cigarettes. That's the whole idea. They don't want you to be on cigarettes. They would rather you went vaping, because apparently it's supposed to be safer. But I know people who vaped and then they go back onto cigarettes. Great exhibition about laundrettes in Walthamstow coming up now. Have you been to the laundrette exhibition? Yeah, it's marvellous, isn't it? You know, where you could sit on a stool. When I used to go to my local laundrette, I used to sit there, put all my pants in and everything else. And then when the machine finished the side, you take them out and shake them out. Because everybody's looking. You always watch everybody else's washing, don't you? Great exhibition about it in Walthamstow. Vaping is actually 95% less harmful than smoking. Adrian's obviously got a vaping shop. Not great for young people to take up. Excellent for people who want to give up smoking but find it hard to. Do it cold. I didn't do cold turkey. I did patches. I was very good on patches, actually, but then I became addicted to the patches. So I used to have to send my AP out. I'd arrive in work and I'd go, I've left my patches at home. So I'd give him some money and he'd have to go up to the chemist on the corner and go and buy some patches. And I did actually stop. I was good, and then I started again, and then I stopped, and then that was it. I stopped completely. So much easier. It's so expensive now to smoke. I occasionally get a twang. Occasionally I get a sort of thing going, perhaps I'll just have one cigarette. And I'm like, no, don't be stupid. Steve, I haven't heard anybody sing on those soap operas yet, says Stu. Really? Well, they used to miss out, because in Coronation Street, What's It used to sing all the time. They used to sing all the time on it. I don't know why they were called soap operas. I suppose because it was like an opera. Best Scottish programme was Balamory, says Carl in Wigan. He says, maybe Scottish boy won't go to a laundrette because he'll have to fold his own pants. I don't know how many pairs of pants he's got, actually. How many pairs of pants you got? 5, 6, 7, 20? Just turn it inside out. He's only got the one pair. He turns it inside out. He doesn't really bother. Takes them up to his mother. You've been to Balamory? I know. I got the woman who played the school teacher. Her mother wrote to me once because I said it looked mad up there. Oh, how exciting was that? Because it's all coloured houses, isn't it? It's all different colours. It's quite nice. Tobermory. Well, actually, Tobermory was also one of the Wombles. He was called Tobermory as well. But they call it, what do they call it? Balamory. It's a real place, we know. Yeah. It's not still on, though, the TV show, is it? I don't think. I think it's finished. Soap operas are so called, says the producer, because he knows, because the original radio ones were sponsored by soap manufacturers. Brought to you by Bright Star. That was what it was it? How lovely. Do you know those happy days when they used to do... I remember listening to the radio years and years ago and listening to soaps on there and stories. My favourite one used to start with bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bing. And it was Listen with Mother. And we would sit down and listen to the radio. We were so excited in those days. Well, we thought we were excited. We weren't too sure about it. God, it's cold, you know. There's also, we found another Willy. This is one carved, they think, by a Roman soldier. Rock climbing experts have been helping to access the inscriptions carved while sandstone was extracted for Hadrian's Wall repairs. And the Willy, which was a good luck symbol, don't think it's changed, and, sorry, was found about 30 feet down the quarry face, done by, as they say, a Roman soldier. Could have just been done by somebody who wanted to draw willies. You know, you do get people who just draw willies for the fun of it, don't you? I don't know anybody personally, but I'm sure they must be out there somewhere. Meghan's £500,000 maternity wardrobe. She really is milking this for all it can get, and they've got the price tag. Whether she buys this stuff, I've got no idea. Most of this stuff is made for her, and whether she has to keep it or give it back, I've got no idea. But either way, she's got it, and it's worth a lot of money. It seems Doctor Who will be taking her shortest time trip ever, from Sunday to Saturday. BBC bosses are planning on moving the show to its original evening slot after a steady rating slide. Oh dear. It's not good, is it? It kicked off with 8.2 million viewers, slipped to 5.2 million for the last episode. That's seen as a bit of a disaster. But they've managed to keep the one show going, and I don't think that can have any big audience. That should have been dumped off years ago. What daily handfuls could hold off diabetes for you? 2 daily handfuls of raspberries could stay. Well, I ate a whole box of raspberries yesterday. Overweight people with pre-diabetes were given red raspberries with meals for a study in America. As raspberry intake rose, they needed less insulin to manage glucose, with 2 cupfuls of the fruit being the optimum level. 2 cupfuls. I ate a whole box of raspberries. Very nice they were too. Actually, the funny thing was, as I was eating them, I remember thinking, I bet these are doing me some good. A bit late now, of course, for the diabetes. Richard says, I gave up smoking last August, but I love to have a sniff of other people's. Ron says, is there some correlation between vaping and tattoos, as the vapours are covered in tats? I don't know. And Sanjay says, talking about laundrettes, do you remember the classic movie, My Beautiful Laundrette, when Channel 4 pushed the boundaries with gay snogging? Oh, I remember. Oh, people were up in arms over it, weren't they? Up in arms over it. We don't like things like that. Not so nice. We don't want to. I remember the film, though. It was a landmark film. Dally says, who's paying for Meghan's expensive lifestyle? I don't know, actually. The manufacturers. I think what they do is they want her to be seen wearing their clothes. And that's why, really. Do you remember Emmerdale when it was on lunchtime? No, I don't, actually. Love Joe Sugden. Wonder what happened to him. He's still around, Fraser Hines. Still around. He does theatre tours and stuff like that. Best part of being off school, bed on the sofa, while Mum's making me soup, says Debs. Well, this time of the morning, you're not eating soup at 6:15. Tell me you're not eating soup at 6:15. Although I suppose you could do. There's nothing to actually stop you eating soup at any time of the day. And I think Heinz celebrate 150 years. 150 years of soup and other things, which is great. Marisa says, I watched Shetland. It's brilliant. But it was on last night, not tonight. She'll have to watch it on catch-up. It's Wednesday. Thank you. Wednesday. Bless him. Tuesday nights. He gets confused. He gets very confused. I don't know he doesn't know. He doesn't know when he starts, doesn't know when he finishes. He can't remember what time of the day it is. Is it today? Because whenever I change the time of my car to pick me up in the morning, they have to go, when is this for? And I have to go, tomorrow morning. Paul in Poplar says, great show. Tell Scottish Boy to give his pants to a charity shop. When they've been washed, he can buy them back for 10p. I don't think they take pants. I really don't think they take... Well, no, they don't. I don't think they take socks either, do they? Do they take socks? They certainly wouldn't be taking pants. They'll take shirts and jackets and trousers and things like that, but not Scottish Boys' pants. Only available in Scotland. They're only available in Scotland. Tartan pants. How about that? And each time he pulls his jeans down, they play the bagpipes. To be company, welcome to Wednesday morning, 6:20. We've been rubbish at the time checks there. I must apologise. Steve, Fortnum & Mason claimed to have sold the first tin of baked beans and invented the Scotch egg. Well, actually, Fortnum & Mason's windows are all full of Heinz. 150. Because as I came past it today, I remember looking, thinking, that's an unusual window for them. Steve says, Jan in South Norwood, my partner of 23 years, Don, is 65 today. Not long now until yours. We gave up smoking 15 years ago, and our only regret was not giving up earlier. Do you know, I feel exactly the same, but you can't do anything. You can't go back, can you? I wish I'd given up years and years ago. In fact, actually, to be honest with you, I wish I'd never started, but I did, so I never complain about it. But sometimes. Did I hear you right, then? Scottish boy keeps bagpipes in his pants. No, they're musical pants. Musical pants. You must have heard of musical pants. I've got pants that light up. You know, you push a little bit, you've got little lights inside there. Nobody ever sees them except me. That's what's so disappointing. But, you know, his play music. Bagpipes. I think it's something you take the high road and I'll take the low road. I can't remember. Julian says, clear skies, birds are tweeting, you're on the radio, summer's coming. How happy does that make me feel? Happy to be alive. There's the reasons for a big smile. We like a big smile in the morning. Big smile is good. Jeff in Manchester says, if vaping is so safe, how come most bottles contain a warning about dangers of skin contact and washing it off immediately? The smoke is generated by antifreeze. I don't know enough about it. I know that my friend John has taken to vaping. He's sort of done vaping and then he's done normal cigarettes and he flip-flops backwards and forwards. Just want to say thank you for the extra hour. I've got loads done. Love your show, as it calms my 80-year-old mother enough for me to take the muzzle off. She bites, bless her. Sarah from Stoke, a.k.a. the Midlands branch of the Jeremy Kyle holding pen. We always laughed about that in Staines. People say to me, is it really like that in Staines? I said, it's not far off it. Not far off it. Finally gave up smoking, says Monica, 7 years ago. And for a couple of years now, I'm enjoying a newly discovered sense of smell. Best cure for any tobacco craving is to be able to smell fresh coffee from a mile away. I tend to entertain passengers by telling them exactly what exactly is in their coffee cup. I like a cup of coffee, actually. Scott says, have you noticed the amount of annoying adverts on the BBC for either its sound app or the various programmes it shows? Yes. Yeah, they have to flog their own stuff. BBC Local Radio. I've been looking at the half moon this morning and it's noticeable that the shadow is slightly curved, which makes me wonder, says Richard, why people ever thought the Earth was flat. They were stupid. They thought if you went far enough, you'd fall off the edge of it. I wish it was like that, don't you? I wish it was like that. I do. Make it so much simpler, I think. I'm still worrying, as I did at the beginning of the programme, about the lotto winner, Adrian Bayford. He's a large lad, but he's addicted, because he was during childhood, to Cornish pasties. So he's decided that every week he will have his Cornish pasties delivered to his house. How many? 50. He eats 7 a day. Now, I couldn't possibly comment on whether 7 Cornish pasties are bad for you. I'm assuming that amount of pastry per day is not good. So he's got 150 million in the bank. We don't know if he's got a girlfriend at the moment, but he does have 50 pasties delivered every week. He gets through 50 pasties. I think that's a phenomenal amount, isn't it? Seems an awful lot to me, 50 pasties. I could probably go one every few days. They sound lovely. They really sound very nice indeed. Love Islanders get tons of DMs from celebrity admirers. Megan Barton Hansen has had them from Amy Schumer and singer James Arthur. But Danny Dyer felt awkward to hear from a child star, Millie Bobby Brown of Stranger Things, who messages her saying she wants to meet up. Danny tells the April Cosmopolitan, she's only 14. Where would I take her? I nearly invited her to a family party. Yeah, right. Don't worry, not long now before it all finishes. It's only got shelf life, these things. The moment the next programme starts, they're all up in air, aren't they? Up in the air. And Martin Clunes, lovely Martin, plans to follow up the huge hit Manhunt by playing Detective Colin Sutton again and tackling another of his real-life crimes. I like Martin. I like him a lot. He's a nice person. Nice person. Also, what have we got? Oh, the Derry Girls are back. I never saw it first time round, but I'm loving the trails for it. And all together now, host Rob Beckett. It's not a good programme. It really isn't. It's as dreary, I'm afraid, because he's not a presenter. That's you know, people have to realise, being a comedian is not the same as being a presenter. Dermot O'Dreary can't present for Toffee. He's never been able to present. That's why you don't see him very often. And so here he is. He sees a bit more than he was expecting after asking to look at resident drag queen Divina De Campo's shoes. Whoever that is. Never heard of Divina De Campo. But I suppose it's somebody from up north. It's bound to be. They're no down south. I know all the ones down south, but never know the ones up north. Also, it's all holidays, isn't it? It's all they're offering now. You can go for 7 nights to Kos for £399. That's all inclusive. 399 quid, 400 quid for 7 nights. That's your flights, your food, just about anything you can think of. It's amazing, isn't it? How do they do it? How do they make money? Especially as that includes drinks and all the other things. Angelina Jolie, for reasons best known to herself, has paraded the children in front of the world's press, which is fine. Also, fewer British students getting into Oxbridge. I don't know why that would be, actually. Are we just not as bright as we thought we were? Gemma has been hanging around with somebody called Naughty Boy. Naughty Boy they all have funny names. If you're a rapper, Wicked, that kind of stuff. They give themselves funny names. And he's actually said she's a big star. Well, she's certainly big. She's certainly not a star, but she's convinced now she can hit the charts. As what? I've got no idea. Divine lookalike, I suppose. And you'll have to check the internet to see who Divine is. Plus, more on that family who wreaked havoc whilst on the New Zealand holiday. One of them fled the country using a false passport, and he's wanted by the police. So that's good news, isn't it? Always nice to draw attention to yourself. Get that one sorted out as quickly as possible. And the disgraced MP, Fiona Onasanya, is now roaming around with a tag and voting on our laws. In fact, I think she's off to the Commons today, I think. I'm sure that people would be avoiding her like the plague. Nobody likes a liar, do they? The curved shadow on the moon is the curvature of the moon, not the Earth. Though there's a million other reasons the Earth is not flat, says Lee. Too complicated for this time of the morning. People want to believe in certain things, don't they? People want to believe at the end of the rainbow there's gold. They want to believe in leprechauns. They want to believe in fairies at the bottom of your garden. Well, there might be. They want to believe in the Loch Ness Monster. They want to believe that the moon is inhabited by people that we just can't see. That's what they want to see. People want to believe in anything nowadays. Anything that sort of takes them away from the drudgery of the daily grind. And also that dreadful story about the man splashed with water at the train station, Sutton Station. 3 staff have been suspended. He previously stabbed a friend to death who dropped paint on him. And so he spent a lot of time in prison. In fact, he's only just come out of prison. Does that change it? Does that change your thoughts over whether or not we should have... Who's that boxer on the television? Who am I looking at? Is that Tyson Fury on the right? Is he the one who isn't a boxer? Who's the other one? Deontay Wilder. Is Tyson Fury, he's the one who isn't a boxer. Oh, he is. Who's the one who isn't a boxer? It's Conor... Right. Conor McGregor's a cage fighter. Right. And Tyson Fury is... proper boxer. Is he good or is he not good? Is he successful? Do they dig out people from cemeteries? Here. Oh, is he really? Good Lord. Oh, right. But is he any good? Or is he... Oh, he's all right, is he? Okay, fine. The beard's a bit campy, isn't it? I don't like boxers. I don't think boxers should have beards. I think that they should be clean-shaven. I don't know why I think they should be clean-shaven. There's no logical reason why I think they should be clean-shaven. I just think it looks a bit ridiculous. It's like Harry can't be bothered to shave. You know, in the forces with a beard. I don't think so. But as I say, that's why nobody's ever told him off. Nobody ever says to him, get that beard off. Should have done ages ago. But now he's not in the forces, but he still wears the uniforms every so often. What else do we have? Oh, I don't know what to do about the 5 people stabbed in London since Monday night. We're only at Wednesday. 5 people. One's died, I think, already. I don't know what we do about this knife crime. I don't know what we do about gangs. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think anything that anybody's ever come up with is of any use whatsoever. You're never going to stop it. There's always going to be somebody. If somebody doesn't have a knife, they'll have a gun. If somebody hasn't got a nun, they've got a machete. If they haven't got a machete, they've got gas. Or they've got... Oh, dear, it's just awful. Ron says, I like pasties, but I doubt I've had 50 in my lifetime. Really? God, I've definitely eaten more than 50. I haven't had one for a long time now. I nearly bought one the other day. I saw one in a... But sometimes you get rubbish in them. You know, I'm looking for something a little bit classy. Rose says, for great presenting, hard to beat Stephen Mulhern. So naturally funny and a great magician too. Love his style. He is, yes. I mean, he's the consummate professional. That's what he does. He knows how to do it, and he does it very, very well. And he is a very good magician. Very good. I wish they'd show him doing more magic on television. Also, front page of the Times, they're talking about air pollution and how much we've been breached. The answer is quite a lot. And more railway chaos. Commuters facing another year from hell on the railways, the MPs say. The report adds that passengers and taxpayers have paid the price for government failure to get a grip. And Leicester City have appointed Brendan Rodgers as manager after Celtic allowed him to walk away. He'll replace Claude Puel, who was sacked on Sunday. They don't last very long, do they, these These sort of football managers. They seem to be in 1 minute and then out the next. LBC News Time, 6:30. The 27th of February. I wondered how long it was going to be before Anne Widdecombe stepped into the Songs of Praise row, because they're moving it. And she says, back in my day, people did enjoy it. It was always a must for my parents. Through an 8-year-old widowhood, my mother never missed it whilst living with me. And when she began to sleep through the programme, instead of joining in, I knew she was quietly giving up on life. It's a cruel deed, she says, that the BBC has done. Yes, I mean, I think it's the beginning of the end. I think they're actually going to get rid of it. I'm pretty certain, actually, that they will gradually just sort of peter it out. Because once it disappears and it doesn't start getting any ratings, then they've justified the fact that it's not really worth keeping. Steve, there aren't so many Brits getting into Oxbridge now because we've dumbed down the education. You can get copies of 11-plus papers from the 1950s. They put some GCSE exams to shame. Is it worthwhile getting exams nowadays? Does it really make any difference? I don't know. I mean, I don't have any qualifications. The producer's got what have you got? You've got a master's degree. What have you got, Twinkle Toes? Just a bachelor's. Oh, does that mean that you got that for Aberdeen because you're a single person? Is that what it was? They go, oh, you can have a bachelor's. You went, oh, that's nice, thank you so much. What do you get for that? You get a medal. Hang on, a bachelor's in what? A music. Fair lot of use you are to us, aren't you? How have you managed to get in here on a bachelor's on music? Oh, right. And you do music, do you? So what did you have to study? I mean, you've never mentioned music to me. You've never sort of come in singing the delights of, you're not very good, but you've got a bachelor's in it. Must hand them out like sweeties. Oh, they do? Oh, right, okay. And what does that get you? Does that get you anything? If you say to somebody, I've got a bachelor of arts in music, and they go, wow. Or do they just go, yeah, and? I'm assuming probably the latter, isn't it? Probably the latter, it's the and bit. It's odd, isn't it, really? Because I wonder how many employers nowadays actually ask for your qualifications. I mean, if you're going into banking or you're going into, working in a chemist or something like that, you're going to need some sort of qualifications for doing it. But nobody's ever asked me for my qualifications. LBC asked you, did they really? How interesting. Oh, they never asked you, did they? No, I bet they didn't. What have you got, Bachelor? Of what? Music. All right. And what do you know about music? I know I don't like Queen, that's a fact. Oh, sorry, you like Queen, I do beg your pardon. Who do you not like? I can't remember who you didn't like. There was somebody you didn't like, wasn't there? Who was it? Preferably today, think about it. But, you see, this is why he got The Bachelor. They go, oh, give it to him for God's sake. Honestly, we'll be here all day. Oh, yes, what's coming up with Nick Ferrari this morning? I knew there was something coming up. I got so distracted by seeing who was driving his programme this morning that I sort of moved away from it. But Nick will be with you at 7 o'clock. MPs will get the chance to stop Britain leaving the EU without a deal. If they can't agree one themselves by the middle of next month, Nick will speak to a Tory minister who's prepared to take drastic steps to stop a no-deal Brexit, while the Brexit secretary will also explain the predicted effects of it happening. Also find out how Marks and Spencer's might soon be able to deliver food to your front door for the first time. Plus, after Facebook banned the man known as Tommy Robinson from its main site and from Instagram, is censorship like this really acceptable or not? That and more with Nick Ferrari this morning on LBC from 7 o'clock. Another one here. If you had to step into the boxing ring, Steve, with one celebrity, who would it be? I wouldn't. I can't think of stepping into a boxing ring with anybody at all, actually, really. Anne says, watched celebs go dating last night with my teenage daughters. They couldn't believe how thick they were. Megan McKenna, never heard of Sussex or Plymouth. Another one, never heard of a sausage dog. Even my daughter turned off. She says, by the way, Hugo Taylor is Millie McIntosh's husband. Oh, right. None the wiser. We've heard of Millie McIntosh, another waste of space, really, isn't she? I can't quite work out why Angelina Jolie has taken all the kids. I found out. They went to the cinema. You'd think, actually, Angelina Jolie would have her own home cinema and they could sit down and watch their own films. You not think so? Apparently, the 43-year-old actress stepped out with the children. She's got 6. I think she's got 1 who is hers. I think the rest are adopted. I could be wrong, but that's what I think they are. But then she split in 2016 from Brad Pitt after 2 years of marriage and 11 years together. They were known as Brangelina. But she seems to have some nice, happy children. I think so too. She must be absolutely loaded. Steve, says Dan in Essex, I too have a bachelor. Vegetable cup of soup. They used to make it sound so exciting, didn't they? Vegetable cup of soup. And Matt says, Steve Allen on LBC on seeing Tyson Fury. His beard looks a bit camp. Who's he? Is he any good? Didn't think that one through. What does that mean, dear? What does that mean? Oh, Tyson's going to come after me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, scary. Oh, what, you think because somebody boxes, it makes them a thug? Well, I think that's actionable. What a dreadful thing to say. Obviously, you don't go there. Funny picture to put at only 53 followers. A little bit lonely again, aren't we? A little bit lonely. Did you say you're worried about missing songs of praise? Says Connie. Yeah. I miss Crime Watch a lot. 2 police officers told me that Crime Watch really helped the police a lot with their crime investigations. Yes. Yes, it did. It was very useful. They solved all sorts of things. All sorts of things. Steve, says Alex, I'm from London. Well done. But I've been living in Colombia for the last 4 months. I can honestly say the violence and drug problems in London nowadays are worse than in any Colombian city. Sadiq Khan's doing nothing. Oh, perhaps you just don't see it. Perhaps you just don't see it. Perhaps there are problems out there. I don't know. Former EastEnders actor Ben Hardy made a surprise appearance at the Oscars thanks to his role in Bohemian Rhapsody. But could he make it big across the pond? Who knows? Who knows? You've only got to have one film over there that sort of takes off, and immediately you're fated by everybody. That's the way it works. It does very well. Also, Earl's Court Road, the most toxic area in London, the most polluted area in London, which is dreadful. So this £12.50 comes in April the 8th for some of you, not for many of us. Angelina Jolie's twins are naturally hers and Brad Pitt's. Thank you, Chantal. And Dave says, never pick a fight with an ugly person as they've got nothing to lose. I know that postman was almost sort of saying, oh, Tyson's going to come after you. Like, I'm sorry, he's a boxer. He just does it for money. The Rooney saga, where are we, says Fred. She's still deciding. I think she's deciding whether to stay with him or to leave. But they're about to move into their £20 million house. So I can't see her leaving any time soon. Not the sort of families they actually come from. Recalling how he used to settle interviewees before grilling them in pre-recorded broadcasts. Alistair Stewart explains, I started by asking him or her what he or she had for breakfast to get a voice level. No, funny, we always say the same thing. He said he mischievously adds of Sir Winston Churchill's Tory toff grandson. In his youth, Sir Nicholas Soames would respond, half a grouse and a good claret. What about you, dear boy? Yes, we always say exactly the same. Just to test out the microphones and the level, they always say to the guest who's coming in, they always go, so could you tell us what you had for breakfast? And 9 out of 10 times they go, nothing. Nobody has breakfast. Yeah, sometimes an orange juice. Yeah, they don't eat much. Ray and Hayes says, Steve, I'm a little tea Scot, short and stout. When the kettle's boiling, hear Steve shout, hands off top, bring tea out. I pass it over, it counts for nout. Lament of Scottish boy, and apologies to the Little Teapot lyrics. Oh, look at that, you see? He's very excited now. Very excited, Ray. Seriously, it's like, as I say, getting an agent gets ever closer on this programme. Johnny Weybridge says it's the drugs from Colombia that are causing the problems in London. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Hannah, on her way to Wandsworth Prison, says, don't worry, I don't think Tyson's intelligent enough to listen to LBC. I think you're safe. I always laugh about things like that. It always makes me laugh anyway. Front page of the Telegraph, war on fashion on Wednesday. I look at some of the things that people are wearing now, that is laughingly called fashion, and I think I must be out to lunch. Yes, the bloke on Sky News, I noticed that actually. That was slightly bizarre, wasn't it? Slightly bizarre. They seem to get a lot of odd people. That's Dawn Neeson. We know who that is. And the other bloke's hair, we don't know who he is. Do we know who he is? Does he have a name? I always love looking at the people they get, and I always sort of listen to what they say. Sometimes, oh my Lord above, what is going on with his hair? Oh, they've cut away from him again. Always entertaining, actually, because I have Sky on just to find out if anything's changing. And he really hung out there. Oh, this hair you've ever seen. They must get people. Oh my Lord above, what's going on there? Good heavens. Probably looked fine when he started doing it this morning. And then the wind caught him. And then the rest, as they say, is history. LBC New Time, John Crowther says, now displaying his jealousy of other people's hard-earned qualifications. Hate to point out to you, John, but Scottish Boy said he didn't work hard at all for his qualification. Didn't put any effort in at all. And to be honest with you, I keep telling you, you're obviously not listening properly. We have to sort of bang it through your head. I'm not jealous of anybody's qualifications. I think you'll find it says the Steve Allen Show. Don't think it says the John Show, and it certainly doesn't say the Producer's Show. So now who's the Nancy? Me. That's why. My friend Gavin, says Holly, wait for this one, had both his hands broken for doing so-called business in Colombia. He never went back. Not surprised. I mean, it's a big underworld thing, isn't it? I mean, drugs is sort of an underworld thing anyway. And I wouldn't have thought you messed with the Colombian cartels at all. Does Scottish Boy have a name, says Christine? I don't think so, no. I think we just call him Scottish Boy. Sat next to Tyson Fury last Saturday in a restaurant in Chigwell, says Sam. It seemed very approachable. Oh, God, nothing worse. You're a stalker, aren't you? Oh, hello, could I have a picture? He happily posed with customers for selfies and signed autographs. God, I'd be furious. In a restaurant, there's some bloke having selfies taken. He said, wouldn't fancy your chances. I would. Steve, the drug problem in London is driven by city bankers and other highly paid professionals off their heads. Large city firms should introduce randomised drug taking. If you fail, you're fired. I think they do. That's the thing that does go on nowadays. I mean, mercifully escaped me completely, thank God. Just put the TV on, nearly died of fright. Kate Garraway's dress this morning looks like a caramel chessboard. What's wrong with that? That's quite nice, actually. Sort of complements her hair. Oh, it's lovely. Very nice. And I like the yellow. But no, it looks like that team's in. They have stylists on that programme. And the stylist will sort of decide, these are the outfits that we've got, this is what looks good. I just can't take him seriously on the other side. Ben Shepherd, you know, he does Tipping Point. And you certainly can't take Richard Arnold seriously at all. I mean, seriously, he's got The Apprentice. They called him a high-profile celebrity. I'm obviously talking about the wrong person here, but because I didn't think he was a high-profile celebrity at all. I thought he was just the entertainment correspondent, which is not high-profile at all. Front of the Daily Telegraph this morning, delaying Brexit is a plot to stop it. Rebel ministers forced to block no deal as Eurosceptics warn May against betrayal. Plus the wildlife wakes early as spring bursts into life. Doesn't it ever? The ISIL fighters could face the Nuremberg trials. M&S in talks to join forces with Ocado. They're chucking it all in this morning. Plus fashion on Wednesday. The fashion is hilarious. I watch the fashion. I don't watch all the fashion programmes. And somebody says here, Steve, qualifications in 2019, you don't need more than 2 E's at A-level to become the leader of Her Majesty's most loyal opposition. I know it always makes me laugh when we go, people work so hard to get these qualifications. You're living in cloud cuckoo land. Oh, cloud cuckoo land. They don't work so hard. Have you seen students? Good Lord above, honestly. But never jealous. Never jealous. Why would I be? It's got my name on the programme. If it was sort of so-and-so's programme with a bit of help from Steve Allen, I could understand it. But I think my track record speaks for itself. Legoland, tickets, The Times, 20 quid. I've never been. It's very popular, though, isn't it? Very popular. Also, cabinet war, as MPs get the chance to delay Brexit. And the actress Sophie Okonedo receives her CBE from the Queen at Buckingham Palace. That's good. She recently starred in Antony and Cleopatra. It's so much better when you get it from Her Majesty. It's not the same getting it from anybody else at all. Daily Mirror running with Meghan's £500,000 maternity wardrobe. And the probation scandal. Criminals monitored by probation contractors have killed 225 people in the 4 years since privatisation. Good Lord above. You can read more of that story in the Mirror for today. The Sun. I hate it when they do fake front pages, which is generally sort of a bit of the front page, and then it's sort of an advert for some company. This is the killer we can't deport, an Albanian who claims family rights, then beats his wife in a knife attack horror. And we're stuck with him. I don't know why. Plus. The wife says it won't stop until he's been deported. What a horrible piece of work. Also, a feud has erupted between Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper's girlfriend, Irina Shayk, after the model ended their steamy duet at the Oscars. Oh dear, it's all Theresa May. 3-month delay, the leaving date, facing a 3-month delay. It's the biggest mess I've ever heard of, isn't it, really? Corrie bosses have sparked a north-south rift after a character used the word I don't think I can say it. I don't think I'm allowed to say it. Okay. In case you don't hear it, you'll know that it says Southerners were horrified at what they thought was a pre-watershed reference to a woman's... But you didn't hear the word. In fact, they print it in the paper. Amused Northerners were quick to point out the term is actually slang for somebody who is tight with money. Not what you think it is. Tracy MacDonald called her hubby this because he's mean. I tell you, this north-south divide thing. You've just said city firms should have randomised drug taking. I think that... I've just said that. I just said they do that already. I know about these things. Jane Moore talking about Keith Lemon. I did this one yesterday, touring Fatima Whitbread's home on TV and spotted a vibrator. She said, I could have sworn it was a karaoke mic. That's what I thought. I thought it was something that you did for aching bones and limbs and stuff like that. More on the 3-week fast food trial with a bunch of drearies. Nadine Dorries, Yawn, Peter Andre, Sean Wallace, Hugo Taylor, reality TV star. Can't get a job, obviously, and that's what he has to do. This Nadine Dorries will do anything. The phone just says, yeah, she'll do that one. Cara Delevingne raising a few more eyebrows at Paris Fashion Week. I never understand Cara Delevingne. I can't quite work her out. And Gemma Collins out on the town by herself just after she split from James Argent, the one who sort of targeted her and wrote rude things about her. But he's done that before. It's not the first time he's actually done it, so I don't know why we're getting excited over it. Daily Mail, Sarah Vine talking about, is there a more pitiful parable of our times than Katie Price's car crash of a life? And May, now do your duty. The Daily Star, office banter row. This is a policewoman facing the sack for breaking wind and using a rude word on duty. And May hits the pause button on Brexit. So there you go. Now you know what they're all running with. Also, the Cardinal jailed for abuse was treasurer at the Vatican. I think he's about the highest member of the Vatican, of the Catholic Church. I mean, that's one they're having to live with. He's going to appeal, apparently. Where it goes from there, I have no idea. We shall probably find out over the next few days. That's it for this morning.